Am I visible?
Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, you are audible and visible, Chair.
Can you
Yeah,
see
good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Can you
Chair.
see my spectacles like the Honorable Matawung?
Yes, yes, ons kan sien. Yes, voorsitter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members. Welcome, everybody. We are going to have our meeting, and I want to say thank you for the offering of members at this point in time, having a meeting this afternoon as well as tomorrow. We are going to receive briefings from the department on various entities. We take note that the entities is present, but only the department is going to present. We are all aware of what is happening within the departments. Therefore, members are also not prevented from asking direct questions to the entities, whoever is present. The agenda is in front of us. May I get a proposer and a seconder? Honorable Gabo.
Good
Followed-
afternoon, Chairperson. Okay.
Honorable Gabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. My apology for disrupting your engagement. I thought you had given me a platform to engage. I hope I'm audible. Let me pass my greetings to your good self and everybody on the platform, the department and the ministry, including our colleagues, portfolio committee members. Chairperson, I would propose that before we adopt the agenda as it is, we restructure the items. Propose that we start with the NFVF, then followed by Robben Island, then it is followed then we deal lastly with National Arts Council. I'm saying this because of, I believe that we have interacted not only for the first time on this year, probably for the third time that we have interacted with National Arts Council and take into consideration their issues. I believe that we should start with the first two, then we go for National Arts Council as the third item. So that is my proposal, Chairperson, that we have NVF as the first item, then we have Robben Island as the second item, then the third item we have it as National Arts Council. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is my proposal before we move for the adoption.
Honorable Potgieter.
Chair, I'll wait for you to rule on Honorable Gabo's suggestion.
No, I was waiting and hoping that you will second his suggestion. Everyone of every item is equally important. I don't have an issue to accommodate the honorable member, but we can proceed in that fashion.
Sure, Chair. I don't have an issue. I'm happy to second it. I don't think it makes any material difference.
Okay, Honorable Gabo, can you give us that sequence again?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for your indulgence. I propose that we start with NFVF.
Yes.
Then it is seconded by the Robben Island Museum.
It is second, yes.
Then the third item will be the National Arts Council.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much,
In
Chair.
that
Much
order?
appreciated.
In that order, we will then proceed. Is there any apologies for this meeting?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, the Ministry. Yes, Chairperson, we do have apologies. Mr. Daniels, Chairperson, is in the meeting, but is indicated that he will be in and out of the meeting due to party work. The Minister is also in the meeting, Chairperson, but he has indicated that he will leave the meeting at 6 as he has an engagement at 6:30 with SARU. There's a SARU Greatest Rivalry celebration dinner tonight, Chair. Thanks.
So noted from the other departments, for the department and other entities.
Sorry, Chair, the Minister.
Please proceed, Minister.
Yeah, no, I think my office made a mistake by saying 6. I'm only half an hour to go get ready. If I, with your indulgence and the committee, if I can leave around 5:30 the latest, just to go and wear my suit. I'm speaking there tonight, Honorable.
That is in order, Honorable Minister. The department, any apologies? DDG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to yourself, members, Minister, and the colleagues. We do not have an apology from the department, Chairperson.
Thank you. Members, from any of the members, their colleagues? If not, I am going to do my opening, then ask the Minister this time around to have a short welcoming. Now, members, we are having a very important meeting today. And again, I want to say good afternoon to everyone. The meeting of today will focus on progress made in strengthening the leadership stability across the National Arts Council, the Robben Island Museum, and the National Film and Video Foundation. Honorable Khabo, I could not change my speech immediately after you have changed the agenda, so the order is a little bit now different because of you. Honorable members, these entities are vital to our national cultural and creative ecosystem, as well as their governance, the health of their governance, that directly affect the credibility of the department's oversight. The committee remains concerned about the prolonged use, Minister, of acting appointments and secondments. Such arrangements weaken the operational oversight. It also delays strategic delivery and expose entities to governance lapses, which we have seen. We must also confront the growing trend of board members serving across multiple entities within the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Overboarding risk governance burnout. It divided attention, scheduling conflicts, and potential conflict of interest as well. It undermines effective board oversights and inflates cumulative governance cost. At the National Arts Council, the concurrent acting arrangements where the financial managers serve as interim CFO raises serious questions about internal controls and segregation of duties. The committee expects clarity on how governance and financial risk are being mitigated given the distinct competencies required at the level of a CFO. Strategic capital management, risk oversight, and board-level financial stewardship. The Robben Island remains a high-risk entity for this committee. The Council's request for the Minister to second a DSEC executive as interim CFO and to waive departmental participation in interviews must be examined carefully by this committee here today. The committee will seek an assurance that such actions comply with the PFMA, the Public Service Act, and the National Treasury regulations, and that they do not compromise independence or minimum competency standards. The museum's adverse audit opinion and executive vacancies demand an immediate, comprehensive audit turnaround strategy under DSEC's direct supervision. The National Film and Video Foundation continues to face instability following executive dismissals and failed recruitment processes. The committee will request today details on the recruitment company engaged, the enhanced vetting mechanisms introduced after July 2025 lapse, and contingency plans should be permanent appointments, not be finalized by September the 30th of this year. Beyond these specific issues, the committee will also consider the repeated secondment of departmental officials. And this is of great concern. And I think the director, Dr. Kumalo, can read between my lips. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to mention the name. Beyond these entities, specific issues the committee will consider is the repeated secondment of department officials such as Mr. Lebogang Mukwere across entities. While capacity support is valuable, such arrangements may blur oversight boundaries and create perceived conflict of interest. Colleagues, today's discussions, today's deliberations are not merely diagnostic, they will be prescriptive. We have to, as a committee, insist on governance discipline within the department, take recruitment integrity and institutional independence. The cultural institutions under our watch must be stable. It must be held accountable, and it must also be capable to deliver on their mandates with confidence. With that said, honorable members, I will now give the minister an opportunity for a quick open remarks, and then I will ask Dr. Kumalo to proceed with the presentations. The minister. Minister, please unmute. Okay, let's start with the briefing by the department on the NFVS. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once again, good afternoon to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, and chairpersons of the boards that are here, and members and management. Chairperson, we had submitted a presentation which had initially covered all the entities that were initially on the list of the Portfolio Committee. And as a result of the change which you had then communicated at the beginning of this week or towards the end of the week, we then have invited only those that have been reprioritized, the 3 entities that are here. Also, our presentation covers all those entities that were initially on the list, because we didn't amend it as of the notice that we got that had those changes. But we also would like to indicate that we had asked that the entities that are present here prepare presentations, which have also been forwarded to the Secretariat. But I heard you to be saying you would want the department to be the only one that presents, which then I'm assuming the presentations from the individual entities would therefore not be made. With that, if that's a confirmation, Chair, I would like then the Acting Director, Deputy Director General to then zoom into NFVF and talk to NFVF, the overview that we have done as a department. And I would hand over to Mr. Sanyana at this point through you, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
I'm just saying
Thank
I'm
you.
back, Chair. Nothing to say, but I'm just telling I'm back. I was kicked out, Honorable Chair. Please proceed, Disek. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you, Chair, and honorable members, Minister, DG and colleagues, and the council members of all the public entities. Chair, as DG has alluded to the presentation that was submitted earlier on, it included all the 9 entities that had been identified for this meeting. So the presentation that we have submitted still contains that information. However, there is some information that would have changed after we submitted, as there are some areas of improvement that have happened. The first was in terms of the background, which was just covering on the public entities, the number, and in terms of accounting authority, that public entities have the accounting authority. Just to note, Chair, that when we submitted, because it was PACOFs that at that stage did not have council, but that has since been corrected, if I'm not mistaken. But we also had the KwaZulu-Natal Museum, which did not have a chairperson, and that since has been corrected and the chairperson appointed. So what I will do is I will just zoom into the issue of the stability in terms of governance and management in the NFVF. Can I request that I'm not sure if Mr. Mkholisi is going to reflect the presentation for me. If we can just zoom to slide number 16, which starts with NFVF in terms of the composition of the executive management. You will notice, Chair members, there that there is an acting CEO since the post had been vacant for some time. Ms. Nondomiso Madlala is currently the acting CEO at the NFVF, and there also is an acting CFO as well. Which is a temporary appointment until the end of September. In terms of the other executives, we do have Ms. Onke Dumeko, who is the head of operations, and I think that maybe when the NFVF response, that issue would come because that employee is currently on precautionary suspension. We have Ms. Yolanda Ngogotwana, who is the head of industry development, as well as Ms. Nelly Swapam, who is the head of human resource management. Chair, the council will also give us an update in terms of the appointment process of the CEO. They have reported a progress there in terms of that, and I think council will be best placed to give correct detail in that regard in terms of where the process is at the moment. The next slide, which is slide number 17, which deals with the issue of leadership stability. In terms of the accounting authority, we reflect that the NFVF has a functional council which provides oversight and governance and oversight, and actively managing the executive leadership of the institution. At a management level, the substantive post when we submitted this presentation and even now remains vacant, and the council had embarked on a process of recruitment and also implemented in terms of acting arrangement. They implemented acting arrangement in line with the entities acting policies. So we do have an acting CEO, as we have said, as well as in the CFO position. But the council appointed the acting CEO that was on a fixed term basis of 3 months or until the appointment of the permanent CEO. The acting CFO was also appointed to ensure uninterrupted financial management and continuation of the HSA audit process at that time. The process of recruitment, as I have mentioned earlier, that was in progress. We note, Chair, that there had been an appointment before in 2025 where the incumbent resigned soon after getting appointed, and the position was then re-advertised. Interviews were held, offer was made in March 2026, which was accepted. But then on the eve of the incumbent starting with the job, she then withdrew the acceptance of the position, and then council had to restart the process to look for a replacement CEO. Now, in terms of that process, as I mentioned, Chair, is that council is in the next slide number 18, that council then continue to pursue the appointment of the CEO as these 2 previous attempts failed. However, as I've said, that the council will then give an update in terms of that process as they have reported that there are improvements and would like that to come from the council themselves to update the committee in terms of that process. In terms of governance measures which are aimed at strengthening governance and mitigate areas of conflict, when the CEO was appointed, because I think I forgot to mention that the acting CEO was a council member who was then appointed to be the acting CEO. The current acting CEO, who was a council member, relinquished council membership and all the rights, the voting rights, and committee responsibilities for the duration of the acting appointment. Council also implemented government measures to ensure compliance with the PFMA, the NFVF Act, and King 5 principles. So this chair was done so that there continues to be a stability, leadership stability in the organization, and I think that council will also give light in terms of how this has assisted for the organization to be stable and continue to deliver on its mandate. So that's it, Chair, in terms of the NFVF as it stands. So I will therefore pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was very crisp. I just want to reaffirm to members that this briefing by the department has been submitted by the entities as well, and the entities' submission is additional to that. The presence of the entities is to allow members to ask direct questions to the entities if members so wish. So the information by the department should suffice, and the department shall submit all information as requested by the members. Minister, I just want to assure you that it was not me that put you out of this meeting, but welcome back. If you would like to have open remarks, you are welcome to do so.
I will have closing remarks, Honorable Chair, and thank you, because I know who kicked me out. It must be Honorable Mtetwa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minister. With that said, honorable members, I am going to allow members then to interrogate and ask questions, and that will be based on NFVS.
NFVF, Chairperson.
NFVF, you correct, honorable member. The Honorable Nkosi.
Chair, in the presentation of the department, I heard Mr. Tebehale saying that NFVF will then confirm some other things and successes that they have. I don't know whether there's a gap between that and that needs to be filled by.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to guard against, and that was we're going to end up now having every entity that is present during their after this to make presentations. But we can do that if members want that. It will be the third night show for us today. NFVF, please add to the presentation on your successes. In the meantime, members, please raise your hands so that I can make the necessary appointments. NFVF.
Can I go check?
No, the Honorable Mtetwa have now requested NFVF to add or as far as the successes of NFVF is concerned. Then I will ask. But in the meantime, while NFVF is going to address us, I want members to raise their hands so that I can indicate in that order who is going to speak. For now, we only have the Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Matawung. NFVF, noted Honorable Khabo.
Through you, Chair, speaking is Nondumiso Madlala, the acting CEO of the NFVF. At the preparation meeting with the department yesterday, we did indeed share good news that came yesterday. And I would then, with due respect, allow our chairperson of council, which is Mr. Leon Van Nierop, to then share those great news regarding the CEO appointment, Chair. Thank you so much.
Perhaps also just indicate how long the position was vacant. So the good news, the date of the vacant position should then be the definitive whether it's good news or not. Please proceed.
Hello, this is Leon Van Nierop, the chairperson of the NVF. I can now confirm that Dr. Shadrack Mokaba has accepted the position as the CEO.
Yes, I have also further request to indicate how long was that position vacant.
The position was vacant for about 18 months.
Thank you so much for that. A year and 6 months. The Honorable Nkosi.
Hi, Chair. Is it my opportunity to go?
Yes, Honorable Nkosi, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to the NVFV or NFVF for the presentation. I just have some few questions that I would like us to backtrack on, particularly around the CEO appointment and the timelines that they've presented to us. I would like to know, Chair, the previous acting CEO who was acting in the role before the current acting CEO, Madlala, how long did she act and what were the reasons for her suspension?
NFVF.
Chair, through you, that is Nondumiso again, the acting CEO. Ms. Dumego was the head of operations department, acted since September, so September 6 last year until her suspension in June. Her acting was supposed to end in March, April, when the candidate that had accepted the offer of the CEO was appointed. And unfortunately, as the department has alluded, that we experienced something that we've never heard of, that the person sends an apology on the start day of their employment after we waited for them serving a notice for 2 months. So we then that, because it happened on the day they were supposed to start, the board requested Ms. Dumego to continue to act, because then it had to again go back to the market. And unfortunately, while the position was being recruited for, the advertisements closed on the 22nd of June, and Ms. Dumego was suspended on the 24th of June after about 5 days since the receipt of a whistleblower report that was sent to the portfolio committee, addressed to the minister and to the chairperson of NFVF. And the main reason for suspension was that it was signed off as coming from staff of NFVF. And of key allegations was the behavior, which is insults, humiliation, vulgar language, which then necessitate the council to then secure staff, also at the same time secure Ms. Dumego to make sure that no one is meddling while the process of the investigation is being sought out. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure,
Can
thank you.
I just, before
Yes.
Honorable Nkosi, before you proceed, I just want to make this announcement. I've actually stopped in doing so. I want to remind members, the department and entities, that most of our meetings are being streamed live. We had a situation where I was lambasted yesterday with various news media to request that those participating in this meeting switch their videos on. Now, since this meeting is publicly, streamed, it would be great, honorable members and guests, for everyone to switch on their videos when they speak, unless even when they have a problem. It helps us also to engage in a transparent fashion, to read the body language, and also to make it relatable to the public out there. It looks so secretive there at the back and you can't see. We want to put a face to the name. So members are not forced to do that. And I don't want to force members. I don't want to force the public. I don't want to force the visitors. But I want to humble request to you to be open when it comes to accountability and switch your video on. Don't be scared. Even if you are in bed, switch your video on. We will understand. Proceed, Honorable Nkosi.
Yo?
It happened, Minister. People are in bed and they are. That's why they are not switching their videos on.
As long as we don't see the partners, just the person speaking.
Proceed, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question from your response around the whistleblowing that was sent through. Had this member applied for the CEO position, the former? Has she also sent in an application to be the CEO? Mrs. Madlala, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I was changing devices. I apologize through you, Chair. I was changing devices because my other laptop for work is brand new, everything, but the camera sometimes doesn't work. So I wanted to make sure that I can switch on my camera, Chair. I don't see myself, but I hope I am visible.
We can see you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much. So I am alive. I am not in bed. So I think without going into details, the position is normally applied by more than 100 people. And then the recruitment is based on the spec, who qualifies, who's got 15 years of senior
Got a
executive
series of
management.
questions then.
Yes.
I just want you to please be direct with me because it's just a few questions around this before I move on to the other stuff around governance. I want to know specifically about the former. Ms. Dumego. Did she
Yes.
apply for the position?
Let me then allow, I think we've got our HR head who can then go into those details if she had applied, because there were more than 100 applications. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Bam, if you do recollect the details, may you please answer? Thank you.
Please proceed. Let us be snappy. It's the NFVF. We must be snappy. Please unmute, Ms. Bam. Unmute. Can we unmute Ms. Baum?
I see Ms. Madlala left the call. Chair, maybe
Through you, Chair, I am here. I was waiting for Miss Bam because I could see she's talking on camera. So I was hoping
okay.
she could unmute. The reason I don't want us to guess, she's the one who handled, especially the CO position from the entire 100 and something applications, assisting the council with shortlisting and interview. So we must hear from her as the head of HR. Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi?
Yes, I'm waiting to it's a question. It's Chair, I need the questions to be answered in sequence because I would like to follow up looking at the timelines. The first question I have is, did she apply for the position of the CEO? And I have not yet received the response to that because I'm looking at the timeline, Chair. If the applications closed on the 22nd of June, it would be very important for me to understand if she had put in her application, considering that the whistleblowing
NFVF?
is hear me?
We lost you for a moment, Honorable Nkosi, but you are welcome to repeat your question.
Yes, I would like to know if she had applied for the CEO position.
NFVF?
Through you, Chair, in the meantime, so that the meeting can progress well, while Ms. Bam, our head of HR, is trying to sort out the technicality, because I'm not sure, because we saw her talking. At this point, I am not sure. She will confirm, but Ms. Dumego had indicated during the engagements of the whistleblower or suspension that she did apply. That's why I was requesting Ms. Bam to confirm. The reason she's the only one who can confirm, as I say, this is a CO position. Only she was assisting the council, and since I'm acting CO, I was not involved, so I wouldn't know the direct answer, and we mustn't guess. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes.
Yes. Proceed.
Are you able to hear me, Chair?
Yes,
we
we
can
are.
hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to get my camera. I don't know why it's not activated. But just not to waste any time, Chair. Yes, Ms. Dumego applied for the position. She was one of the internal candidates in the entity. Thank you.
Okay. And was she shortlisted?
No, she wasn't shortlisted, Chair.
Okay. Next question, did she qualify for the role?
She didn't meet all the job requirements with regards to the her experience.
To her experience. All right.
Yes.
And then in terms of
I think, Honorable Nkosi, is a valuable question that you asked there, and what I will encourage in future, when people apply for this job, very high position, they must also, let them have right test on how to use Zoom, how to mute, how to unmute, how to put on your camera, because this is the difficulty throughout all entities. For someone in this position, CEO and CFO, that does not know how to use the mute button. Proceed, Honorable Nkosi.
Maybe the reason why I'm trying to get to this, I just want to understand what process was followed. We speak about governance and the fact that the NVF is trying to get its governance back on point. I would like to know, particularly around the process of her suspension. And I'm saying this, Chair, because there's been multiple acting CEOs, acting roles, and now they said there is the finalization, we're glad, of this new CEO that has been appointed, that has signed. But ideally would also like to make sure that the process followed leading up to that was also of a governance standard that is acceptable. When she was being suspended, was the suspension done through the council?
Through
Yes,
Chair,
Chair.
yes, it was. Yeah.
It was, is that Ms. Badlala?
Yes, because she
Okay.
was acting CEO, so the CEO reports to council. So it's the council only that could do that process. Thank you.
All right. And were you part of the same council?
At that time, yes, I was. At the time, I was.
And the same council chose you to be the then acting CEO?
Not initially. So initially, we requested the department if it could check if it still has capacity to assist the NFVF to send somebody. And then after 2 weeks, when it appeared as if maybe there wasn't capacity, and also the entity was entering July, which is audit phase. Staff was already leaking things to media about the entities on autopilot. So the council needed to then find another way how to support the department and itself in order to manage the crisis that now was there. So I will then, if then the line of questioning is then regarding the appointments, Honorable Chair, I will then like to leave it so that the council then answer from now on. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine. The council can then assist. And I think you will still be able to assist because it's relating to the time that you were in the council. So you should still be able to respond on those. I'm worried about a conflict of interest, Ms. Madlala, because you sit on a council that makes a decision on a former CEO and then you get appointed by the same council. I don't know, does that not look like you to you as a CEO as a direct conflict of interest?
Through Chair, it might sound as such at overall. However, on the detail, which I'm now sharing, not. On the day when this decision was made, because the biggest challenge was that the whistleblower was signed as NFVF staff. So now no one knows who's affected, who's not affected. So I then, when the council resolved that one of us must assist, one of us who's suitable, who knows PFMA and accounting and audits and all of those things, and I was then chosen through the voting. Other people had raised their hand, so I was not the only one. I then, as part of the governance structures, that provides that the conflict of
Sorry,
interest.
Chair. Sorry, Sister Madlala.
Yes.
Member Khabod asking that you please show your face.
Oh, yes, again. I'm so sorry. I hope I'm showing. Yeah, I hope I'm showing. Please confirm, am I showing?
Yes,
Yes,
you're
you
showing.
are.
Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. So as part of making sure that the conflict of interest is minimized, because we do apply strict governance, I then resigned immediately after the voting of that day from being a council member. And then additionally, the council then did say the condition for the person that will go and assist for the 3 months. We knew it was going to be a short one because the position had already closed for adverts. That person will then go on a cool-off period after. So since I'm going to be there for 3 months, I'm also going to be on a cool-off period where I'm not a council member to make sure that there's no conflict of interest. So of major task was to ensure that the entity goes through July for the audit, and also then we had a filmmaker sit in to manage that, also make sure that all the processes are done and are done accordingly. And then personally, as Nondumiso Madlala, I'm a chartered accountant and I value integrity, and I would never put myself in a situation that is not proper. So I hope that counts to something, that I laid my entire lifetime career down as a sign that everything is above board. Thank you so much.
So just to be sure, are you saying that because you decided after the fact to resign from the board, there's no conflict of interest? You're saying that proper governance was followed, that a board member who sat in an engagement that dismissed another staff member goes on to take that role and only resigns after the role, and no conflict can be recorded as such. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because the two matters are not really related. Ms. Dumego is still working at NFVF, gets paid every month. She was just suspended so that the allegations that came from outside
I'm
sent
not
to all
speaking about that,
structures.
sis. I'm speaking about governance. You just said you've got integrity and you're a chartered
Yes, I
accountant
do.
and you're the
Yes.
acting CEO. You should know about governance. I've just asked you a question now. According to how you've explained, are you saying that strict governance was followed in the process that you were appointed on there as an acting CEO, and that there isn't any conflict of interest, that you're the part of the council that removed the former acting CEO, that you then went on to act as the CEO? I'm asking if there is no conflict and if that was good governance. And you're saying to me, yes, as a chartered accountant and as a CEO, you believe that is a form of good governance, strict good governance.
Yes, it is. And it can
No
be
problem.
proven that a CEO has now been appointed because it was
No
just a
problem. I'll
short
move on. It's fine. You've given me an answer according. No. It's okay. It's okay. You've explained over and over again. I don't believe it's good governance. It's actually not good governance, but it's okay. You've just said on record that that is good governance. That's fine. We
It
move on.
sounds like this, Honorable Nkosi. The new CEO has been there before as a council member in 2018, and then was an acting CEO after the resignation of the then CEO. It's a little bit nice magic. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Yes, I can hear you.
Proceed.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know if it's my connection or what, but I had also lost you a little bit, Chair, there. The next part of the question I've got is, since this member has been suspended, did she get her charge sheet? Does she know what she's being suspended for as the acting CEO?
I would like to allow council to ask that, because as I said, governance, I'm no longer involved in the matters of Ms. Dumego. From 3rd of July, when I step off council, I do not know about those matters because of that good governance and separation of responsibility. So I allow council to then answer. Thank you.
You are the acting CEO. That is an operational matter. You should be able to respond to that. Angithi any HR matter that happens within the council or the NVF, you would be in charge of operationally as the acting CEO. HR is a function of the CEO through the HR director or manager, whatever that you have, but you've got full oversight over HR as part of your role as a CEO. I'm asking internally, because she is a staff member, you've said to us in this committee, she still remains a staff member. She's still paid by you guys. I'm asking if she received a charge sheet, you would know as the acting CEO coming in, not as a council member. I'm asking you now as someone who was the acting CEO before the appointment of the new CEO. Do you know if she was charged? And if not, why not? This is now almost 4 months later.
Yes, through you, Chair. Maybe if I may explain why I'm saying I'm not able to answer. Since Ms. Dumego was suspended as she was acting at the time. So her matter was sitting with council, and I left council. So separation of responsibilities such that I do not know of that particular matter because it's only handled at council.
You don't report to council. You don't report to council.
I do, but that
do
matter.
Not sit in council.
I don't anymore.
As an ex officio.
I do on the matters of normal governance, but not on this one. So it will be completely wrong for me to answer this one because it's a matter outside of me. It's at council level. So I'd like council to answer you on this one.
Okay, it's fine. Council, please respond to me. Let me explain to you. I've also once sat in a role that's very similar to you as an executive. And I know that even though you don't form part of council, you report to council, 1. 2, council, you sit in council's meeting because you need to give the operational account of the operations of the organization. So I'm very shocked that HR, which sits under operations, you would not have an idea if there was a charge or not a charge, but it's okay. You can pass it on to council. Who from council is going to be giving me a response? I'm just finding the operations and governance of this quite shady. And you guys said you're fixing governance, but it's already sounding very shady to me. Or maybe you're just dodging my questions. I'm not sure. Who from council is going to be able to assist with my lines of questions? Chair?
Yes,
Can we respond to the honourable member?
Hello, I cannot open my camera here, so I'm just speaking without a camera. Yes, we did communicate with.
Chairperson, can I raise on a point of
No,
order?
we need the camera.
Chairperson, can I raise on a point
If I
of
can
order,
just
please?
find the camera, I will, but I cannot. I can only speak
No, Chairperson,
as it
these
is.
people must not make their problems our problem. I think we're paying them enough money and we're providing them with the relevant gadgets that will enable them to participate in forums of this nature. We must reject and not accept this excuse that has been overused by these entities, Chairperson. Each and every person that must speak here must be able to show his or her face, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Honorable Khabo, I completely agree with you. I don't know why. Normally, it's attendance when we have network challenges, but we are not going to allow that Zoom meetings of this nature must be used as a reason for not contacting us. We are doing this and it also helps as an austerity measure to save money. But if they want us to summons them to Cape Town and to have these meetings in person, they must not provoke us. Can you please open your video? Honorable Nkosi, please wrap up your questions as well after the response. Mr. Niro?
I am trying to open my camera, Chair, but I honestly cannot. I do not see the camera anywhere. I cannot open the camera. I wonder if the Vice Chair, Mr. Khadebe, can perhaps open his camera and answer the questions.
Where are you? Are you all in one room or are you all back at your home or offices?
We are at home.
Oh, okay.
It's at the bottom left of your screen, sir. On the either it's a tablet or phone anyway. It should be there.
Yeah. What gadget are you using?
Can you see me now?
There we go.
Yes.
So we are
thank you.
giving
Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for telling me
as well.
I would also, if with all due respect to the chair, also ask Mr. Khadebe, who's the vice chair, who also has a lot of information about these questions, to assist me in answering these questions, Mr. Khadebe. If you can also just be present, please.
Thank you.
That's fine. I'm asking the chair now of the council. I'm speaking to the chair of the council. I'd like to know, Chair, since you're the leader of the council, did she get her charge sheet?
She got a charge sheet. We communicated with her what the complaints were, and we talked to her.
When did she get her charge sheet?
Shortly after the whistleblower made allegations, and we had a meeting with her, and we communicated that with her.
Are you able to share that charge sheet with us, please? The signed charge sheet?
I haven't got the charge sheet with me in front of me, but I can tell you what some of the allegations were.
Yeah.
So some of the allegations were that she was rude, that she bullied, and that she created a toxic work environment. Those were some of the allegations.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to ask Chair, please, that they share. Oh, am I wrapping up already? Okay. I'm going to please ask that we get those chart sheets shared with us. And the reason for that, Chair, is I believe that even in that process, from the information I received, there wasn't a followed process in terms of doing things correctly. And I believe you guys know that that case is currently sitting at the CCMA. And I'm asking this because while there's a pending case like that, you guys went on to make appointments, which is great because that's what we've needed. But there's also then a discrepancy in terms of the governance around how you guys appoint or who you to appoint or disappoint to the board, because then the question is, if is the correct process then being followed in terms of making
Honorable Kosi, can you switch off your video?
people are
Your
appointed
bandwidth is bad.
correctly and that they stay in the rules. Next question with I think let someone else continue. I will probably get a second bite later. Let me
Maybe
get
the Honorable
my
Mataung.
bandwidth sorted.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Chair, I think mine, it will go to the department first. I'd love to ask the department and the minister, in the past 18 months, whereby NFVF as one of your best entities, and found out that they were operating without a CEO, what sort of measures did the department do to make sure that this entity do operate with a CEO? I'll stand there for now, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, through you.
Minister, can you switch off your video? Your
Chair?
bandwidth seems to be bad.
Oh, now can through you, Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Chair, what we've done, Honorable what we've done, Honorable, is that we have appointed a CEO. We went through the whole process. The council has gone through the whole process of appointing a CEO, because when I took over as the minister, there was no CEO. We went through the whole process and we appointed the first CEO. He then resigned a few months in the job. We then went through the second process where we appointed another CEO. And when I had to sign her appointment letter, after signing her appointment letter, she apparently, I don't know, was it an issue of money, but then she said no, she's no longer taking the job after going through all the vigorous processes by the council. So there's nothing more I could have done, but my instructions is very clear. We must now get a third CEO. Thank you, Honorable Mtaung.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, there's two things that I think in all the entities that they coming before us, especially in the committee, Chair, they fail to present themselves. So I don't know whether they do have experience and expertise in the field that they want to be CEOs or they want to be HR managers and stuff. So does this CEO, the new one, have experience and expertise in the field of filming and resource unit?
My apologies, Honorable Mataung, proceed.
Now, Chair, my question was, is the new CEO have experience and expertise? And is he really fit to do this job? Because it seems like that, Chair, we always have in these entities 90% of the time, we find that there's people who are interested into getting into this, but once they find out that these jobs are quite difficult, they just up and leave without any notice. So we just want to find out if this CEO that is just nominated now, and before we even celebrate, does he has an experience and expertise in the industry of the film and resource?
Through you, Chair, I'll ask the HR head to take the committee into confidence as she would have supported the council and she
Yeah.
knows the entire CV. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, please, because we have situations where people resign within a month. That's a very important question. HR.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let me do this. The candidate that has accepted our offer, Chair, he does have experience in the media, even with regards to his qualifications. He has a PhD in media in cultural and media studies. So in terms of and his experience, we talk of an experience over 21 years, and he's well known as well. He has been here. He was a former NFF employee, so he has historical in terms of the historical background in the film and video space. So this is a candidate that's going to walk into the position with great knowledge, with in-depth knowledge rather, in the industry. And I think this is a candidate that is also going to be well accepted as well within the community of the film and video industry as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, before that, you know, sometimes we speak nicely about people and we say they will be accepted by the community at large. And once they start stepping in and we want delivery, we want accountability, then people tend to run away. So I just want to find out, in your appointment, do you have policies in place? Do you know what is entailing to do? What is it that he needs to deliver within a certain period of time? I know at the present moment we had an engagement regarding the PES 25-26. Was the CEO being engaged about the problems that you guys are having at the present moment, so that when he gets in, then you know what sort of things that he needs to tackle?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll respond. Oh gosh, how did I lose this now? Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed on
Yes.
Bam, now that you have arrived safe home.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when we subject candidates to interviews, within the NFVF, we subject them to competency-based questions. With those competency-based questions, which are around the role the individual will be performing. At a CEO, at each level of the organization, job holders do have key responsibilities which focus on the job. So one of the requirements of a CEO is to ensure that they deliver on the mandate. So that's one of the strategic initiatives. And an individual that's going to be able to work with internal employees to drive the strategy and execute that strategy. So that's what, when you're subjected through an interview, you are tested, thoroughly tested. And in this case, the candidates who participated in the interview, that was the questions centered around their past experiences and current work experience. And as well, just to touch on that, to expand the process expands to areas of which becomes the second leg of the interview, where a candidate is then expected to be subjected now to psychometric assessments. Now with psychometric assessments, we test the following, which is we test the cognitive process, the critical reasoning at that level. And so where we test the individual, if they're able to make decisions, they're able to, in terms of their judgments, and also what is also key, emotional intelligence, integrity issues. And the last one on the psychometric assessment is to then ensure that you then assess the person to the position they've applied for. So those are key.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Nelisa. Thank you, because
Okay.
of that Louis explain is now. One other important factor. How many applications did you get for this position?
For this position, we received 112 applications.
Okay. When was the this position open for? When, like the date? It's okay. You can apply on this time. Yes, when in Lendole.
On the 22nd of July, we opened the job advert.
So 22nd of July.
July, yes.
Then you guys shortlisted.
Correct, sir. After we closed the advert.
After how many interviews did you guys shortlist?
The practice in the organization, we have one interview, and then you are taken through various stages of that interview process.
So how many people did you guys interview before you chose the CEO?
We selected from a short list. We conducted a long list, a short list, and eventually, so we interviewed
you're
the
not
long
responding
listed.
to me. You're not responding to the question. Remember, you said 100 candidates applied, right? So meaning after that you shortlisted. Let's say if I shortlist to 50 because we can see
Yes.
that there's this strong candidate. From the 50 candidates, it's an example. How many interviews did you conduct between July until to date, until you said that this is the rightful CEO?
Okay. We had interviews, so we had only one interview process that took place, not
Per person.
numerous interviews per person.
Per person.
Yes.
So you
Correct,
had
sir.
only one interview
Correct,
out
Chair.
of 100. So you interviewed
No.
100 people.
Chair, may I explain the process?
Okay.
So what
Yeah,
we do,
if you explain the process, what I also
Yes.
want you to do, Ms. Bam, is to tell this house, tell this members as to whether the appointed person has worked at any TV projects, any experience of any kind.
Okay, Chair, I'm not sure which one. Okay, let me explain first with the process itself. The process itself, once the job advert closes, we then shortlist. So the shortlisted candidates, out of the number that we received, the number went down to 17 candidates. So out of those 17 candidates, we then further shortlisted, which went down to 5 candidates. So those 5 candidates were then, those were the candidates that then competed amongst each other during the interview. Chair, you had another question.
Okay.
I wanted to add to your question, Honorable Member, as to whether the appointed person has any film or TV project or whatever experience.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Chair. The candidate he was initially the acting CEO, and a former board member. Even in terms of his work experience, the individual has been in the film and video and in the media industry. So they do have valuable experience.
So he has done films, he has directed, he has... Okay, can you name only one film for me?
Not specifically, Chair. When we recruit candidates, we do not specifically, especially at a CEO level. It's at a CEO level, we do not look specifically for somebody with
So you look at education. You look at education.
and overall in the experience, if they, yes, because they're coming in to lead the organization.
That's the problem we have. That's the problem we have, because of now, you're taking a person who has never been to the grassroots in terms of the film. Remember, the institution that you guys at is a developmental institution. So if I, for one, I'm from AFTA, fresh from school, I've never done any film, I have 1,000 credits and whatsoever, then I apply for that job, then you give me that opportunity to be a CEO without any experience and expertise, running the ground, making sure that I've dealt with producers, I've dealt with writers, I've dealt with content creators and individuals. Then how will I be able to handle this scope of work and dealing with artists that come to your studios 90% of the time and sleep there because of you guys are failing to take out the funding at the end of the day? So, and this cannot be true. You cannot have 100 applications, then suddenly you choose 15. And from those 15, what kind of criteria did you use to choose? For instance, you said the person has been working at NFVF for a very long time, has been there before. So, meaning this person was handpicked. There is no way that you could have chosen somebody else, if I may ask. You chose him because of you knew him and you understand him better. And because of you guys had a good working relationship with him over the years back. Isn't that so?
Yeah, honorable member, I would want you to go to the next question. You have confirmation that there is no film and no any TV project experience or have been worked before. I think we have confirmation on that. We can go to the next question.
Okay, Chair, it's nice again because of I'm speaking to the HR lady. Just want to find out something. The letter that you sent to Miss Dumeko, who was the content and the substance of the letter contained in these allegations against the former CEO? Who was the investigator there?
Through you, Chair, if I may
or maybe
answer.
we say who was tasked to investigate the allegations contained in that letter?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, if I may ask, I would request the department to speak on the issues of the investigation because at general, though I'm not involved, I am aware that it is the department that was requested to assist so that the investigation is above board. Thank you,
So
Chair.
is the department is the one that wrote the letter, or NFVF wrote the letter and asked the department for an assistant? I just want to get clarity there. Who wrote the letter?
Through you, Chair, I thought we were talking about the investigation, so that's
Yes.
why I was thinking the department will assist better because I am aware that the department was requested by council that it assist with the investigation so that it's above board. It's not being done at NFVF. So yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chairperson, the department maybe can answer this, Dr. Kumalo or Minister.
No, Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, indeed, the council through the chairperson wrote to the department requesting that the department assist them with the investigation. The minister did respond to the chairperson and set certain conditions to which the chairperson responded back on the 4th of August and accepted. And then the matter has then been escalated to the Forensic Investigation Unit of the department as of the 6th of August for a preliminary, as was indicated, for a preliminary investigation.
Okay, Dr. Khumalo, so what was the mandate or terms of reference given by the investigators?
At this stage, there are no investigators, Chair, because the process hasn't gone as far as that. As I have just indicated, the matter has just been referred on the 4th of August. The Chair responded back accepting the conditions. So the preliminary investigation will then commence inclusive. But there is an escalation letter that is now that has now been forwarded, and it outlines about 4 or 5, I don't have it in front of me, about 4 or 5 matters that are allegations, inclusive of the issues of use of abusive language, being a bully, and suspected interference with procurement processes. I think there's about 4 or 5 chairperson that are outlined there in the escalation letter.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the department and the NFVF again. So if a person is harsh at his work and wanting to put measures to say this is how we need to conduct ourselves, and if people who are employed don't meet deadlines, does it mean that person is not supposed to be harsh? Then why again is she being paid a salary? That means she's still active, but at the same time, you guys introduce a new CEO. So what will happen to her?
Through your chair, if I may answer, and then HR, because this is a core HR question, will come in. So Ms. Dumego is on a precautionary suspension as a head of operations. So her acting ended on the day she was being suspended because she was acting. So she's paid her salary as her core permanent position of employment, and that is according to the labor relations. You can't fire somebody without
wait, Mama, wait. So you guys are saying it's better to keep her home and give her a salary than for her to be productive?
Let me allow Ms. Bam. That's why I was saying then on the core HR, I would like Ms. Bam to explain, because all of these things are linked to labor relations and the policies of NFVF, to explain why that decision, because it was being valued according to the whistleblower. It was not just a decision. There are guidance and protocols that needs to be followed. So Ms. Bam, if you may take the committee into confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the allegations that were brought forward on the whistleblowing report, there were a number of issues that were highlighted which focused on your bullying, racist remarks. So it wasn't just about the shouting, and other issues which border on, because we do have HR policies, which in our HR policies, with regards to insults, usage of vulgar language, it's not a corrective measure to address issues of performance. Issues of performance take their own direction, but where there's consistent usage of vulgar language.
Before you finish up, did she deliver on a mandate all the time, or Because now it seems like the way I look at it, the way I hear your response is like she was targeted, you know. And why I'm saying that is, how many whistleblowers did you guys have that you conducted interviews, maybe in the workplace, to say this is how she conducts herself? And did you ask again in terms of the misconducts that she was doing, in terms of all those individuals or that particular person that came forward to you guys as an HR or to whatever to say, these are the evidence based? Do you have any evidence based on black and white paper? Could be VNs, could be in because na recorder na kula malanga lawa abantu bayarekhoda umuntu makakhuluma into engathi iphuma eceleni samrekhoda sikwazi ukuthi somthengisa. So do you have that tangible evidence now? Because of now the way ngibheka ngakho, it seems like this, she's been targeted to say yazi lo ngathi uyahlupha uqinisa isandla kakhulu ayi ngcono simsuse sikwazi ukubona. Because for the past 18 months asikhuluma iqiniso bafethu, now you wouldn't want to be out of work for 18 months. Ulobele uhleli nje kuphela ungayenzi lutho ekhaya, ulobele ngathi manje ubhizilwana nezinto ezifana nalezi. Asike sikhulume amaqiniso. I think she was targeted. So we need, do you have concrete evidence, voice notes, could be pictures, sokufaka uMadlanga commission manje yethu ke commission, pictures, letters that she wrote to people, anything in terms of correspondence? As much as say she was too much involved in certain things, do you have that concrete evidence that will make her to be the bad person that we think she is now?
Through you, Chair, before, sorry,
Hello,
before,
sisinonomiso
yes.
makancane ngibuza HR. Wena uqeda ukungena manje for ukuba yi-CEO, not
Ngiyaxolisa. All right.
una 3 months ungene ukule position of CEO. So ima kancane. Asaphendula usiswe HR.
Chair, the individual has been on suspension. This is the second month, not 8 months. I'd like to correct that. This is the second month, not 8. In June,
Okay.
she was suspended on the 24th of June.
Okay.
Yes. So to date, Chair, she has not been subjected, she has not been subjected to a process. And with regards to the issue of an investigation internally, that has not taken place. This is when DISAC has assisted there to say they are in the process of looking into those allegations. So internally, there was a complaint that was formally sent to HR with regards to the racist remarks and vulgar language. So that does exist in a form of an email.
In the form of an email?
In a form of an email.
Okay. That's only one vulgar that was sent there in the form of an email, maybe disrupted, maybe the person, as was just said, as an HR, you do have a space for psychological aspects whereby people need to come in for psychology and do all those things. As an HR aspect, did you call her and what doesn't come and apply to these psychological things that we have within the house? Did you guys do that route now? Or you just decided to say, you know what, let's go to council, from council, let's go to DISAC, then from DISAC, then we decided to put her on suspension?
Chair, I'd like to advise that the suspension did not come through HR. In this instance, a whistleblowing report was sent, I think, to Parliament and to DISAC and to Council. So it was not, so this is a matter that was escalated outside the NFAF, which directly went, yes.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, I'll say my last question to the department and to the minister. Minister, I just want to find out, when one, they believe, has done a misconduct and a person sweat at somebody, and does that call for an immediate dismissal? Even though we know that that person can do or is good in his job, Can't we just get that person to seek for psychological problems, or we give that person a little bit of a break to go and seek psychology, and he can continue to do his own job? I thank you, Chair.
The Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I do agree fully with what Honorable Mtaung is saying, but I think the council is the portfolio committee is being misled here on two fronts, and we might get to it. When I heard, I don't know where racism comes from, because I was told the person was swearing a person. I was never told as the minister about racism, number one. My instruction when I heard, there's 2 points here, Chairperson. When I heard about the incident, I then said, okay, you don't need to suspend the person because the person has agreed that they have said those words. There's nothing to investigate. There's nothing to investigate if a person says, I did this thing. What are you investigating? And the person said, sorry. That's number one. I even said as a remedy, on top of, she must then maybe go back to a substantive post and not suspend the person, because what are you investigating? And the last point I want to understand, Chair, through you. The act of the NFVF is very clear that you cannot, the only person that can act is an employee of the NFVF. The current person speaking here, you're not an employee. You come from the board. A board member is not an employee. The act of the NFVF says when you act as a CEO, it can only be an employee. Now, how we warned against this, and I am shocked to hear that my advice and warnings to follow the act has not been followed. Who took that decision? Honorable Chair. I can tell you the lady that was suspended, it has now become very clear she was targeted because she did swear. She didn't waste our time by lying. She said, I lost my cool. I'm sorry. What should I do? So I agree with Honorable Mtaung. So maybe, Honorable Chair, the questions can be answered. You can be answered to say, how do you get a person that's not an employee to act while the act speaks differently? And I did advise through a letter, which I will share right now with the committee immediately, that I warned against the acting of taking somebody that is not an employee, one. And I warned and say that, guys, we don't need to waste money. The lady said she's sorry. We can get a counseling or something. But do not, what are you investigating? Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me get those letters to forward immediately.
Thank you, Minister. I think this is a very long-awaited meeting, and I want to thank the honourable member for his interrogation, which stems immediately. It stems down to transparency. It stems down to accountability. It stems down to openness. It stems down to fairness. Now, I'm going to reverse one step back, and I want the portfolio secretary to minute what I'm saying here. We will now call upon NVF to submit the top 3 candidates to us for further scrutiny in terms of their qualifications and their experiences and whether justice has prevailed. I'm now going to call upon Honorable Khabo, you next, and I see you have disappeared. I know you want to be last all the time, but it's your opportunity now.
No, I don't want to be last, Chairperson. My apology. I'm just trying to locate myself properly. My network is a bit problematic. Maybe I can come after the other member, but not the
Yeah,
last.
thank you. The next honorable member on my list, I have learned through some of the honorable members after last night's meeting, or the day before yesterday's meeting that they have actually baptized her the Honorable Potty. So it's not me asking the Honorable Potgieter, it is the Honorable members say they want the Honorable Potty.
That was Honorable Mtetwa. I blame him for that. I'm going to be reliving that for the next 20 years. So thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. I'll take it as my stage name and with the grace that I think was meant. Chairperson, I would go further. I would like a full list of the shortlisted candidates, as well as the final scoring lists, etc. You know, when I was younger, I used to love a show called Isidingo, and I don't think we could write up a script that was better than that, but I'm starting to think that this one is a lot better. And I battled to wrap my head around exactly what's going on here. There seems to be, you know, following the forensic investigation in 2018, there's a very identical pattern that's happening. When the permanent CEO resigned, then Shadrack Bakaba was moved in as acting CEO. He moved from the council into management. Then a permanent CEO was appointed and they resigned before their contract ended. Then an acting CEO was placed into that position and was placed on administrative leave. Then we had another DSEC had to intervene and put in an acting CEO. Then they had to do it again and they had to redeploy somebody from another entity. Then we've got in 2025 another permanent CEO who resigned very shortly. And we have two acting CEOs, one of which was suspended. And now we've had somebody again move from the council to act as CEO. And we've now gone full circle back to 2018 and appointed the person who was acting the first time round. And I think you're going to have to replay that to understand exactly what's going on here, but it's almost like watching a cycle repeat itself. I really do think that we need to see the process that was followed, because it seems that this particular entity suffers from a lot of allegations, and in particular, allegations surrounding the rigging of appointments, which has never really been properly dealt with. And I don't think that the current process gives us a lot of confidence. You said you asked competency questions, but you also say in your presentation that before you appoint someone, you will ensure that they go through verification, vetting, all the legal requirements, conflict of interest, competency. Has that been done before you've now made this announcement on this platform that this person is being appointed?
Yes, Chair, that has been done.
So those documents will be able to be supplied to the committee then, is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. Chair, can we get an indication of when we can get those documents alongside the shortlisting, etc.? I find we ask for these things, and I can recall a meeting 6 months ago that we're still waiting for those documents.
Any response? When can we expect that documents?
I can send them through, Chair, this evening.
The other thing, I think the minister also said he was misled. Can someone speak to that? Because he said never ever were there racism mentioned in your submission to him. Before Honorable Potgieter proceed.
If I may respond, Chair?
Yeah, please do.
On the racism issue, it does fall part, it is in the whistleblowing report, where it specifically refers to one group that has been appointed, that was appointed.
That's fine. That's fine. I just wanted confirmation.
Yeah.
Proceed,
Yes,
Honorable
no, 100%.
Thank you. Can you tell me just quickly, which of your council members sat on the interview panel?
On the interview panel, we had 4 council members. We had the chairperson of the board. He was Mr. Leon and Van Mierop, Mr. Simon Clark, Ms. Ongopozi. I'm sorry. I just want to go to my list. Mr. Chadlow.
Those were the 4.
Yes, those were the 4, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you. Don't promote me. My colleague will have a part after this. My question then is next to the Minister. And Minister, I say this because I have a very big conflict of interest OCD problem. I really do. And I have to agree with the Honourable Nkosi that there cannot be any conflict of interest in government. This far exceeds, political office and the sort of members of parliaments, etc., because these people deal with public money. So I would like to ask from yourself, before you appointed board members, and it's a 2-part question, what conflicts of interest, business interest or political interest declarations were made that assures you that these people are acting in the best interest of South Africa on this board?
I've never heard about political interest being made on any board in the state. So I didn't do any of those because in our constitution, people have the right of political association. People are being appointed to boards all the time, and we don't ask them which political party they belong to. I don't know why should it start with me.
Yeah, Minister, and I think, it's not about affiliation. I don't think everybody's affiliated. Every single one of us, I hope. If you're not voting, then I would question your sanity. But every one of us votes one way or the other. And that's our democratic right. I don't dispute that. But I do think that where there is a definitive link, between a party and a government institution, that does need to be declared, because it is open for abuse. Whether you don't abuse it or somebody else does, it is still open to abuse. There are 5 actually members of the NFVF board and council who are directly linked to your party, and I will say that is problematic for me. And 2 of these now sat on the committee that basically, 2 sat on the committee that chose the CEO. So if a conflict of interest wasn't done or declared, it is problematic.
How are they linked? If I may ask, Honourable Otto, how are they linked? You tell us how they are linked. Because the PA has got more than 1 million members. I would really, really, really love to hear that you must show the same bravery you show in the newspapers when you speak about me every day. So you tell me how they are linked so that we can ventilate this matter right now between me and you. Start with telling me how they are linked.
No problem, Minister. Before I do that, I'd just like to get into the second part of my question or request, because essentially Parliament has also itemized that there is a distinctive problem with several members appearing on different boards. It essentially diverts the ability to do your job effectively. It also creates a conflict of interest between these boards. The particular members that were on the panel that chose the CEO are Simon Clark and Chad Lowe. And I think those are detailed in the response that you gave me previously in Parliament with regards to your board appointments. And really all I'm asking for is a conviction from yourself that says, yes, you took due diligence in appointing these people. I'm not asking what their affiliation is. I'm just asking that they are doing their job on a particularly problematic organization, because this organization is very problematic. Last year, they nominated a film for Oscar nomination, and I don't even know if they actually invited you to what the producers actually wanted you to come to. I would have thought that you would have attended it, but from what I can see, I don't think it even reached you. They then left them high and dry. I had to phone them and say, well, at least give them a response. The activity that's going on in this particular foundation has been long problematic. I won't dispute that. It didn't start yesterday. It started years ago. But I would think that when you appointed a board and a council to oversee them, that they would be beyond reproach. And that's all I'm asking you. So with regards to that, the 2 members, obviously, was Chad Lowe, who sits on the NFVF. As far as I know, I don't know if he's moved since then, but as far as the information I have is that he sat there. And he joined your party publicly. Correct. Then we've got Simon Clark, who sits not only on the National Film and Video Foundation, but also on the National Arts Council, which is also a problematic entity that we are seeing today, and as you know, has seen various issues, including the dissolution of the council by yourself, who is related in a business relationship with yourself. Then we've got several other members of the NFVF Council who are either family friends of each other or who are business partners of your head of legal, etc., and so forth. And I'm happy to provide that for you. But I don't want to get into a political debate with you. Really, all I'm asking for is that you have taken due diligence in appointing them, that you can give us the confidence as the committee so we can put this matter to rest and stop debating it, that they have been placed and they've undertaken the correct declarations that they are required to do so. Because this is a problematic organization and it doesn't appear that they are putting themselves right.
No, thank you. Now, here's the issue. Honorable Potgieter, you don't get to make an allegation, and when we are facing each other, and then you are now talking something else. Let me first answer the question before I show you how wrong you are. Number one, the two people that you've mentioned, Simon Clark is a member of your party, the Democratic Alliance. He's not a member of the PA. Chetlow joined publicly the PA. He also left the PA publicly. In all the newspapers, it was thing. And Simon Clark has moved to the DA a long time ago, probably 6, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, I think. And what you're
Just to
saying,
clarify, Minister, Simon Clark is a business partner. I did not say that he was a member of the PA. He was a
you
former
said
business partner.
political before you said.
Honorable Potgieter, I think make a note if you disagree with the minister, but let's give the minister an opportunity to respond. I think the questions, there's nothing wrong with the questions. It's asked in good faith to assess transparency. And I think that is important. Minister, proceed.
Thank you so much. When you become a minister, you relinquish all business interests and you stand away from that. So as I'm sitting right here as a minister, you're dealing with me in relation to being a minister. I have no business interests, none whatsoever. I have given my son control of all the businesses I was involved in. So you are dealing with me currently. There's no business interest. You are trying to make a political statement. You can deny that all you like. There is still no one there that I have a relationship with, either business or other than them being just a member of any political party. The fact that Chetlow has left the PA while he's still a member of the board publicly, and he's still a member of the board, must tell you that politics play no part in my decision. Nothing illustrates the point more than that. It was in every newspaper. And thirdly, you've been going around in the newspapers as late as yesterday, firstly saying that I ran away from the portfolio committee, which was a lie. I never ran away. It was a blatant lie. And you said I ran away from the portfolio committee yesterday. The honorable chairperson gave me permission to attend the day before yesterday, the meeting of Honorable Simelani. Lastly, I went to go check all the board members that are part of the Patriotic Alliance. And we got to 15%, 7%, between 7% of people that are sitting on this board are members of Patriotic Alliance. Now, that must tell you that if I was deliberate in wanting to bring PA people here, people from the Patriotic Alliance, trust me, there would not have been 7%. You can trust me. I'm an achiever. I am a high achiever. And 7%, even in my worst day at school, I never got 7% in anything I ever did. So there's no intention whatsoever to politicize these boards. There's more members of the Democratic Alliance on this board. There's more members of the ANC than there are members of the PA. There's more members of other parties. So I just needed this lie. I'm aware that, I'm in the papers every day. There's a campaign being run through me using lies about me. But I want to assure South Africans today, there is nobody there that is there because of politics. You talked about, you can prove it, Eugene Botha, which is a lawyer, one of the many lawyers that we have as a family. I disbanded that board, the NAC. He took me to court and he won. That must tell you, if he was a political appointment, he would have gotten a political instruction to stand back. I do my job, and I take huge exception to you running to the media every time with my name, with no proof. I said nothing when you took me to the public protector, but it's becoming very, it's tiresome that every day I have to answer questions regarding yourself lying about me. It has to stop somewhere. Today, you say it's political. It's not, you changed totally. You said Simon and Chet was political. I've proven to you now. So I'll wait for more names, for you to give me more names with political, so I can answer each and every name because I've got nothing to hide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
The Honourable Potgieter.
I was clear. I asked what conflicts of interest was done in terms of business interests and political interests. You asked me for the names, and I have several more, but we're dealing with different entities after this, and I'm happy to give those. I think we are all politicians by nature, and you, as much as I do, are in the media with regards to politics. But I'm sitting here today asking you as a member of this portfolio committee to give us a conviction that you are satisfied that the processes that you used to deploy these people to the boards was above board. That's all I'm asking. I'm not having a political fight with you. I'm not going to bring up the things you've said in the media. I don't think it's relevant. But that is the world we live in. We are politicians. All I'm asking is what conflicts of interest and vetting was done with regards to these persons. If I'm wrong, then please, by all means, Minister, then tell me that I'm wrong. That's why I ask these questions. But if I don't get a substantive answer from you that gives me, confirmation that what I'm asking you has received an answer that is sufficient for our purposes, then I'm still going to keep asking those questions. But if you answer them sufficiently and you say, look, these people were put onto the board, they have absolutely nothing to do with me, they declared their interests, we're completely certain that they acted above board. But we have a serious problem with the appointments of CEOs here, and I cannot gloss over the fact that there are questions around the appointments of the people to this board. And that's all I'm simply asking. I'm not picking a fight with you. And I'm really I'm looking for a response to that. So I would appreciate that. They do oversee CEO and CFO appointments. They do manage public money. And really what I'm trying to get is if the leadership instability that's happening in these organizations, whether or not your department has assessed, is this related to the organizations themselves, or are the boards problematic and they're involved in this leadership instability that is happening? And I do think that where you have organizations that you have taken over, because believe me, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture didn't, crumble overnight. I believe that they have not been supporting these sectors for many, many years. But we have to be strong enough to put in place leadership that is going to take the best interests of South Africans at heart. And that's really all I'm asking. We can have our fights in the media and outside this room. I'm happy to do that. I think we're both adult enough to be able to manage ourselves. And, you can refute me and I can refute you and we go on with our lives. But in this committee, I would really just ask, and to be perfectly honest with you, if I got a sufficient answer on this, that puts the matter to bed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Potgieter. I think, firstly, you can go up and down. So the best way to find this out is if I've done something wrong, or you've done something wrong. You did say they are PA associated. That's how you started. The record can show that. And so I think the best thing to do is you secondly say that you're asking me as a member of the portfolio committee. That's why I'm answering you. I don't answer to you. I don't answer to your party. But I answered to you because you're a member of the portfolio committee. Ordinarily, you would never have been able to ask me any questions and I would have answered you. Neither your party, but now I have to answer. So I'm not blind here where I am. So I think the best thing we can do right now, you point out to me which legislation I've breached. Because you accuse me, I deny the accusation. So you tell me which legislation I've breached.
Yeah, Minister, I think you're correct. We can go back and forth on this, and we've spoken about the King Code before, and you thinking that it's a suggestion and not, relevant to these exact things. But I think the court precedence with regards to cadre deployments in state-owned entities and organizations has been long proven. The courts have already ruled on this. What I would suggest, Chair, is I'm happy to send this to the Minister, and he can respond to it instead of us having a debate back and forth, because I don't think we're going to agree on this particular matter, because there are concerns with a number of these individuals. And I would like to put the matter to bed so that we can talk about essentially what these organizations are going to do to turn things around. But what I really wanted to know from the Minister is whether or not he has performed these conflicts of interest and vetting undertakings, which he has confirmed that hasn't happened, and whether or not the leadership instability is related in some way to the boards. That's really what I was getting at. But I'm happy to submit the rest to you, and you can take your time in writing it, and we can have that discussion. Unless you really want to ventilate it here, but I don't know if the chairperson is going to allow us the time to do that.
Honorable Potgieter, I will allow any question of any nature that you have asked, as long as it's around transparency and accountability. But what I cannot allow is for members, and that is for this whole committee members. We all know that they belong to various different parties. Outside this domain, outside this committee meeting, they can do whatever they want to do outside. It must not come in here. We must deal with the issues at hand. And we have now seen here with the interrogation of NVF, what has transpired. We've seen with many other entities. What we are asking here must be based on accountability, must be based on transparency, and we must have an answer and a response to the public of what is happening here, because all of us, Honorable Minister, represent the people outside there. And if the debate is steered in that direction pertaining to what is presented to us and what has been asked, to get clarity between blur lines of party and state, and if there's responses, and that responses is to the dissatisfaction of some members, because it's not only the only member who have come to this meeting and asked these questions. These questions are coming, whether they're politically motivated, whether or not, I can't tell. But again, outside this domain, we will hit and we will fight whoever outside. But when we come to this meeting, it's about issues pertaining to what is in front of us. And what is in front of us is the issue of the governance of NFVF. And within that, a lot of things has transpired that may give reason to questions, fairly so, that members may ask. Honorable Potgieter, please wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to ask with regards to the multiple board membership, because this was flagged by Parliament, and not our committee per se, but by Parliament itself as being problematic. We have a number of NFVF members who are multiple board members. And correct me if I'm wrong, because perhaps this has changed over time, but this is the list that I have from the beginning of this year that was provided through questions to Parliament. But we've got Simon Clark, who sits on the NFVF and the NAC, but prior evidence also places him on the JRA board in Johannesburg. So I'm trying to see where how he would be able to manage all three of these. We've then got Mkhotsi, who's also on the NFVF and the NAC. We've got, I think it's Antimzeli, who's also on NFVF and the NAC. And then Tony Ferreira, I think he's just on the NFVF, if I'm not mistaken. Then we've got Radebe, who was on the NFVF deputy chair. National Museum, KZN Museum, and Boxing SA. I think those were pretty much the ones I picked up, and I'm just trying to understand the rationale between multiple board memberships, particularly because the Public Service Commission has highlighted this as one of the huge governance risks that exist at national government.
When it comes to people applying for multiple boards, there is nothing statutory stopping people from applying to different boards. I, in the past, have sat on 4 or 5 boards myself prior to becoming a minister. A person that's multi-skilled brings the same skill to each entity. And it always comes down to every board meeting, every council meeting, cabinet meeting, whatever meeting, portfolio committee meeting, you have to declare if there's a conflict of interest. Now, I cannot answer for people if they are conflicted. People can answer for themselves if they are conflicted. But I think on the basis of people sitting on multiple boards, if they have that skill, why not?
Yeah, I
Thank
think, Minister, we can agree to disagree. I think there's huge potential for abuse here. I honestly do. And I don't think, particularly where one is a funding and one is a recipient, it becomes very problematic. We've had this debate before, and that's why we called in the PSC previously. And I am very concerned about it because it cannot be that multiple people are serving on different boards when government itself has highlighted this as a risk, a huge risk. It's not a statutory obligation per se, but it's contained in the King Code, which governs boards. And that's the code that they operate by. So I don't agree on this at all. And I think it's highly problematic, but I'll leave it there if that's your response. Then I would just, sorry, Minister.
No, I was just saying that's not entirely what the King Code is saying. The King Code in itself does not prohibit people sitting on multiple boards. The King Code, I can tell you, I know the King Code out of my head. It does not impose a numerical limit. That is false, what you just said. It does not. If you open the King Code, it will tell you. It does not put a numerical limit on how many boards you can sit. That's number one. Number two, that's your opinion. I can't be guided by your opinion. But I cannot allow you, even you go to the King 5, it will tell you there's not imposed a numerical limit on how many boards a person can sit. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable Minister, I want to read from my opening speech, and I also would like your response. Overboarding risks governance burnout, divided attention, scheduled conflict, and potential conflicts of interest. It undermines effective board oversight and inflates cumulative governance cost. I also want to refer to some of the meetings that we've had where we've been told, and I've mentioned the person by name, very exceptional and, highly responsible and effective individual within the department, which is Lebogang Mofwere. Are we not burning him out? We have situations where we have to rob Peter to pay Paul. Minister?
No, thank you. I think the best is I now whipped out the King report. The King report on corporate governance does not impose a numerical limit, as I said, on how many boards a person may serve on. Instead, it takes a principles-based approach, focusing on whether a director has the capacity, the time, and independence to discharge their duties effectively. We as parliamentarians sit on so many boards. We don't own the lone skill to sit on multiple boards. Yourself, Chair, myself, we sit on so many committees. Committees are boards. And how many committees do we sit as parliamentarians? We're not the only people that can do the job. I think there's smarter people out there with more time than ourselves that can also do the job like that. So let's agree to differ on this one. I agree with
Yeah,
King
but
on this one, Honorable
yes,
Chair.
but Minister, with the problems that we have in the department, don't you think that our strength will lies in power sharing?
No, we must not act like this department is not functioning well. I've seen when even Honorable Potty, when she's Honorable Potgieter, sorry, when Honorable Potgieter talk like the department is falling apart. In fact, this department under the DG Stella Kumalo is really it's one of the best performing departments in the government of national unity. Boards is not only a problem for this department. Every department in the GNU has a problem with boards, and we're working through it. And I agree with you, but the people sitting on 3 boards, honestly, Chair, is not too much. And the people are assessed to sit on those boards. But in this instance, I will go with the King report and not with Honorable Potgieter. Thank you.
Thanks,
Honorable
Chair.
Potgieter, please wrap up.
I will wrap up. Chair, I have one more question after this, but just to confirm, it's not about numerical. I never said once the King Code imposes numerical numbers, but I would refer the Minister back to the meeting where we had the Public Service Commission. And they highlighted this as a very huge governance risk. And that's really what I'm getting at. Just because something isn't prohibited doesn't mean it's right. And we can see that what's happening here is not right. And all I'm asking, Minister, is that you review this, you possibly have a discussion with the Public Service Commission, and you relook at how these boards are constituted and whether it's in the interest of the department to keep them that way, with multiple people sitting on boards, because you yourself have said that no conflict of interest or vetting or anything of that magnitude was done. Therefore, we can't ascertain that these people are overburdened or that they are able to manage the load, because they never undertook any declarations to that effect. So all I'm asking is that you have a look at it and you see for yourself whether or not because it's prohibited, but because whether it works or it doesn't work for the department, considering the issues that we're dealing with today.
No, thank you, Honorable Potgieter. They do have declarations, Honorable Potgieter. It's not entirely correct to say there's no declarations. They do have declarations. Then those board meeting cannot start without a declaration. And the Public Service Commission, with all due respect, couldn't even agree amongst themselves on that day. They went back and forth. I was in that meeting. And I am saying in matters like this, let's be guided by the King Code. And you did say about numerical limit. And you the one that brought out the King Code, and now not knowing that I understand the King Code, and I'm not going to allow you to misrepresent the King Code. Thank you, Honorable Potgieter.
Yeah, Minister, I think you are deliberately misinterpreting me and putting words in my mouth. I said that multiple board membership. I did not make reference to any specific number. I said
it's the same
multiple
thing.
board. No, it's not the
Multiple
same
and
thing,
numerical is
Minister.
the same
No,
thing, Honorable.
Minister, it's
What?
not the same thing. You are
What is-
interpreting it the way you want to understand it, and that's okay. I accept that, and we'll move
But
on.
multiple and numerical is the same thing. You said
No,
we
it's
sit on
not.
multiple boards.
No, Minister, it's not. But that's fine. We
Okay.
have different understanding. It's okay. My
Okay.
last question, Chair, would be with regards to the presentation from the NFVF. They gave us a report that said they got an unqualified audit with findings. They don't mention any of those. They don't give us an overview of what exactly those findings are or how they've dealt with them or what they're doing about it, whether they repeat findings, why they remain unresolved. And at the same time, they describe the Audit and Risk Committee as being properly constituted and functional. If that's so, then why do they persist with an audit that is unqualified with findings? Thanks.
Honorable Potgieter, it's true, maybe we don't understand each other. I don't really understand the question to me.
I'm trying. I think this is more
just...
for the foundation itself, Minister.
Oh no, let him answer. Let him answer. We've done enough for the day.
Yes, I think we have. It's direct from their presentation.
Through you, Chair, thank you. We apologize that we did not provide detail at the time of doing the presentation. The request was mainly focused on the leadership stability, so we didn't want to overwhelm the presentation with information that is not requested. We're just adding extra. Yes, indeed, NFVF in this past July again got an unqualified audit with some findings. It was an improved audit in that the findings we had in the prior year did not occur this time. For example, last year we had findings on the financial statements. This year, when the committee gets the annual report, they will see in the AG's report that we got, I could call it a clean audit on the financial statements. You'll see a line there on the audit report saying there were no findings. Again, on supply chain management, clean, there were no findings. The findings that still kept us back from getting a complete clean audit was the ones on the APP. So there was a way in which we described our targets, and AG felt like we should have stated the numbers. So I want to make an example. We would say fund a third-year student. And to us, student means one, but AG said they prefer that you must say fund one, even though we thought it was obvious. So they said that's not technically sound. And unfortunately, because of those findings, we then did not get that area clean. Other than that, in our management report, we had some housekeeping matters, and you would see that the Auditor General doesn't report on those. Those are just adding value to the organization. So the audit did improve. It's just as overall, unfortunately, and claim the clean audit because of the APP portion in the audit report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Madlala. Honorable Potgieter, you happy?
Yes, Chair, thanks. I would just ask in future that they provide, that specific detail. That is essentially what we're looking at as Parliament.
Yes,
Thank you
Chair.
so much. The Honorable Gabo.
Chairperson, am I audible? Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. I just want to make sure whether the Minister can hear you. Minister, can you hear Honorable Gabo?
It's very audible, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Gabo, please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me start my submission by appreciating the report that has been presented by the department. And maybe before going to issues in relation to the report of stabilizing our entities, I would like to check with the department in relation to their oversight. In most cases, entities will claim their authority and autonomy in the process. And I want to check the department, how is it playing its oversight on these entities, particularly in relation to the appointment of senior managers. Is there any process that the department is embarking on of verifying the qualifications and also verifying indeed if the individual to be appointed does not have any history of spending public funds inconsistent with the prescribed laws? That would be my first question, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gabo. Yes, Honorable Gabo, we do verify every person through the CVs and the interview processes that happens. It is being verified. That's why we could verify some people. There's some people that we verified through the CVs, as I said, but also through the interview process. And when there's any doubt, there's verification companies that get called in if a person is disputing that he owns, if there's a dispute over a degree or something. But I can also add that since I took over as the minister, I've initiated a full ethical conduct code for all entities. And we sat down and they all understand what's needed of them. And the majority of the entities are really doing well. Thank you, Honorable Gabo.
No, Minister, I will not want to agree with you when you say that entities are doing well. Remember that we got a report from Robben Island Museum in relation to the appointment of the previous CFO, where it was later found that the qualifications or the CFO who was occupying that position did not have the relevant qualification. So I'm asking
Honorable Khabo,
Okay.
we are dealing with NFVF. You'll get your
No,
opportunity when it comes there.
I'm demonstrating that in the past we received a report from Robben Island Museum, and that report indicated that a CFO who has been occupying a position for more than a year, if not more than 2 years, it was later found out that indeed the official does not have the necessary requirements as stipulated on the advert. So I'm asking the minister in relation to NFVF, what process do they follow after receiving the report on the process that has been followed by the board? Does the department subject the report to any verification, or do they rely on the report from the board? I just want to check in terms of oversight. Is there any due diligence that has been conducted by the department? Thanks.
Well, there is, Honorable Khaba, but can the department maybe answer in full to Honorable Khabo? And the CEO, you're talking about the Robben Island. Those are the things that we are exposing here. Honorable, the department can please answer, Honorable Khabo.
Thanks, Minister. Acting DDG will come in on that one, responsible for oversight.
No, thank you, DG. Chair, yes, in terms of oversight on the appointment of staff in the public entities, I'm not sure if I need to be specific to NFVF, but entities themselves, some of them do have capacity to verify the qualifications and competencies of the candidates, but where they don't have, they do approach the department to use the services of the department to verify those candidates.
No, let us not be general, official. Let us speak to the issue of NFVF. We've just received, according to them, the good news that they've appointed the CEO. Now I'm asking you, after receiving a report from the board as a department, is there any due diligence that you are subjecting that report to? Specifically verifying either the relevance of the qualification as to whether the appointed official has the relevant qualification. Do they have the relevant experience? Do you do that process, or you do it as and when there is a request?
In relation to the NFVF, let me say that as it was presented earlier, that decision was taken yesterday. We were given that information yesterday. So as it is now, we have not yet received a formal report from the council informing the department about the appointment. It only came out yesterday and confirmed today in this meeting.
Not a problem. Let me then pose my questions to the newly appointed CEO and the board chairperson. CEO, if I heard you correctly, maybe let me start here. What is your highest qualification, CEO?
I am a chartered accountant, Honorable Member Khabo.
You are a chartered accountant.
Yes.
No. Did I hear you correctly when you said that you had recused yourself immediately after you were appointed? You have recused yourself from the board immediately after you were appointed?
Yes, I did, as the board meeting was not to appoint somebody, it was a board meeting to discuss other issues, including what was happening with the acting CEO position. So I was part of the meeting under General.
As a board member?
Yes, say I was.
Okay. Now tell me, ma'am, in that meeting, you said that there was no specific item that deals with the appointment of the CEO. How did it happen that such a critical and important matter the board will not prepare thoroughly for, and this matter will just come as a surprise before?
My apologies if I didn't answer correctly. So the matter of the vacancy was there. But in terms of what then ensued after many options were looked at, because it had been 2 weeks since the then acting CEO had been suspended, and now there was a clearing gap. Then eventually, when the council was discussing many options, the option of one of us assisting with the short term, because we know the position has already been advertised and closed, came up during the discussion.
Was there a specific item that dealt with the appointment of the CEO on the agenda of the board?
It was there. It wasn't about appointing. It was about the vacancy of the CEO. So what can be done regarding that,
Okay.
including the fact that the department had been written and considering the responses. Thank you.
Not a problem, ma'am. Can you please just show your faces when you are responding? Ma'am, I want to check with you, CEO. Were you part of the board that approved the advert that included the requirements and experience that would be needed from an official? Were you part of the board that had approved that advert?
Yes, I was. The advert was not really approved. It was an advert that was already there even before the current board started. So it wasn't changed. It had been there at NVF before we joined.
So
Honorable
you firstly
Cabo, just a second. Yourself and Honorable Matawung have asked very important questions. The advert, can you inform the Honorable Member whether the advert consisted of the necessary experience pertaining to the film industry as well as to TV and other related projects experience?
Yes, through you, Chair, it did. And if more information is needed, I'll ask the head of HR. But there was a specific requirement that was there on the advert, that experience in the film industry is required, stroke advantageous. Thank you, Chair.
So I want to understand here, the board, the current board that you are serving in, is it the board that advertised the post, or is the board that has just been recently appointed, having found that the process is unfolding?
This current board advertised the post using the advert and requirements that were already there even before this board joined. Didn't change those requirements.
So if I understand you correctly, you are the same board that has advertised the same position that you are occupying today.
No, Chair. The post that was advertised is the permanent appointment. I'm just acting to hold the fort until then, and now it has been confirmed that I am exiting in time as the board planned.
So what is the legal authority of the board identifying one person amongst themselves as board members to form part of the day-to-day operations?
Through you, Chair, I'll allow the board to answer that. But what I can share, yes.
Okay.
What I can
before
share,
before the board, you yourself as a chartered
yes.
accountant,
Yes.
a person who subscribes to a particular set of principles. I'm happy that the minister has grasped with the understanding of the King's Code principles. I'm happy. I should give him credit. Can you explain to us, from a corporate governance point of view, what was the legal basis of a board deciding that one of its members would form part or would act as a CEO, and maybe give reference to that piece of legislation?
I'll start with what I wanted to address was then that the process on the day is not that one person was sent. The matter was discussed, and a couple of people availed themselves. And based on the current needs, voting was done. Obviously, those people excused themselves, including myself. Then when I came back, I had been voted in. So it wasn't just one person selected. It was a voting process based on the needs of the agency that was there, the audit, and all other critical issues. And somebody that has been a CEO before in other places, CFO and all of those things, which is the experience that I do have. And I believe that's what favored me, because I was not better than any other board member. That's what I believe. So in terms of the board itself, my understanding as I was at the board is that we were doing not as a first response. This was now 2 weeks after the organization had no CEO. And we tried to do what we normally do, to go to DSEC, our mother, to assist us. But unfortunately, it had been 2 weeks. We hadn't gotten traction. And by then, there were now media articles that saying the organization is on autopilot. And then in good spirit to say, why are we always being a burden to the minister? What else is an option in this situation? Then the discussion.
Let me piggyback on autopilot. Who in this current board has experience in the TV and film industry? Maybe that will explain the autopilot.
A couple of people. I don't know if they're here, if they can jump in and explain. Yeah.
Chairperson, before that, I would not allow you to dilute my question. We are on top of a serious matter here, a corporate statute that has allowed the board to act, Chairperson. With all due respect, Chairperson, I would want both the CEO, including the board Chairperson, to explain that part, Chairperson, with all due respect. My apology for that.
Granted to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair, through you, yes. So then due to the critical situation that we're now on, it was then discussed to say it's been 2 weeks and what else can...
CEO, sorry, CEO, there are serious limitations in terms of time.
Yes.
There are serious
So
limitations in
based
terms
on...
of time, CEO. No, CEO, don't do that. Don't do that. There are serious limitations of time. My question is always straight, simple. Give us the statute, your corporate statute that you have used, that has granted you to the authority, the one that you understand of, that led you to accepting that decision. Because I'm saying that you are a person who's subscribing to a particular set of principles as a chartered accountant. And part of it, it's appreciating the principles of the King's Code, which amongst others speaks of conflict of interest. Now, I would want you to explain to us, as a person who have accepted the board decision, I would want the board to explain its own decision. How did it come to that point? Now, as a person who has accepted, who subscribed, who's a chartered accountant, why would you, which authority did you rely on, particularly the statute of corporate governance? I would want you to respond on that part. I would plead with you to avoid engaging me on fairy tales. I'm not interested on fairy tales. My questions are straightforward, and I would plead with you to respond straightforward on my questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. PFMA states that the accounting authority, which is the board in this case, has a responsibility to make sure that the institution is functional. So for me, it was that. And number two, the fact that then
Sorry. No. CEO, I'm going to disrupt you. You know this thing of treating us as people who do not understand what we are talking about. It's a problem. Don't tell me of PFMA and you don't identify a particular section that has given you that power so that we can make reference to that section. Because sometimes you people are making use of sections that are very far away from what we are discussing. So tell me which section of the PFMA which has granted you that power to be a referee and a player at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I did not say that the section grants referendum power. I was just stating it in general, that the role of the board is to ensure that the organization is functional. So based on then the PFMA requiring the board to ensure that, and then the board having not been successful in 2 weeks to get
Yeah, I'd
that
like to call order.
functionability.
Chair, I'd like to
Honor-
call order.
Honorable Sitembi, you can't call order in that fashion. There's a button there. You go to the heart and then you see a hand and you press and then it will
Keys,
show your
Chair.
hand. Or put in the WhatsApp group you want to raise a point of order. But being as it may, what is the point of order?
Chair, I had the same problem earlier on when I was asking my questions. My time ran out because the acting CEO just keeps telling us fairy tales, and Honorable Khabo has just asked her not to go around the bush. There was a specific question that was asked, and it's asking in relation to the decision that they've made. What made them take that decision? What warrants it? Which part of corporate or good governance are they referring to when they said that was a good? She said to me, I asked her 3 times, that she believes that was an act of good governance. She needs to please respond directly and stop telling us about other things that are unrelated. She's wasting time and we're not getting to the responses of the questions that we have. She needs to stop this and respect us. As a chartered accountant, she should know better. As she says that she's got all the skills and everything, she must please be able to respond to questions directly. Apologies for not raising my hand correctly. I'm just getting very
That's
agitated.
fine. That's fine, Honorable Member. I was also intended to give you a second bite at the cherry. That will definitely happen. We will. I will give you a second bite at the cherry. But Honorable Khabo, if you are fine that Ms. Matlala respond also to that question, I'll be happy to do so unless you wish that she must pose that question later again. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, let's rather request the chairperson of the board to come to her rescue. And I would plead with the chair also to stick to our prescripts. Tell us which law or which statute of the corporate governance have they exploited that one of their own, who's a board member, that she becomes an acting CEO of the very same institution that they are overseeing.
NFVF.
Chair,
NFVF.
I believe they have asked the chairperson.
While we're dealing
Yes.
with the film industry, I think it would be good to make that request again for the film industry representatives to switch on their videos. Please respond. Can we have a response?
Through Chair, they've requested that our chair must answer the question that I was still answering and I couldn't finish. Chair, if you're still on, may you please answer?
Yes, please respond. Am I audible?
You are audible, Chairperson.
Please respond to the honorable member.
Through you, Chair, I'd like to apologize. It looks like the chair has been kicked out. Our deputy chair was kicked out from the beginning of the meeting, is also not in the meeting, Mr.
Sorry,
Khadebe.
ma'am, the chairperson is in the meeting. Mr. Leon
No,
is in the meeting.
she meant their chairperson, not me.
No, I mean their chairperson is in the meeting, Chair. Mr.
Oh,
Van Leon.
then she must
Leon
please
van
proceed. Please respond. Please unmute, Mr. Van Nierop. Please unmute.
I am unmuted now, I hope. We made the
Yes.
decision as a council to appoint Ms. Madlala after an extensive discussion about why we thought she would be the best person, as there were also at that particular moment nobody else to steer the organization up till the time that we had a CEO, and she was the best person that we decided could lead us.
No, I want you, Deputy Chairperson, I would want you to explain to us what informed your decision legally. Align your observation with the prescripts of the law. I'm sitting here and I want the department also to explain themselves. I'm sitting here with the act that is very clear in terms of what then happens. Section 13, subsection 4 of the National Film and Video Foundation provides that during a vacancy or absence of or incapacity of the CEO, the council may appoint an employee of the foundation to act in that capacity. And in this case, Ms. Madlala is the member of the council. Can you
Honorable
explain to us?
Through you, Chair, Honorable Khabo, you asked for the department, so I think I must answer.
Minister, there's a button there that where you can raise your hand.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. I can see Honorable Tebo Wolitia is laughing because Pirates won.
No.
We
No,
know where that laugh is coming from.
No, Minister, before we get no, Minister. Please don't kill my mojo.
No,
Please don't
I'm
kill
giving
my
you more.
mojo.
I agree with
No.
you. I'm just giving you another line. I'm adding another line, Honorable Khabo. I did warn against what you are asking now, that it should not happen, Honorable Khabo. There's a letter to the effect to the same board. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Minister.
Indeed, Minister. I'm looking at your letter that you have written on the 7th of July 2026. And today is the 26th. I mean, the 27th. The 27th of August. And I would want the department to explain that part. Thanks for that clarity and thanks for that proactiveness, Minister. You see, when you are progressive, I'll appreciate your progressiveness. When you are not progressive, I'll also tell you. So now you are progressive. Can the deputy chair or the chair explain this part? We are saying the law says that you cannot identify outside NFVF who's not an employee. Which law did they rely on?
I would like to
Deputy
call
chair
on
or
the,
chairperson of?
I would like to call on the deputy chair to answer that question because he was also in that meeting. Mr. Khadebe, are you with us? Can you answer that question, please?
Chairperson, maybe before we go out of chairperson of the council, can you maybe briefly tell me your highest qualification? Is it me or the chair is not audible?
He's
Mr.
gone
Van Nierop,
quiet.
can you
I've got
please
a BA
unmute?
degree. I've got a BA degree in film and in cultural studies. I'm a filmmaker. I'm a writer of film scripts. I am a film critic. I'm a journalist, and I represent the film face of the NVF, the film face. That is my function at the moment. And I think I would really like Mr. Khadebe, who's our deputy chair, if he can come in because
No, it's fine.
he knows how this operates and he can answer these questions.
No, it's fine. Chairperson, before we do that, now that you are the person responsible for steering the ship, are you aware of section 13, subsection 4 of the National Film and Video Foundation Act 73 of 1997?
I am aware of it, but we were talking and discussing the matter, and we were in a crisis situation. That's why we decided to ask Ms. Mazala to be
No. Okay,
the
fine. I
CEO.
understand that you're on a crisis and autopilot and so forth and so forth. What is your understanding of that section? as the chairperson of the board, a person who has the processes,
Uh,
who must be
as
able
the-
to guide the board.
Yeah. As the chairperson of that board, I'm not fully compliant with exactly what that is.
So you are not aware of this section which guides the process of appointing an acting CEO in an event that the position becomes vacant and you are the chairperson of the board.
I am aware of it, but like I said, we were in a crisis situation.
Okay, fine. Let us locate that crisis because now we are not dealing with spaza shops and family gathering setups here. Where is your decision located within the law? Chairperson, before we go to your deputy chairperson, can you please take responsibility of your actions here? By the way, the minister has forwarded the letter or sent this letter specifically to Mr. Leon van Nierop, if I'm spelling the surname properly, and if not, my apology. Can you please tell me, Mr. van Nierop, where are you locating your decision? I've read you subsection 13, subsection 4 of the NFVF Act. And it clearly prohibits. No. Don't do that now. Don't do that. You see now, Chairperson, we can't get the response here. And I think it's now being deliberate. Can the chairperson take full responsibility of their actions as a board? I can't hear the chair. We can't hear the response.
Well, I can take a responsibility for them as I am the chairperson, but I discussed it with them and we went into a vote, and that is why we decided on that vote to appoint Ms. Mazala.
So you are voting on the law, on the interpretation of the law. Why did you vote on? Because the law is very clear. And the minister wrote you a letter on the 7th of July. Why are we still having Ms. Madlanga as an acting CEO when the law is clear?
We will only have her for another 3 weeks, and then we will have a permanent CEO.
Does not
No, I'm
justify
asking,
your wrongdoing.
I'm asking you, section 13, subsection 4 says that you can only appoint someone who's within the entity. And I'm saying to you, explain to us, which law did you use to appoint this person? Maybe now that you are failing to explain this part, did the acting CEO receive any salary for acting?
I would really like the deputy chairperson who was also in there to help me and answer the question, Mr. Khadebe.
Okay, fine, I'll get back to you, Chairperson, because you can't run away from this matter. Can we get your deputy to come to your rescue?
Through you, Chair. Our deputy was kicked out of the meeting, so he might not be clear, but he would like to participate in the meeting through connection via WhatsApp. If the chair allows, I'll then can ask him to speak.
I don't
Chairperson,
think
can we not be taken for a ride here? We can't accept this attitude and behavior from the board members. Let's rather stick to the chairperson. I think the chairperson will then have to take responsibility. Let's
agree.
leave
Proceed,
the
Honorable
deputy
Member.
chair. Deputy chairperson, now tell me, now that you cannot locate your decision anywhere within the law, can you explain to us, ever since the minister has written you a letter on the 7th of July, what has been your response, or have you responded to that letter that was sent by the minister on the 7th, or are you of that? Let me start here. Have you ever received a letter from the minister condemning your actions as a board? Chairperson, do we still have the chairperson of the?
I can't record that. I can't recall that I've received such a letter.
So you have not received any letter from. You have not received any letter from the minister in relation to the appointment that you have done.
Yes, in that case, I have received one, and the minister raised his concerns, but we were then in a position that we had already gone for about 2 or 3 weeks, and only about 3 weeks were left before a CEO was going to be appointed, and she was going to steer us through that difficult period.
So he gave you 2, if not 3 recommendations. Why did you comply with his recommendation of appointing anyone who is suitable within the entity? Are you saying to me that the whole entity does not have anyone who would comply with the requirements of an acting CEO?
Yes, that is indeed problematic. You are quite right there.
Part of the recommendation was that you must formally request the department to second an official in an acting position. Why didn't you do that?
We did do that. We did ask DSAC to send us somebody who could perhaps help us during this period.
So what then happened
Honorable
to that
Chair,
secondment?
point of order. May I come in, Honorable Chair?
Minister?
I want to warn the CEO. You're dealing with Parliament here. I want to warn the chairperson. We must not fool Parliament. We must not fool the portfolio committee. Can you
Minister, may I ask this question? Are you in a position to provide any documentation that you sent out this morning to the entity?
I have already provided to you, Honorable Chair. I have provided, that is what Honorable Gabo is just quoted from. That's number 1.
Oh, I sent it on the
Number 2,
group.
yes, no, I sent it to you, Honorable, and you sent it, I think, to Honorable Gabo.
On the group, yes.
Yeah. But you see, why I am raising this point of order. Honorable Gabo is on the money. When I say on the money, I mean he's right there. Now, if the Honorable Chairperson tells Honorable Gabo, it was 3 weeks it was an emergency because it was 3 weeks in. If you look at when I wrote the letter, it is 2 months down the line, the person is still there after I wrote the letter. So it cannot have been such an emergency. If 2 months down the line, the person is still there. So I will ask, as an entity that falls under me, I would ask us to be honest with the portfolio committee. Let us not play games. Disappearing when we must answer questions. And what's happening now, can we just answer Honorable Gabo's question? That's all I'm asking of the board that reports to the minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I want to remind NFVF to please be not only generous, but be truthful in your responses. Members will not ask questions, they already have the answers. There were, and I'm also a little bit taken aback, DG, that you a little bit quiet here, and as a staff not coming up with all of these interrogations here. But it's fine. The Honorable Zibi have asked questions to Minister Mackenzie pertaining to board members and payments for financial years. And we're talking here about a total cost of 268,000 for financial year 2024, 2025, 2025, and 2026. And really, I'm starting to have serious questions on how entities are responding and the games that they are playing, as the Honorable Member Gabo has said, especially with the gadgets. Proceed, Honorable Gabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Yesterday, there was a very interesting debate today in Parliament around the PlayStations. Let us allow them to handle it. And now we focus on this one, Chairperson. Let me go to HR, Chair. I want to get an understanding from HR person as to whether the actings.
Honorable Khabo, I apologize. I had
Yes,
followed
Chair.
the chairperson's instruction that we must raise the hand and or write in the group if we have a point of order. And I see you are moving to another question. And I've done that, but the chair is not recognizing me, Chair. I have a point of order.
Please raise your point of order, Honorable Letsie. And my apologies.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have to multitask.
No, thank you
Please
very
proceed.
much. I'm suffering from flu, and I would like to apologize if at any point during my conversation I sound like I'm running out of breath. The person of council, do you agree that NV, the entity that you are leading is a Section 3A entity?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree that as a Section 3A entity, you are governed by Section 195 of the Constitution? You are governed by PFMA? Do you
Yes.
agree?
Yes, I agree.
What is the purpose of Section 195, especially 195(1) of the Constitution? That constitutional framework. Do you understand what it's supposed to do?
I understand, but I don't have that in front of me now.
Okay, now I'll help you.
Yes.
Section 195(1) requires the entity to be governed by a few principles. One is accountability. Do you agree?
I agree.
Transparency. Do you agree?
I agree.
Professional ethics. Do you agree?
I agree.
Efficient use of public resources. Do you agree?
I agree.
And good human resource management. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Now, when you considered amongst yourselves somebody to act as a CEO, did you seek legal advice?
Clearly not.
I talked to HR and referred to HR, and I was given advice from that department and also from the deputy chair, as I remember correctly.
The question is whether you seek legal advice, Mr. Nirop.
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Through you, Chair. Sorry, I'm one of the council members, just to support our chair, because our deputy chair is a legal expert, and we also did seek legislative guidance from our company secretary. I've had my hand up. Apologies, I've been waiting to be recognized, but I can tell since there are many
We're
of us
talking
on this
about
call.
legal advice outside
Yes, we
your
did.
domain, not
So
inside.
So the challenge with seeking legal advice beyond the advice we'd seek from the ministry. So I just want to clarify 2 points so that it's not recorded as misinformation and lying on behalf of the council. The council did seek legal advice and guidance from the ministry
who?
2 weeks before we had to make this decision. We sought it from the ministry. We did not make a decision without the ministry. We wanted independent legal advice from the ministry. We then waited for 2 weeks. The ministry indicated in a letter, and we will email to the portfolio committee the letter that we sent as council to show that we are not lying in this discussion, requesting support, requesting urgent support, as we had to put our acting CEO into a position of precautionary suspension. When we did not receive a response within 2 weeks, I will refer to what our current acting CEO tried to highlight to portfolio committee members. We had an audit situation that would have found us as the accounting authority on matters of a finding to then be in an illegal situation again. So, of course, we took in the entire policy structure of the NFEF, the Constitution, and when you speak to Section 195, it speaks to ability, objectivity, and fairness. We applied that to considering the fact that the whistleblower letter came from staff members, not just one individual. The staff, POPIA and the Whistleblower Act protects staff members from being identified. Therefore, we couldn't then go into the entity and say, well, who wrote this letter? Who of the HODs who qualifies to be an acting CEO wrote this letter? So in respect and in protecting their constitutional rights, which is our responsibility as their accounting officer, we couldn't go investigate that, and HR guided us. Our company secretary further guided us that if we went beyond that 2-week period without a CEO in the position, we would then be breaking another law. So what you're seeing and what you're questioning fairly, portfolio committee members, and we welcome the questioning, is that you're looking at a council that had to face, do we go this illegal route or do we go this route? And we looked at King 4 principles, and we looked at the situation we were in, and we looked at, most importantly, which I think is not being put across here, the fact that we had to balance one individual who was on precautionary suspension and the individuals within the entity. And for us, we had to protect the many and not just the one. So we weren't just considering the psychology of our acting CEO who could have gone into remedy, and the HR can also provide instances where this is not the first discussion of remedy, and it did not come into effect. It did not change the manner in which members felt bullied. Bullying is not a small issue. Members felt harassed. That is not a small issue for us.
Yeah,
And so in
Chairperson, I have a
balancing the
problem.
protection, I will finish now and complete just the clarification on us speaking on truth rather than misinformation. This council has no interest in lying to you. This council had no interest in acting in an illegal manner. This council was between a hard rock and
Ms.
a hard
Dubazana,
place.
you
And
have
we
made
did our
your
best.
point. Honorable,
Thank you.
Honorable,
Thank
let's
you.
see.
So as long as we all know that we didn't break the law by choice, we
you done
protected
with your point
everybody.
of order, Honorable?
Ache,
Let's see.
thank you.
I think since Dubazana has volunteered to answer us, can she please confirm to yes or no if they
We are
got
still
the
dealing with the
legal
point of
advice?
order, Honorable. Let's see.
Yes.
You are not
Yes.
sneaking in for questioning and
No.
taking
No, it's,
over
it's
Honorable
on,
Kabo's time.
No, it's on the
Okay, Honorable
legal advice.
Dubazana, take the stand then.
Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Honourable, with your point of order, please. I will happily do yes and no where it is reasonable and fair.
Did you seek legal advice?
Yes, we did.
And would you please provide us with that legal advice?
The legal advice is exactly the points that you are raising. We looked at the policies of the NFEF, and we also looked at the section of our policies
that's not
that
what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Would you please provide us with that legal advice?
The legal advice that we got was that it is not illegal to place a council member in place of an acting CEO role where there is no guidance.
I don't know if my question...
provided. I did promise that we as council would happily provide the document that broke down the legal sections that we used to make this decision. Unfortunately, our company secretary is not on the call, and neither is our deputy head, who are the legal experts in our council. Like every council, everyone brings their expertise, but we are happy to share that with the committee. And once you exercise your own assessment of it, you can further investigate it further with us. But as it stands in this conversation, I cannot give you the document because it is something we'll have to email.
No problem. I'll be happy to get an email of it. And is the acting CEO still a member of council?
Please repeat the question. Is the acting CEO
still a member of council?
Still a member of council. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No, as she indicated on this call on record, she was immediately recused as a council member for the 3-month period. She will also have a 3-month cooling period before she can return to council. So she will only return next year so that there is no conflict of interest.
So she's a member of council, just
not
on
right
appearance.
now. No. She is currently not a member of council. She immediately stopped being a member once we activated her acting role.
No, let me rephrase my questions.
Okay.
Did she resign?
Yes.
As a member of council?
Yes.
So she's not going to come back.
She will come back after a 3-month period, a cooling period,
as she indicated.
She has resigned and will come back after a 3-month cooling
No.
period. But this
No,
conversation might finish that.
that's taking an abeyance. That's taking a leave. That's not the resignation. So do you understand the difference between
I
taking
absolutely do.
leave of absence and resigning? There's a clear distinction. So did she resign? Is she still a member of a council just on abeyance?
No, because if she was, she would be a part of corporate governance decisions that council are making, and she is not.
So I don't think you understand what
No, I
you're
do
saying.
understand. No, I do.
No.
She has resigned, and I appreciate that it seems.
What is your understanding of resignation? So if I resign from my job as a member of parliament,
Yes.
6 months later I can come back as a member of parliament. That's what you're saying.
So in your question, you're asking about two processes. She's definitely resigned. You are asking about the cooling off period and the return. And that is a fair question on your part as a portfolio committee member. However, I don't think I can speak to that because of my knowledge deficit around legal matters referring to a cooling off period and returning. However, she has resigned. So she is no longer acting as a councillor.
Then there must be a vacancy. Then there must be a vacancy and someone else must fill it.
Exactly. That's what the resignation means. That's what I was asking, if you understand the meaning of resignation. If I take leave of absence for a period because I'm going through a certain thing in my life. Okay.
I'm afraid.
Thank you.
I'm afraid the questions and interrogations, while it is noted, it is now take this slot from the Honorable Khaba. I want him to conclude, but I understand where you wanted to go at the point of order when it comes to lying to Parliament, and Ms. Dubazana has spotted that very quickly. But you have a spot later on, or that you will be further allowed to do so. Honorable Khabo.
No,
I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Unfortunately, I could not call order. It was a career limiting decision to call order on the progressive chair of higher education and training. I could not chair. Chair, let me just jump
But the
in
Honorable Letsia is a member of the portfolio here. He's not a chairperson of higher education.
No, on other issues.
You must treat him as such. Don't be scared. He won't fire you that side. I'll make sure about that.
The serious organizational hierarchy, rank and file, we are not the same. So I must take that into consideration, Chairperson.
Okay, the meeting is now properly structured again. Proceed.
Chairperson, I wanted to get to the issue of Ms. Dambuza. I think if I call her, sorry?
Dubazana. Dambuza is a lovely spot in Pietermaritzburg that my family's from.
My apology.
No problem. Shout out to Dambuza.
My apology. Okay. I want to ask you a question. You said that the acting CEO will be coming back after a cooling off period. Is there such a thing within the act that guides your day-to-day operation as a board?
So where I referenced it, and you'll
maybe
see
let me start here. My apology for disrupting you.
No problem.
Can I get your highest qualification?
I have a master's as a creative economist.
Creative economist?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's really nice. Let's then go to that issue.
Thanks.
In terms of a decision or your part where you have identified the acting CEO having an opportunity to come back, and Honorable Litsi was busy trying to understand that part, and I thought I should just not leave it as a way of piggybacking. Yeah, can we get that clarity in terms of which part of the law does allow a board member to resign today and come back after 6 months? And if you can
So I'm definitely not a labor law expert, and that would have been a great answer from our deputy, but you will find it in our letter. Our company secretary and the deputy of the council gave us legal guidance, and I have to be honest in myself, when it comes to the cooling off period and the return, However, for us, I can speak to what corporate governance principles from King we used to guide that decision. It was really driven by ensuring that as much conflict of interest was avoided once Ms. Madlala had left the operational role and returned to her council role. That was the guiding principle for council members who are not legal experts and what we were voting on. However, again, you will have a look at the documentation that clearly breaks down legislative support, and we look forward to your revert on that and guidance.
So sorry about that. I missed that earlier part. Can you maybe, I wanted to check what, my apology for requesting you to repeat. The part that grants
No
you
problem.
the authority to bring back a board member who has resigned.
So the first part was that I have a knowledge deficit from a legislative perspective because I'm not a lawyer, I'm a creative economist. However, I know that it is something that was written to us and supported by our company secretary and our deputy of council because they are legal experts. And you will find that in the document that we will share with you. And we look forward to your revert and guidance on that, because what drove our
Proper.
decision as a council was King 4 principles relating to corporate governance around conflict of interest. We did not want Ms. Madlala to come back to the council conflicted on the work she had done in an operational manner. Once a CEO was in place and they were steering, she could then come back almost as a blank slate on a new, fresh
Not a
start.
problem. Not a
Thanks.
problem. I take your decision, but I reject it at the same time. I want to put it to you that is a wrong decision. It's a very wrong decision, and you people must be held accountable for that wrong decision. I would request you to give us the letter that was signed by your company secretary, giving you the go-ahead. Secondly, I would also request the legal firm its
The
views in
legislation that
terms of
supported us, for sure. We will
no,
share that.
apart
Yeah.
from that, also the legal advice that you have received from the firm. The last part that I want to check with you before I go to HR, are you aware, was there a council meeting that has ever been convened after the minister sent a letter to the board?
Absolutely. And there was also a response sent in regards to the minister's position. Your response on saying you accept but you also reject is a fantastic summary of the hard place we were in as council. We were looking at 2 illegal outcomes. And for us, Treasury scared us a lot more than this decision. And so you'll see that when we responded to the minister, we quote the legislation that we referenced and did our best to bring stability, where we kept Section 195 at the top of mind in terms of being objective and fair and compliant.
Section 195 of the Constitution.
That speaks to ability that was raised in the point of order in questioning our decision making when it comes to human resources, when it comes to taking care of the staff. And you have to be cognizant of the fact that the decision came from a whistleblowing letter that was sent to the portfolio committee and ourselves. It didn't just go to council. And so in protecting people's identity, we had to follow all those laws. We had a lot of laws we had to consider. And so we didn't just willy-nilly make the wrong one.
It's understandable. Let's go to the next part.
Sure.
The salary or remuneration package of the CEO, was it resolved by the board of the CEO?
So the salary, I will hand over to the HR. Council obviously had to approve it as we would approve any acting CEO salary and its structure. However, the decision-making around it was guided by our HR specialist, Ms. Bam, who is on the call. So as you indicated, I will hand you over to her. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dubaza.
Honorable Kabo, you must please wrap up.
Oh, thanks. Chairperson, maybe before can I get from Ms. Dabuzana if she said that they have sent a letter to the minister indicating their dissatisfaction or the reason why they are disregarding the minister's recommendations. Can she also kindly share the letter with us?
Everything will be shared with you. Everything, and also the part on my name.
Honorable Kabo, the board members are appointed by the minister. Is that so, Mr. Dubazana?
Miss Dubazana. I like that. I can be all genders at one. Let's go with that. Yes. Mr., Miss, anything you like, Chair. Yes, we are appointed and approved by the minister. Yes.
Did you inform the minister that someone is resigning?
Absolutely. We sought guidance before we
So if
even
someone
made
resigned,
that.
is it not the minister's prerogative to appoint someone else? How is it that
Absolutely.
person just come back?
Absolutely. As I stated, Chair, I believe that, and I'm happy we've separated the matter of the decision to
Sorry,
stabilize.
Chair, point of order. Honourable Chair.
Minister, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I saw your hand long ago. Let her respond.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely feel that I'm grateful that we've separated the matter of the return. It is something that whether or not she returns, but I feel given the minister has stated that they wrote a letter not agreeing with our process, it's a conversation that will still occur. And I imagine that the portfolio committee will get an update on how the ministry feels we should go forward after that decision has been made, because it's not in our power. We were just using the guidance we had at the time.
My point is, someone resigned. Did you inform the minister? The minister is the one who appoints the board. Now, how can that person just come back?
Yes.
Isn't it the minister's prerogative to appoint someone?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm sure the minister will speak to that when you give him the floor.
I'm going to ask the Honorable Khabo to
What
wrap
I'm
up. And
trying to say is that
then I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister to respond. Honorable Khabo, wrap up your question. You have to leave
Okay, fine,
for
Chairperson.
another meeting.
Yes. I would plead first and foremost, Chairperson, with the HR that they must explain the issue of the salary of the acting CEO. How much is the acting CEO receiving? In fact, how much has she received in the previous month? Because I believe that in the last month she has received a salary and she's enjoying some benefits, and would want HR to talk to that. And second to that, Chairperson, I would want to submit other questions in relation to the appointment of a service provider for the implementation of the presidential stimulus program, Chairperson. I would want the chair of the board to also explain as to whether is it true that they have appointed company by the name of Africa Global Skills Academy for the PSP program management, approximately 3.8 million per year, if they can confirm that. And I would request them to provide us with all the processes that they had followed, including the process of their bid evaluation. That is one part. The last part I want to get on, Chairperson, I want the minister to talk to this matter. If you remember correctly, previously the minister, we know the prerogative lies with him of appointing board members. And in the past, the minister appointed a panel that led to the appointment of the very same people. And if you remember, I once raised a concern on the process that the minister is following on appointing these individuals who are panel members who later commit government. And as much as we would be holding NFVF board responsible for their decision for appointing the CEO unlawfully, and I believe that as a committee, we must take a decision that the department must hold these board members all accountable and financially liable for their decision, Chairperson. And that being said, we would equally expect the minister to talk to this matter because he's the one who has appointed the panel members. Some of these panel members, I would want the chairperson maybe to, or the minister to remind us who was the chair of that panel that led to the appointment, Chairperson. And thirdly, Chair, what do we do? The minister must explain to us, what do we do now with an outcome that is continuously having legal problems? One, the panel also appointed the very same board of National Arts Council. Today we are in court. Secondly, we are dealing with national films. The very same panel that appointed the board, its board is now creating a mess in the department. You've got a chairperson who's able to appear before the committee and tell you that he's not aware of a critical principle or law that guides them on the appointment of the CEO. Chairperson, with that being said, I'll submit my other questions, but these ones are very critical. The minister to talk to these issues, including HR. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. And I hope the Minister has written that down, and as well as the Portfolio Secretary. Before I'm going to give to the Minister, DG, have you from your office provided the act that regulates the activities of NFVF? A yay or a nay?
Sorry, Chair, have we provided, sorry, I missed that part.
The act.
To
There's
the
an act that
NFVF.
regulates activities of NFVF.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, we are asking this for a reason. Minister, you have appointed a chairperson, and I want to come back to Honorable Potgieter's question as well when it comes to these appointments. I hope, Minister, that you have noted that most, if not all, of the questions could not be answered by the chairperson. So I'm just saying this tongue in cheek. You may respond, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I will answer a question with a question to my own team. Mr. Sibesiso, when a council member resigns, the letter is addressed to the minister. The minister, like in the past where I convinced some council members not to resign, did we receive a letter? I just want to see where the negligence is, Honorable Chair, because where I'm sitting, I've not received a letter of a council member that resigned. So can Mr. Sibesiso just clarify us on that issue?
Thank you,
Mr.
Minister.
Tanyani?
Yes, that is true. The resignation must come to be addressed to the minister for acceptance of the resignation.
So we've never received a letter of a council member resigning.
Ms. Tubazana.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, sorry, Chair. I thought that the minister was speaking to Mr. Zayani. We did. The secondment is here. I'm happy to send it immediately now if the deputy who is communicating with us on WhatsApp at this moment, if you'd like to give me a WhatsApp number that was sent to the ministry, perhaps the deputy can tell me what date it was sent, but it is an 8-page letter. Perhaps the DG can also give that to the minister to have sight of now. But it is titled The Secondment of the Acting CEO that speaks to the resignation and highlights to the ministry the questions that are being asked. Thank you.
Response to the Acting CEO, Minister.
I'm just trying to understand, maybe if you can just a very short answer to this. If you resign, is the 8-page resignation letter? Because I'm speaking to the fact that, Honorable Chair, when a council member resigns, they write to the minister so that it's only the minister that can fill that vacancy. Now, where I am sitting, I've not had sight of a council member resigning. I'm saying that a very short one-liner. I'm first asking my department, did we receive a resignation? It's either yes or no.
And before you
I
answer
can
to the
say no.
minister, a letter of resignation must come from the council member.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Ms. Tubazana, have you lost appetite now?
Not at all. I'm actually chewing on a delicious nachi. Appetite is still strong. I think it's also
Proceed.
important that this question is asked in the context. A submission for a secondment was sent to the ministry where there is a one-liner that speaks to the resignation of Ms. Madlala.
No,
Thank you.
a letter of resignation
No.
must come from the
No.
council member. Did the council member resign?
In the submission of the secondment, yes. And what
No,
I'm trying to
the
say
council
in the
member herself. Oh, did the council member resign?
She is on the call now. She did resign. However, it is noted in a document that I saw in the chat, Mr. Khabu confirmed receiving now, that the resignation within the letter titled Secondment of an Acting CEO, the resignation is noted in that document. It is not a separate document because of the context of the situation. She was not just resigning for the sake of resigning. She was resigning as a part of a process dealing with the whistleblowing letter.
Put it to you again. I put it
very
again. Just a
respectfully.
second, Minister. I put it to you again.
Yes.
A letter of resignation must come from the council member.
Yes.
The minister is not in possession of that letter.
Yes, on its isolation. So in answer of your question, no, the minister did not
Thank you.
receive
Thank
a
you.
single
That's
document.
enough.
Thank
That's
you.
enough. The
Thank
answer
you.
is no. The council
Thank you.
member has not resigned.
No, she
Minister?
has resigned. It is just not a single document on its own. For clarification, a single document of resignation does
You're
not
out of order
Oh,
now. She has
okay.
not resigned. Minister?
Maybe I can just, because I see the council member is answers. I'll answer one question just to show her how absurd her defense is. Let her answer this one question from me. Who signed the resignation letter? Because the resignation letter must be signed by the person resigning. How can the chairperson sign a resignation letter of somebody else? Where in the world have you seen that?
Mr. Madlala, did you write the letter? Ms. Madlala?
No, Chairperson, I think let's allow the minister's question to be answered by Ms. Dulwazan before Ms. Madlala, because I think
Ms.
it's an
Madlala, did you write the letter?
Yes, Chair, I did write the letter of resignation to the chair as part of the process of my secondment. Thank
And
you,
not
Chair.
to the minister?
No, to the chair, because they were then going to combine and write a report to the minister. Thank you, Chair.
So you did not write to the minister?
No, I wrote it to the chairperson as
Case
part of the
closed.
process.
Case closed. Minister?
Right. It is very obvious. You see, when you want to defend the indefensible, when you apply for a job, you don't apply for a job through another person. I can apply for a job for Honorable Khabo and sign on behalf of Honorable Khabo. The same happens with a resignation. If the person, the process, and it's shocking that such educated people don't know the process of how to resign. Now, I want to put it to you, Chair, that as two things that we cannot let the public believe, as the honorable, as the member of council has said that after 3 months there's a cooling off period. There's no cooling off period in as far as a person just walking in and out of the department as a council member. There is processes that needs to be followed. And I've never received such a letter. So where I'm sitting, I do not know as the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture that a council member has resigned because, so if she had resigned, then she's just an ordinary person on the street. You can't just be a CEO anyway if she's resigned. So that's where I'm bringing in the SIU as the minister. Because now I've been listening to them. If you resign as a council member, you are just an ordinary person on the street. Now you cannot take an ordinary person on the street and make them CEO. How do we explain that? They said they should resign. That's fine. Now, if she resigned, she's no longer in the system. So they have taken a person on the street and just put her in charge of the NFVF. Thank you very much, Chair. That's all I want to say at this point.
Thank you so much on that response. Honorable members, there are still 2 members left. It is the Honorable Mtetwa, followed by Honorable Letsia. Honorable Mtetwa.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, members. It's a quite interesting one today. Hey, good afternoon, Minister, Department officials, and NFVF. I'm the only one who's gonna pronounce it correctly. NFVF, please. NAC and Robben Island. Chair, can I briefly do this? I want to start with with the chairperson, or maybe let me ask the acting CEO or the chairperson, any of the two. At NFVF, who is the accounting officer? And who is he or she accountable to? If in view of separation of powers, The chairperson or the CEO can respond.
Through you, Chair, currently the accounting officer is the CEO, so that will be myself, being accountable to the accounting authority, which is the council, which is accountable to the accounting executive, which is the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for understanding that you are accountable to the executive. We are accountable to the council. But since we started here, it seems like you are accountable to us. You have actually crossed your lines in terms of accountability. We are here, we're expecting the chairperson to be leading this delegation and not always you answering to questions or other members. It must be the chairperson who directs you. It seems like even the chairperson doesn't understand his role as the accounting officer externally. You are accounting officer internally, externally is the chairperson. Can the chairperson therefore take the rightful stand and respond to my questions? Chairperson, are you still here? Are you still around?
I'm still around, yes.
In terms of your governance, you came in after a particular board was removed or a particular board left NFVF. What were the mishaps that you identified as the reasons for governance failures from the previous board? Chairperson, are you still alive?
Yes, I am. I've said I think that the problem was there that many of them were probably not film experts or did not understand film. I'm in this position because I understand film. I do not have, as you have absolutely noted.
Chairperson, I did not ask what made you, what qualifications. I'm asking what were the governance, I'm specifying governance issues. We are talking governance here. That's why I'm talking to the chairperson because the CEO must talk to the operational issues. Now we are talking governance. Yes, how do we strengthen governance? I'm asking you what governance issues that you picked up when you came in that were the reasons for the failure of the previous board.
What I experienced is perhaps that there was not really transparency. That's one of the issues that I picked up, and that they did not have enough film knowledge to lead the entity. That's what I got. But remember, I was only seconded into this position months after taking over. So I've been there, yeah, only a few months. And I will probably move back to the board quite soon.
Were you part of the board?
Out of the chairperson's position.
So you were part of the board before you were seconded to be the chairperson.
Yes, I was part of the board.
Okay, so as the part of the board, let me remind you what corporate governance says. The king that has many people have been talking about. It says you are severally and jointly liable. You cannot plead the fact that I wasn't the chairperson, but I was part of the board. I'm asking in terms of the board, these are the responsibilities of the board. When you come in, so whatever that you are saying to me now, you are saying that you are assuming that those were the issues. Is that what you're telling us? That you're assuming that they were not capacitated, they were not transparent. That's what caused the failures.
Yes, that's what, but I think I experienced that also.
Do you know what is called strategic planning?
Yes.
Did you do a strategic planning? Did you do assessment or did you not do the assessment of what was wrong with the previous board?
We discussed it during meetings. Yes, we discussed it during meetings, the strategic planning. We discussed it during meetings.
You discussed it, you didn't have it.
We had it and we discussed it. But then I was just a board member.
Let me remind you, Chair, again, before us, you are like somebody who has taken oath. And if you are misleading us, it is called statutory offense. It is statutory offense and very punishable. It's a criminal offense. Okay? So please be careful on how you respond. I'm asking you a simple question. I'm saying you are assuming. I asked you what were the issues, because if you have done the strategy, if you have done an assessment, first and foremost, you do the assessment, and then followed by a strat plan to say, we have assessed the situation as the board. These are the issues. You table them. And then you go on a strat plan to say, how do we then plan to deal with these issues? So it seems like you haven't done that, because if you had done that, you would tell me what is it. You won't be saying I think or I assume or using assumptions. Have you done the strat plan? Did you do an assessment, formal assessment of what the other board failed to do? What were the challenges? And have you done your strat plan in terms of mitigating against those challenges?
No, I did not.
So let me ask again, so that I make sure that you are now saying, no, you did not, because earlier on you said you did. Are you saying you didn't do the strat plan, you didn't do assessment?
I did not do it correct.
Okay.
Honorable Mtetwa, rewind a little bit. My apologies.
Yeah.
The chairperson said he was second. He wasn't second. He was appointed, for the record. Then also, I want to speak to the issue of the time frame. We know how long we have this problem, and this problem is not 3 months since the appointment of the chairperson. How long are you now in this position? 3 months or 9 months?
9 months.
Why did you say 3 months appointed?
I was appointed after about 6 months, and I would have stayed eventually for 3 months, and then stepped back onto the council.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Mtetwa.
I'm going to remind you again that as board members, as council members, whatever you call yourself in any entity, you are severally and jointly liable. There's no one who's going to shift the blame and say, no, this one I said and this I said and this one said. I did this and this one did not. As soon as you take a decision, you take a collective responsibility to that and liability. Now, if you did not do the strat plan, you did not do assessment, what is it that you are doing as the board, as the council, to change? How do you know what it is that you need to fix if you have not done your assessment and your strat plan?
Well, it comes from discussions, and I've said right from the start that I am a film expert and that I know about film and not necessarily that much about the government strategic plan, and that I would just stay for a certain time and then move back away from the chairperson of the board.
No, it's not the chairperson's role only, it is the entire board. I'm talking to the entire board. I'm just talking to you. You can ask any board member to respond on your behalf. If you are not certain about something, you don't know, you can refer to another board member. I want you to direct the meeting. I'm also teaching you how you become a chairperson of a council. You direct meetings. You don't sit and listen to other people responding on your behalf, because the same responses that members have given, if they've lied, it is the entire board that will suffer the consequences. So let's take the position of the chairperson. Chairperson, as the board, what have you done to change the status quo at NFVF? As the board, now put yourself as a board member because you are just a chairperson who chairs the meetings. You are not an entity on your own. So as the chairperson of the board, I'm asking the entire board, what is it that you are doing to fix NFVF when you have not done any assessment and strategic planning?
Well, I was appointed to make it more film orientated and to give the film community more power and more insight into what is going on. That's why I was appointed, and perhaps the minister can answer that question for me about why I was appointed, or Mr. Bazana can.
No, I'm asking the board. You are not running an NGO. That's not an NGO where you want to appeal to us, to our emotions. I'm asking governance issues. We're talking governance. That structure that is called the council, it's a council that deals with governance. And I'm asking governance issues. What have you done to change the governance lack that was there before you came in?
I think Mr. McKenzie can perhaps, the Honourable Minister can perhaps answer this question.
Honourable Minister is not a board member, is not a council member. I've got questions for the minister separately. I'm asking the board, you can't say that the council doesn't know what it has to do. Minister must advise it what to do on daily basis. That's not true. Do you know what you're supposed to do, chairperson in that entity?
I know what I'm supposed to do, and I want also.
What is it that you are supposed to do?
I want to ask Mr. Bazana to just step in here and respond to some of these questions, please.
No, Mr. Van Nierop. I'm not going to allow that. The question has been asked. The minister sent you an appointment letter. You accept that appointment. You are being paid and your payment is in terms of the national treasury requirements under category S. So what does that mean? What is your salary? You are being paid not to give information. You must respond to that question, please.
Yes, I'm just trying to be ahead of a board that steers the NVF in the right direction, and I chair the meetings and I try to steer those meetings and I listen to what they are saying, and then we discuss and we reach a conclusion.
No. In terms of the letter,
yes,
your letter stated, as the chairperson of the council, you are expected to provide oversight and strategic direction to the NFVF as required by the NFVF Act. So the member is within his rights to ask that questions, and I want you to respond. How did you give direction?
I try to give direction for us all to have transparency, to have consistency, to steer the NVF in the right direction. That is what I try to do.
How? How do you do that?
By making, let's say, suggestions or talking to the members and asking for their opinions. And there are several legal experts there who can help me and who do, like Mr. Khadebe or Mr. Bazana, who can lead me.
Mr. Bazan, the chair doesn't know what the council is supposed to do. Minister, you can see that. This is evidential. Before you, that the chairperson doesn't know what governance is all about. Mr. Bazan, you seem to be very, very energetic. Can you
Before
please
you go
assist
to her, Honorable Mutetwa, 1 second. Before you go to her, Mr. Van Nierop, where is Mr. Khadebe?
I do not know where he is because he
Can
is
you
the
tell
vice
this
chair.
committee members who is he?
He is the legal expert and the vice chair.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Mutetwa.
Sorry about that. Mr. Bazan, Ms. Dubazan, I hope I'm calling your surname correctly. Ms. Dubazan,
Yeah.
can you please assist us in telling the portfolio committee and the nation?
One second. If members is going to ask questions, Ms. Dubazana,
Yes,
you
Chair.
either address the member on his name, Mr. Eugene Tetwa, or honorable member. Skang ye bomo.
Oh, Yebo was in response to the question, Chair. My apologies. He asked if I
No,
said my
you
name.
don't say yebo to the member. Proceed, member.
Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Dubazana, can you assist the chairperson to indicate what is the function of this council? What has this council done in order to understand the problems that were there? And then what has this board done in order to change the governance, the failures of the previous board?
Thank you, Honourable Member Mthethwa. And yes, you are indeed saying my surname correctly. The function of our council, and to respond to your previous question, we have done a strategy plan as a council twice. And we did that upon entry to assess the very issues that you're speaking to see through a SWOT plan what is wrong with our entity. And like the chair alluded to, transparency was a serious issue. Failings of corporate governance and consistency was a major issue in that the previous council was unable to support the organization from a governance perspective, though they did support them in their programs and supporting the programs that fund the creative and audiovisual sector. Governance internally was a major issue, which is why we've had mainly human resource issues that we focused on in our strat plan. And our future facing attempt within that as a council is using not only King 4 principles, but a reorganizational design to ensure that we leave a sustainable organization.
Okay, you're talking about internal.
Yes.
What are the internal governance issues that we're lacking? When you speak of internal governance, what are those?
Sure, Honourable Member. The major
Please
issues.
please don't generalize it. I want you to say this is, for instance, where we had HR, we have now a shop. We've changed it to a shop or something of that sort, whatever that you had to do to change the system.
Sure. Thank you so much, Honourable Member. So one of the key issues we immediately highlighted was related to our audit findings, and we dove right into looking at why we were having audit findings. What was the issues with our finances that we were finding these audit findings specifically from a financial department? As you know, we had a resignation from our CFO because of the investigation that we initiated to look at these issues, and are currently seeking a new CFO so that we have a more solid and a more transparent and ethical finance department. The second matter that we found was that there is a high turnover within our entity, and we found that to be problematic, especially when we speak to the whistleblowing letter we've spoken to today extensively, that the toxic work environment was...
I'm not referring to operational issues. I'm referring to governance issues.
Yes.
As the board, okay, first and foremost, let me find out from you.
Yes, Chair.
Are you nullifying the statement that was made by the chairperson to say that no, you didn't do the strat plan and assessment? Are you nullifying that?
I am, Honourable Member.
Okay.
We did it twice.
Okay. Maybe let me simplify it for you.
Sure.
Were there policies? Were there
Yes,
policies in the previous?
entity?
Yeah.
Sorry. The entity does have functioning policies. The implementation
No,
would...
please, listening is a skill. Listening is a skill. I asked whether were there policies in the previous governance?
Policies for the entity or policies for the council?
Yes. Did you find policies at the council?
Yes, there is a council charter in place.
Not the charter, policies. Do you have, which policies do you found at NFVF, existing policies that you found there when you arrived?
The policies that exist for the council spoke to the subcommittee, consolidation of the powers that speak to us as an accounting officer.
Miss, I said listening is a skill. I asked you, which policies did you find? Did you find, not the policies that exist now, that you found existing. When
These
you
are the
arrive,
projects we
you
found.
must have found the NFEF painted in blue, then you changed it to yellow. That's what I want to find out, whether did you bring any change? Because it seems like you guys, you seem to be very confused. So I want you to give me that assurance, take me into confidence that this board would be able to do what it's supposed to do. What policies did you find? Which policies did you find?
So as I was trying to say, Honourable Member, that we did find policies that gave us guidance on the constitution of our council that speak to either our travel, our powers as a council. These were in place.
Okay. I thought you would list policies. Just for instance, you would say, we found an employment policy, we found procurement policy, disciplinary policy, or there was no disciplinary policy. As we this new board or council, we have established a disciplinary policy. We have done ABC. We have done. You are very general. You are very generalizing, and I can tell you that this board minister doesn't know what it's supposed to do. I don't have any confidence in this board that it is going to pull this entity to what it's supposed to be. I see transgression of policies of regulate. That is why there is this transgression of the regulations, even the act that governs them, because nobody seems to understand what they're supposed to do. Each individual seems to understand what they are here for as individuals, not as a board. I put it to you guys as a board, and you can ratify that statement. You don't know what you're supposed to do. You're behaving like you are running an NGO where people must come and say, shame, this entity, let's put money. I don't find any principles. You are talking, in fact, you are talking emotions, feelings, how you feel about this entity. Nobody's giving me. Where's the deputy vice president or the deputy chair?
The deputy chair has been trying, Honourable Member, for the past couple of hours. He's stated, as the acting CEO has said, that he keeps getting kicked out the meeting. He is watching it and keeps trying if there's somebody that can let him in. He has been trying for the entirety of our discussion to enter the meeting.
So sad. He is the one with the legal knowledge.
He is indeed our legal expert as a attorney in practice.
Okay, what members were asking for was the legal opinion. When you consult, you get a legal opinion that advises what to do. And that's what the portfolio committee is asking for, that you will submit that. And then I want to ask Chairperson, let me go back to Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
And the CEO. You, as the council, you have a situation of a vacuum. Okay? You have a situation of a vacuum that there is no CEO. And you go into a meeting and you sit as a council and you decide, no, first and foremost, we need to, this vacuum, we need to fill it up with somebody. And the best person is amongst us. How did you come up with the best person amongst you, contrary to the best person who is an employee? What did you do to assess that there is no qualification within the employees of NFVF according to in line with the Act, that you then had to suggest that the council member to become an acting CEO? How did you do that? Chairperson, what steps did you follow to make sure that there's no skill in NFVF employees, amongst NFVF employees, but the skill lies in the council?
Well, Honourable Chairperson, we Honorable Mtetwa. We looked at her experience. We looked at everything that she has done and contributed to the NVF for the past 18 months. And that is perhaps one of the leading factors that made us decide to vote for
I will
her.
say it again. Listening is a skill. I've asked, this is my question. What did you do to nullify the entire group of staff members at NFVF to say there's no one who can serve us better in this position, even against the act? But the only skill that can serve us better is amongst us against the act. What process did you follow to make sure that there's nobody? What did you do? Did you do interviews? Did you get skills audit? And what did you do that said there's nobody within the employees that can be an acting CEO?
We discussed, Honorable Mtetwa, several options. We looked at several people, and we came to the conclusion that Ms. Madlala was the best person for this position after
What
we
were
discussed
the
everybody.
basis? What were the basis of that conclusion? What scientific basis that you can give and say, for instance, we had 3 members that we looked at from the employees, but this is what they were lacking when we compared them to the skill that we needed.
Yes, we discussed several issues. We discussed their experience. We discussed what they've done up till now.
Whose experience did you discuss in the employees?
Some other members, there were, for instance, members of the NVF itself. And we discussed that, and we looked at that, and we looked at leadership
Who are the
issues.
members that you discussed with from the employees? Who are those members? Can you just pick up 3 members that you spoke to, that you considered, and then what did you do after considering them? What did you do to find out whether they qualified or not? What exercise did you run?
We simply discussed certain names. Certain names came up and they were discussed, and we came to the conclusion that because it's a very stressful position also, and we also looked at the function that they were basically doing at the moment, and that we could not excuse them from that function because we needed them too much in that
I
position.
put it to you, Chairperson, that you assumed and you had no appetite whatsoever to look for the skill amongst the employees. You had already taken a decision that you are looking for somebody from the board or the council. Because you can't tell me you are not operational, first and foremost. You don't know all the employees of NFVF. You can't just discuss people without going through an interview to say, let's interview them and see who is what. Is there an HR person here in the meeting?
Ms. Baum, perhaps you can address the issue.
Ms. Baum, please explain, was it a lucky packet or what? Was it a draw?
I am not sure, Chair, in terms of the selection process that was used to select the individual to act in the position of the CEO.
What are the policies?
I am not privy, Chair.
What are your employment policies? This is the reason why I was asking about policies. What is your policy in terms of employment? What do you do before you look for somebody else outside the entity? Are you not supposed to look for somebody within the entity first?
Correct, Chair. The policy says you first advertise within the organization for a particular skill or required skill or experience that is being sought.
So what was your responsibility? What was your role when the CEO, acting CEO was appointed? What was your role as the HR person?
Chair, I was not privy to the process.
Okay, but then this acting CEO must be paid through the company's budget.
Correct,
So
Chair.
who decided on how much? If you are not involved, who decided on how much to pay the acting CEO?
When it was, when when the individual was already selected, then I got involved with regards to
Paperwork.
to the paperwork, and then requested for pay slips and for a salary pay slip, so that we are able to then process that. So that was, process the
So
pay slip. But
would you concede if I say it was a top-down approach, you were just instructed to do ABC?
I would say so, Chair, because I was not part of the process. It was a top-down.
So it's an illegal appointment, let alone that they say that they went to seek legal opinion, but processes were not followed. And this is what I am trying to poke, Minister and Chairperson. I'm trying to poke the holes on the processes. This is what we often lack all the time from these organizations, because the people that we appoint into these councils and boards are not equipped. And there's nothing wrong with appointing somebody that you see there's a potential, but immediately after appointing, you take them through training. That's what I did with my SAMIC. I took it to IOD, Institute of Directors, so that people are equipped about governance issues and not bring egos here and personal experiences. There's a problem here, Minister. You can see that there's a problem here. HR person is given a responsibility, an illegal process to complete an illegal process where the policy is not even followed. There's no policy that says this is what we're supposed to do. It's against what we're supposed to adhere to as public entities in terms of employment policy, where we look internally before we go outside. Here, they just went straight to the favorite. I don't know. They will have to explain what was the situation there.
Tell me, was there any other HR person involved there?
No, Chair.
Yeah, Minister, if you're looking for reasons to dissolve a board, yes, enough reasons, where by default that HR was not even involved in that process. Now, someone has been paid. Is it irregular? Are we getting those monies back? Honorable Mtetwa, please wrap up. We still have two other entities to go, and we still have two individuals to have their input.
Let me deliberately show you the danger in what has transpired. I want to find out, any member of the board can respond to this. Even the acting CEO can respond, because I don't know whether she's the acting CEO or the council member. She can respond to she's the chartered accountant. In terms of processing, or let's say there's a budget approval that comes with the acting CEO that must be processed. How was that budget processed? Two, because there's no CEO who is supposed to come and say, board, we need so much in order to have this particular individual employed and to serve us. This is how much this person requires in terms of a salary, and therefore here's a budget requisition that we are presenting to the board so that the board can approve. What was the process of approving the budget to pay the CEO? What was the process followed to get the legal consultation? Because this was done through lawyers, there must have been a budget. How did you approve that budget, and how was it processed without the CEO?
Through you, Chair.
Chairperson, CEO.
Okay, through you, Chair, if I may answer the part of the budget.
Please clarify if you are answering as the CEO or you are answering as the council member, because my belief is that you were part of the council at that time.
Yes, I was,
Okay.
but I'm answering on the budget process, which is
Yeah.
part of the operations, and it is approved through the council as well. In terms of the budget is done at the beginning of the year. That is before March 31, so that it's effective on the 1st of April. Every single position at NFVF is budgeted for.
Can I
Every
hold you there?
position
Can I stop you there? Can I stop
Yes.
you there? You
Yes.
said the meeting that decided on you acting had no intention of appointing. This was a meeting that was held, and out of that meeting, there was a suggestion. So, but you are saying before that meeting, you had already had a salary approved for the acting for you.
If I may explain, before the budget is not about the individual, it's about the position. There's a CFO position, CO position, junior clerks, and so forth. So every position is budgeted for. So the budget was there, just like the person who's starting permanently, they'll find a budget. It's for every staff member. So when a person is being appointed, it's not like there's zero. Now a new budget is found. It is within the approved organogram and the amounts of money that are approved. At the meeting where it ended up appointing one of the council members, the meeting was about what do we do with the critical situation we are in, that it's been 2 weeks, there is no CEO, and the department has responded to say they are still looking. So, and now there are articles that are saying the organization is on autopilot. So several options were discussed. Of major decision that got us into this was the whistleblower.
I'm not talking about the reasons. I'm talking about processes. What process did you follow to approve that you are going? Are you saying that the amount that you are getting was automatically approved when the budget was allocated? There's no difference between the acting CEO and the permanent CEO's salary. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's within the budget. It's the same budget.
Okay, Minister, I don't know. Chair, I just want to alert the minister on something that he said earlier on regarding the court, the NAC court. Maybe it was the slippery of his tongue. It was Ngwenya versus the minister and others. Okay.
That's for later, Honorable Mtetwa. We are dealing with NAC later.
No. He said this in our meeting. He said this. He was responding to, I think, Honorable Potgieter. But I want to correct him that Eugene Botha was on his side as a defendant, not as somebody who was against the minister. So he was the first respondent as the minister. The second respondent was Eugene Botha. So he was not the one who took the minister to court. I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you, Honorable Member, the Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Eugene is defending Honorable Eugene. I think he wants the matter to be settled that the other Eugene was correct, was on the right side. I think that's the point. That's the point he's making.
No, you are distorting it when you say it that way, because the minister was using Eugene to say that it was a fair.
The honorable members, Honorable, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me start with governance-related questions, and my questions are going to be short, and I require short responses. I will tell you when I need you to explain. So, council members, the chair, let's go to that meeting that deliberated on the appointment, how many meetings did you have to speak about the acting CEO? Chairperson?
We had some meetings, but there was one specific and very long meeting in which we deliberated for quite some time when we discovered that we were at that moment without CEO. So there were previous discussions about it, but we didn't necessarily decide on a specific person. But then we came to the conclusion that we are in a crisis and that we have to do something, otherwise we are steerless.
No problem. So you had several meetings.
Let's say we had 2 meetings.
2 meetings. And in the first meeting that did not deliberate on the person, was the acting CEO part of those meetings or of that meeting?
At that time, the ACO was part of the meeting at that time, yes.
Yes. Okay. So she participated in the process to look at the appointment of the acting CEO, not the one that decided. Am I getting you correct?
Yes, you're getting me correctly. She wasn't the one who decided. She participated in the discussions, as did all the other members.
Okay. And from a corporate governance point of view, do you think I can participate in a process and then be excused only on the day that my name is being considered? But so, in other words, I can participate in the process to put the terms of reference of the acting CEO and then later avail myself for that position. And that is not, there's nothing wrong with that.
I understand the problem that you have with that. I do understand that, yes.
So you do see that it's a problematic process to begin with.
It is indeed, as we've seen through this entire meeting, it is indeed Honorable Letty.
Thank you very much. So let's go to, do you have, how many executive members do you have there at the management point of view?
Executives at the management point of view, in other words, at the NVF itself.
Yes.
I think you're talking about HODs here.
Yes.
I would say about 5.
So you have the
Am
CEO.
I correct there? I'm sorry, Mr. Letzi, am I correct there, Miss Bum?
So I'm talking the level of CEO, CFO, COO, whatever, that level.
That level, and Miss Bum can support me here. If not, she can give the correct answer. But I think it was about 5.
3, Chair. Yes. Right now
Yeah.
we're at 2.
It's 3.
So the structure says 3.
The structure says 3, but remember we have also acting personnel, people who are acting in certain positions there, but then 3 it is.
So you have the CEO, CFO, and what? Ms. Bam?
Currently,
No,
in
the
the structure,
yeah.
the structure, we have a CEO, a CFO, a head of operations, head of industry and development, and then head of HR. Thank you, Chair.
So you've got 5 at that level. Bam, you have got 5 at that level.
5 at that level, with the CFO, which is a vacant position.
Yeah. And then chairperson of council, do you know the qualifications of this 3 people, excluding the CEO and who's on suspension and the CFO that is vacant?
I am aware of it, so I can't name them for you at the moment, but I am aware of it, and it is in a document that I have but not with me now.
Okay, so meaning that when you discussed who can be acting, you considered these three.
Yes, we did.
And because you took a decision in the meeting, you should remember, what is it that you wanted that they did not have?
First of all, in this position, authority, a way to deal with stress, and where they were at that particular moment in the NVF.
And how did you determine that they don't have authority?
It was sometimes just in dealing with them, it's not a negative thing that they didn't have authority. It was authority for that particular position. They have authority for their positions, but we were thinking about the position of the CEO or CEO.
So you created a mandatory requirement and you did not test it.
Honorable, let's see, correct. We did not test it at that moment.
Okay. So do you know the date which you resolved to appoint the acting CEO?
It was about, the ICO, it was about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And then you had indicated that you voted on this matter, meaning the decision was not unanimous.
As I remember, it was unanimous. As I remember it, it was unanimous.
So did I not hear you correctly earlier on? I think you were responding to Honorable Khabo that you voted on this matter. Was I not hearing correctly?
We did vote on the matter, yes.
So you voted on the matter that was not contested.
Correct. We had 3 possible members who were put forward, and one particular member got all the votes.
Including the people that you have put there did not vote for themselves.
No, the people left. They left the meeting. The people left the meeting, and only the others were left.
Okay. And then when you are in the meeting, the Ms. Duwazana indicated that you have a legal opinion, an independent legal opinion, correct?
We had a legal opinion. We had a legal opinion from one of the council members, and also we talked to HR about this matter also.
Yeah, and according to yourself, okay, maybe let me ask it this way. Did the deputy chair participate in this process?
Yes, he did.
Did you get the legal opinion from the deputy chair?
Yes, we did.
And you did not see anything wrong with somebody who obviously also voted. That's what you said. He voted for the acting CEO to be acting CEO, and is the same person who gave a legal opinion on the matter. You did not see anything wrong with that.
Not at that moment, no.
Do you see anything wrong now?
I understand exactly what you are saying, Honorable Letsi.
It's a conflict, direct conflict of interest.
Yes. And did you guys depend on any NFVF Act? I'm sorry, I'm in the car, so it keeps hearing my voice and it wants to respond. So did you rely on any act, the provision of the NFVF Act?
Well, I was leaning towards the The legal opinions of the council. That's what I was leaning on.
Yeah, and I'm asking, so what governs you? Are you not governed by the Act?
Yes, I suppose we are.
You suppose.
10 page, it's a 10
know
page
we are. I
NFVF.
know we are.
It's a 10 page act.
And you did not go to the Act and say, let's follow the Act in appointing anyone.
I was taking advice, legal advice from the deputy chair.
From a person who clearly is conflicted.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask for your understanding on this one. Ms. Dubazana tried to answer, but I think she does not understand what is the meaning of resignation. And I'm hoping, as I'm speaking to you, she will Google resignation. What does it mean? Because the answer she was trying to give me earlier, only by, with all due respect, it was not, we did not expect anybody who serves in a council not to understand. Please tell me, is the acting CEO still serving as a member of council? Meaning, she may have taken leave of absence, but is a member of council, or she resigned, meaning that in order for her to come back, the minister must reappoint her. So is she still serving in the council?
She's not serving on the council. She has resigned.
So she's not coming back after 6 months.
That you will have to ask Ms. Mazala.
In your understanding, she's not coming back. If she rocks up tomorrow or in December into your meeting, you will not accept it because your understanding will be that she has left.
Well,
that is for Ms. Dubazana to do, but
Mr.
I
Van
understood
Nierop,
that
it's
she's
an
not coming back.
uncomfortable question. What is your view? The member wants to know what is your view.
My view is that I understood that she may not be coming back. That's how I understood it.
Thank you.
And I'm asking, if she comes back in December attending your meeting, what would be your view on it?
I think that is something that we will all discuss as a council then.
So your view now is that she has resigned, but you are not sure. She can still come back. You are not sure, but you believe that she resigned.
I believe that she resigned, and at the moment I can't speak for her, but I did not think that she would be coming back, but I cannot speak for her. But that's how I understood it.
Okay. And okay, maybe let me ask her. Acting CEO, did you resign, take leave of absence whilst you are as the CEO? What is your understanding of your situation?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I did resign fully as a council member to serve, to assist the entity. And then there was a discussion that say, because I'm not being punished because I was helping, after I serve a cool-off period, then the board could engage the minister to see if I could be appointed back. However, I took the position, it was discussed at the meeting, the COSEC advised us. I took it knowing that there is literally no going back unless I'm being honored with coming back again. So that is not an issue. Thank you.
Okay. Where was this discussed? You said there was a discussion.
It was at the meeting. So it was 2 weeks after the whistleblower and the suspension of the then acting CEO. After we waited for 2 weeks, then there was a second meeting after 2 weeks to say, what do? We looked at the letter from the department saying they may find somebody, maybe we need to list what would we need. This is now 2 weeks later. And then the discussion ensued to say the situation has become untenable. What else can be done? the biggest issue was that internal staff could not be appointed because the whistleblower report was signed off as from NFVF staff. So the advice was that we need to protect staff. We can't then appoint the same staff that is abused, they've been issued with vulgar language and all of those things. So then the third option after that was then say, in order for the entity to not collapse as per PFMA regulations, that we must hold the entity together, especially in this very, very crisis moment, then maybe one of us who's suitable could go in. So that's how then the process unfolded.
So you are saying to me, the reasons provided to me now by the chair, you have not mentioned them, that they could not handle stress or leadership. It was because you excluded them on the basis that they could have been the whistleblowers themselves. Now that's a different new response.
It's part of all the deliberations. A meeting deliberates on many things. Indeed, then there was a point where it was like, okay, even if we have to risk that a person who's very much affected by this whistleblower could then be appointed at this juncture of I think it was 1st of July or 2nd of July, with audits and everything, who is a person that can handle considering even the whistleblower. So those discussions were held. People were not just being sidelined, but the main thing was that a whistleblower signed by staff of NFVF was the reason for everything.
Okay, so I hope, Minister, you are noting the inconsistencies of this thing. So, Ms. Madlala, as a board member, do you believe that in terms of good governance, I heard somebody say that, Honorable Khabo say that you are a chartered accountant. And if I heard correctly, it means that you are registered with SAICA, and I know that they've got their own standards that must be upheld. Do you believe that from a corporate governance point of view, from PFMA point of view, your appointment as the acting CEO made sense?
Yes, I do. I do so because we deliberated. There was reason why it made sense. Number one, in 2018, when I was assisting NFVF, when they didn't have a CFO and an FM manager, the first time I knew of NFVF, I was there as an acting CFO. We had a CEO that resigned with immediate effect, and the board at the time, because of the crisis, seconded one of their own to hold the fort because of crisis until a suitable person is found. And secondly, then the safeguards, which are very important for conflict of interest, that were put in place. That one, I resigned from being a council member as I have resigned and might never come back if I'm not welcomed. Number two, that in that manner, then I will never be conflicted, and that because obviously of also of my qualifications, that I hold a high ethical behavior to make sure that I assist the entity as ethically as possible, just for 3 months until the person is found. And today they are found. In 3 weeks' time, 4 weeks' time, I'm exiting as planned. I wouldn't have taken it if it wasn't because of crisis. I took it because of crisis and safeguards, that I can stand before SAICA at any court in law and say, what did I make sure that I would not be conflicted? And then these are the sacrifices that personally I made because of my love for the public sector and caring, to say, if then the finger points at me, I wasn't the only one. There were 3 people that were voted on, then I'm willing to assist. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask that the DDG or DG they respond to that question? And I want the member to also take note that the response to your question is, it makes sense without HR being present in that. DG?
Thanks, Chair. Can we allow acting DDT, please?
But thanks, Chair. I think can I clearly get the question that I must respond to? Apologies, Chair. I don't want to respond off the tangent.
The question is whether the appointment makes sense alongside all the shenanigans and without a presence of the HR department. Also, they have indicated earlier that they have flirted alongside with DSEC on all of these challenges. But we have seen deployments and redeployments and appointments and shuffle around of CEOs and CFOs. Why didn't it happen in this case? That is the members' concern.
Yeah. Chair, I will just be straight to say, in terms of the NFVF Act, it doesn't, because there's no provision in the Act that caters for such an appointment. So,
and in terms of PFMA?
In terms of the PFMA, for the appointment of the council member as a CEO,
yes.
No, it doesn't still. It just puts that responsibility on council to ensure that they run the council effectively.
But where were your oversight in this?
Honorable Chair, as indicated earlier, there was, after that communication, there was that expression by the minister on this matter, and also giving options on what the NFVF can do. So the department did have express an opinion on that decision, on the action
Thank
taken.
you, Mr. Chanyana. Proceed, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much. Maybe Chair, we must take Ms. Madlala's word and subject her before the professional body she belongs to. She says she believes she's right. She can stand before SAICA and defend her decisions. Maybe as the committee must write to SAICA and request her to be investigated on this particular matter, because I don't think as a professional she knows, she must know that any appointment must be guided by the act of that particular. And she sits here, she says to us that she can stand in front of any judge, in front of SAICA itself, and defend the decision of an appointment of somebody without following the act that govern that institution. And she can do so because this thing has been done before. What she's telling us, she says, it is better to rely on precedents, whether or not it is right or wrong, it doesn't matter. What is important is that it did happen. It means, we can argue whether or not, that's not important, whether or not state capture happened or not. And if there's argument that it happened, we can do it again. And then the argument we can defend ourselves, it has been done before. I think Chairperson, who must resolve to write to SAICA, provide SAICA with the minutes of this meeting and a video of this meeting, indicate to SAICA that would like you to investigate your own member because we believe that she's been dishonest to us. Which council committee chairperson will exercise oversight over the acting CEO?
Mr. Van Nierop.
Yes, I'm contemplating on the answer. I will get advice on that from probably the minister or from anybody on the council.
So as we speak now, you don't know where she accounts.
Repeat that, please, Honourable Member.
I'm saying, as we sit here, you don't know which committee of council is holding her accountable.
The ARC.
So she reports to the committee of council called audit and risk.
Audit and risk, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, point of order, Honourable, Honourable Chair.
Yes.
Minister, what is the
Yes,
point
Minister.
of order?
The point of order is I heard that Honourable Itia's question was now told that the chairperson says he will get advice from me. Now, my question is, what will make him ask me advice if they didn't listen to my advice not to have this appointment? So maybe you can say, maybe is the second time lucky? What will make them listen to the minister this time? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Yeah, don't give advice, Minister. You have appointed him. They must do what is best for them. Honorable Letsia, please conclude.
Yes. Has the department been informed of this governance arrangement challenges, Chairperson of Council?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did you inform the department when this decision was taken? You are unmuted. You can talk. You must unmute again.
Unmute myself. Yes, I informed.
You informed the department.
The department, yes, the minister. I informed him. Honourable Mackenzie, I am quite sure that I did do that in a letter.
Yeah, is that the 8-page letter you're talking about?
No, the letter wasn't 8 pages long. It was simply stating the fact as I remember it.
Okay, and then you are willing to share the letter with the committee, right?
I will talk to the company secretary and have a look at all the correspondence.
Okay. Maybe the last question. Do you accept now, after effect, in hindsight, or with the benefit of hindsight, that the fundamental principles of good governance is that those who govern should not simultaneously be those whom they are required to oversee? Chair?
Yes, I'm just deliberating my answer here, as I thought that Ms. Mazala up till now has done a very good job. But when I listen to the governance and the rules, that is true, yes.
And then tomorrow, if a situation like this presents itself, do you believe that you will be correct if you appoint another council member to go and act as an acting CEO of the same entity?
That will not happen again after what I've heard today.
I really appreciate the honesty. Minister, I think what you have, generally, those who know me, they know I don't like institutions being put under administration. But when we have council members who are hell-bent on defending something that is so glaring, that is so clear, I would, if tomorrow, I know you are in court for doing the same with others, but with this one, Minister, my advice is that we don't have a competent board there. We have a team of people, and I had a sight of your of the advert that you issued in 2024 on the 31st of August 2024, asking for nominations. It was very clear on what you were looking for. People with knowledge in the film industry. They must be, nominated with full comprehensive CVs and all of those things. And I think we must accept that the process to appoint this particular council, the appointment of this council, looks like it was a big mess. As your advert itself did not have the requirement to have knowledge of the NFVF Act. And I think after following proper process and you have dissolved this board, when you advertise, the first requirement should be somebody with the knowledge of the Act. And a chairperson, in closing, as we refer Ms. Madlala to SAICA, I believe that we should refer the deputy chair as well to LPC for in what constitute, in my view, drifting from normal procedures where you are a lawyer, you are a legal expert in the board. You are conflicted because you've been working in that board for some time with the same people that you want to give advice about. What he should have done, as the chair should have done too, is to say, let's get an independent legal advice. Where he would have helped is to put together the terms of reference on what is it that we want the legal advice to advise us on, as and put together a comprehensive response. But Minister, on this one, if you wake up tomorrow after following process, announce that we have dissolved these people, I'll be the first one to post you alongside Orlando Pirates. Thank you very much. And good day.
Prepare to post me alongside Orlando Pirates tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Letsie. There's the second recommendation that this board must be dissolved. Also, the second that says that speaks to competency. The minister also speaks to competency. And I'm not too sure, Minister, whether this board deserves a second chance, because this is one of the most important sectors and it is run in this fashion. It's saddening. It's saddening. I listened to Mr. Van Nierop when he introduced himself. He have a very sound credentials, sound pedigree. I want to pose this question to him. Do he think in his own right that it is correct to have an appointment of such a nature without the HR component? What was the reason of not including the HR? Are they not key to appointments? It's called HR, for heaven's sake. Mr. Van Nierop?
Yes, I agree with what you are saying, sir.
Can you tell us what was the reason for not including, or was it the deputy chair? Why did they exclude HR?
Well, we will also have to ask the deputy chair that. He's not here now to defend himself, so I feel uncomfortable.
But you're the chair.
Yes, yes.
You're the chair of all of this. What do you think? Why was they excluded?
I cannot answer that question.
Why? You excluded the most important component in an appointment. And I ask you, what are the reasons for that? It cannot be answered.
I do not know what the reasons are.
You think this is to do with looting?
No, it's not looting. Definitely not looting. Definitely not looting.
Yeah, there's numerous kind of lootings. In this particular case, it's actually to do with a governance that is with individuals who are at war amongst themselves, and the sector is suffering, the people are suffering.
Well, I was appointed because of my film knowledge. That's why I was appointed to look after that part of the NVF.
You think this is to do with looting?
No, it's not looting. Definitely not looting.
Yeah, there's numerous kind of lootings. In this particular case, it's actually to do with a governance that is with individuals who are at war amongst themselves, and the sector is suffering, the people are suffering. Well, I was appointed because of my film knowledge. That's why I was appointed to look after that part of the NVF. and the so-called professionalism of a deputy chairperson that struggled the whole day to get into a meeting. Shoo. Because of a gadget. And you are funded and you are getting paid. And you're the chairperson and you every time say, no, don't ask me. Ask the person involved. Ms. Tubazana, what was your role in this appointment?
Thank you, Chair. My role was that as a council member voting in the meeting we referenced.
I couldn't get that.
Apologies, can you hear me now?
Yes.
For clarity, you are asking about my role in the appointment of the current acting CEO, correct?
Yes.
I was a voting council member during the meeting.
Now, how did you get it right to be a voting council member amid the fact that there is no HR in that process involved?
I believe because the process and the context had come from a whistleblower letter, we chose not to have EXCO members from the EXCO team of management to avoid conflict for them, and also not knowing who the whistleblowers were. So that informed our decision. But from a council perspective, in terms of an HR role for us as councillors, Chair, we do not appoint or constitute the council. So that is certainly a role that would be advisable for us.
Why didn't you outsource the HR?
The advice we did outsource was from HR internally, but in that time, because the audit risk and, as we'd mentioned, our fears around July and the period really informed which legal path would be the higher risk for us. And obviously, in this lengthy discussion, the decision we made in choosing to appoint an acting CEO from the council is one that's being scrutinized. I believe if we'd gone the other route and led ourselves to an audit finding in July, that's the discussion we'd be having today. So it was a very difficult decision for us, and we didn't actually have the time. We had had no CEO in place for 2 weeks, and that is a PFM Act that we would have been breaking.
Can you tell this committee how was the whistleblower's information verified?
In terms of verification that it was a true whistleblower letter, Chair, is that what you're asking?
Did you verify the whistleblower, the content of?
Yes, so the whistleblower letter went through HR, Ms. Bam, who's on the call now and spoken. We verified from her by also asking if it was a matter and the issues being raised around bullying, harassment, racism, or issues that had come up before. And she confirmed that, yes, this was the case. And because of the gravity of the allegations that the staff, not just one individual, were being faced to endure, we had to make a decision based on that and try to look at the whole organization being protected rather than just one individual.
Okay, it seems that Ms. Bam was also actively involved, but it's not that inquisitive to ask why she wasn't involved. Politely so, why didn't you, as a council member, ask why HR was excluded?
Chair, I believe, again, the reason I didn't ask around why a member of staff was not involved in a whistleblowing discussion at council level was because we did not want to create conflict for her in case she is one of the staff members involved in the whistleblowing allegations.
At any point, did DSEC step in and assist with these allegations?
We are currently in an investigation, as DSAC has stated on the call, that they have a forensic unit that is looking at the matter so that it is an independent matter, and the individual who is on precautionary suspension and all staff members who have put forward the allegations are all protected and given a fair and just process.
So you fired and hired and then investigate?
We haven't fired,
it's called,
Chair.
You know what it's called? It's called put the cart in front of the horse.
No, we haven't fired anyone, Chair. That is why we requested with immediate effect an investigation to keep it fair. Everybody still has their role. Precautionary suspension does not fire an individual. She's still getting her salary. However, to protect the process for her, if she's found innocent of these allegations, she will have had the fair and just process, and the individuals who made the allegations are also being protected to ensure that if their allegations are true, actions of bullying are not things we will tolerate as council. Individuals should come to work and feel safe.
Ms. Baum, why were you excluded?
Thank you, Chair.
I think, Chair, because it was a council matter, a council decision to select a person that can take up the acting role.
Are you not key to that process?
I am, Chair.
But it contradicts your response now.
I'm trying to say, Chair, to, I think from what has been said, I think that was the rationale why HR was not excluded. Council made it their decision. It was a council matter. Let me just say so. They made it a council matter.
Now, my final question, why couldn't you alert the department given that you knew very well that the process was flawed?
What would be the reason? It's difficult to say why I didn't alert the department. It's really difficult to respond to it.
The deputy
Because I'm
chairperson.
not even sure, Chair. I think it would be an unfair question when
Okay, that's
when I
fine.
wasn't busy. Okay.
That's fine. Ms. Dubazana.
Hi, Chair.
Did the council pay the deputy chairperson for his legal advice?
No, we did not, Chair.
Why would they have taken advice and having him involved simultaneously being the player and the referee?
I believe, Chair, that the pressure of time for us as council in order to not be in contravention of the PFMA Act as a council was why we relied on the resources and the expertise internally at council.
But it's conflict of interest.
No, we understand that, Chair. I think in a Rolodeck of the risks we were facing, to be in contravention of the PFMA Act was at the top of the list for us. And as you can tell from the discussion we've had, that has been our guidance thus far.
So we're talking hindsight 2020.
Indeed.
I'm so happy that your energy has decreased.
It's been hours together,
The
Chair, and I
Honorable
haven't had food. I
Molatani,
haven't had
it's
food.
your Honorable
I need
Molatani, it's
food.
your
I'm
opportunity.
losing
Don't do
energy. The Nachi is not keeping me alive. I need food. I'll always have energy for you, Chair, even if it's at a lower volume.
Chairperson, good evening.
Good evening.
Chairperson,
Good evening.
Good evening. Please don't forget you still have to steer the ship later.
yes,
And then it's
Chairperson.
your favorite later.
No, Chairperson. I have only one question. I think majority of the questions my colleagues have already covered me. But one question that I want to ask, especially regarding the appointment of I'm not sure whether is it acting CEO or is the CEO who was a board member. And I'm trying to figure it out because I think in one of the entity also there was such a case. I'm trying to pace through my minutes to check which entity where we raised the very same issue where the board member was also acting as an official. So it means that this thing of acting from being a board member to acting as officially, it's now it's now getting into fashion into entities. So I think I just want to check with the CEO when he said that there was no conflict of interest. How did you get it right being a board member at the very same time you recuse yourself from being a board member and now you are an official and you said that there is no conflict of interest? How did it happen? And on top of that, I would like also to support the recommendation that was sent through by Honorable Elitsie. But how did it happen that you are a board member and then the next thing you are now acting CEO, and then after being acting CEO, you are going to a cool off period of 3 months and then you are coming back? Is it possible in doing that? Who's supposed to appoint you? Are you appointed back by the board? Are you appointed by the minister? Or is there any way around that if I leave today, then tomorrow I'll be able to come back as a board member? Can I be given clarity on that, Chairperson? That will be my only question. Thank you very much, Chair.
I would like
Through you, Chair, thank you.
I would
So,
like the entity as well as if the department can also come in, they're welcome.
thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. So up until the point I was nominated with others and then eventually I was voted in, I had no conflict of interest. But immediately at a point of me now being the voted in person to go assist hold the ship for a short period of time while the interviews are being done, there was now a conflict. And therefore, in risk management, we now supposed to apply the safeguards. So the immediate safeguard was that I'm supposed to resign from the council immediately from that moment, which I did. And then secondly, then even after I finished the 3 months as expected for the appointment of the permanent, the question was that then the intention is not to punish me for assisting. So if I would want to come back, I would have to go on cool off, and then the board would have to write to the minister to request if the minister would appoint me back. So it wasn't a decision. It was a process that will be considered into the future should I want to come back because I have resigned. So the conflict ended on the 3rd of July when I resigned from being a board member to this day.
Honorable Molatani, you happy with that? Please unmute. Honorable Mtetwa, I'm going to give you an opportunity for only one question.
That's fine, Chair. I'll appreciate that.
Please go for it.
No, my question is very simple now. It cuts to the core business of NFVF. As one of the entities that distribute, manage the PSP, I want to find out from NFVF what happens when you have given approved people funding. They go and do their projects and they don't come back to report, or you are not satisfied with the reports, you don't give them the second tranche. That's how it's supposed to happen until you get reports that are satisfactory. Now, if they don't come back, you don't give them the second tranche because they did not give you satisfying reports. What happens to this money? What do you do with the money that was supposed to go to beneficiaries, but because they no longer qualify, they did not comply? What happens to that money? Do you return it back to the department or to the treasury, or what? What do you do with it? That's all I need to know, Chair.
Through you, Chair, yes, indeed. So throughout the process of the PSP, because some filmmakers may falter at different stages. So there is a department called the Project Management Unit at DSEC, and we report there every bi-weekly. So those instances are being tracked, and then at the end of the particular PSP, let's say in this case PSP 5, the one that was fully completed, then the budget will be reconciled, and the monies that were not entirely used, they are surrendered back to the department, or then the department maybe along the way decide if that money could be used maybe to another process of the PSP, but we account for every cent of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, do you remember when there was a case with Freddie Nyathela? These are the monies that then end up becoming what is declared as surplus. I hope NFVF doesn't have a situation like that, that is where they declare, because you can't, there's a process of how you deviate from using that money for something else. When you say that you then use it for something, you could use it for something else, I'm cautioned. I don't want to accept that answer, that this money can be used somewhere, because this is where the money gets squandered and used for something else, or given to people who would be given this money at 11th hour before the financial year end to say, no, submit something quickly, I'll give you this money, and that money disappears. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm going to give you opportunity for one question, Honorable Matong, seeing that you are very passionate in this industry.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think a quick one. Mine is, when are they going to reinstate the previous CEO? Because of, with all the talks that have happened here today, they understand that they've made a lot of mistakes. They did not follow all the procedures and everything. And with the guideline of the minister telling them that it's going to be a wrong move in whatever that they're trying to do to remove the CEO. So maybe the question stands as, when are they going to reinstate the CEO, the previous one, and the one that is being appointed now? It can be that they've alerted DSAC as in yesterday, and yet here today, they come with a surprise and tell us that now they have a new CEO, which is, we don't buy that, we'll never approve that. But the only thing that we want to find out from them, when are they going to reinstate the CEO? This goes back to the minister, the department, and NFVF. I thank you.
Can we get a response in that order? Lang.
Through you, Chair, maybe before the chair of NFVF comes in, maybe to NFVF has not had a permanent CEO since May, end of May last year, when Mr. Blenis left. So
now we understand that, ma'am.
Yes.
No, do miss. I don't
Yes.
want to do a defensive mechanism here. The question is straightforward,
Right.
straight to the point. You guys removed somebody because of a certain misconduct. The minister said to you guys, you cannot do that. When are you going to remove yourself in that seat where number one, because of you are in that seat illegally as you? So I'm talking to the other council members and DSAC and the minister to say, the minister might say now, you must reinstate that person tomorrow by morning. You must come to an office, and you must welcome that person with love and care, because of, I'm gonna come there again and do oversight, because of, I slept there last time, making sure that the artists who are sleeping there, they get what they deserve as artists. So let's do the justice to this industry. When is she going to be reinstated? That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Chair. I think the board will ask. I wanted just to say the permanent appointment is for a different reason. It's not acting. So that's what we're talking about as good news. So the other part, the Chair can answer. Thank you.
Chairperson, Mr. Van Nierop.
Unmute myself. Just remember that the previous CEOs were either resigned themselves or just a day or two before they were appointed, they withdrew their application. So there is really no one in the past year, I'm talking about a CEO, that can be reinstated.
Any comment, Disek? Minister?
Chairperson, the reinstatement is with regard to Ms. Dumeko's substantive post which she occupies, because the understanding is that she's in a substantive post. The correspondence that was sent to the entity as signed by the minister and made a reference to in this meeting stands. But they have indicated in this meeting that they did respond. I have not seen their response, neither had the minister seen that response. So I think the status remains as of the correspondence of the 1st of July, Chair.
Thank you. Julle moet die mense roer hulle Dr. Kumalo. Stir them. There's a mess here. Honorable members, we are now going to deal with two issues.
And Chair, sorry, Chair, can they pay back the money? Illegal appointment, pay back the money.
The minister have an obligation to deal with that issue. Honorable members, we are now going to deal with the progress report on steps taken to ensure leadership stability in both Robben Island and in National Arts Council. May I request that we combine, put this in one biryani pot and give members opportunity, if that is fine, to raise either the issue on Robben Island as well as the issue on NAC. With that said, I have requested and speak to Honorable Molatani, who agreed that she will take over this second session as chairperson. I want the portfolio secretary to note that I will switch on to another gadget as well. Please allow me into this meeting. Don't put me or delete me out of this meeting, please. The Honorable Molatani, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My apology. We have load shedding now, but I think in no time I'll be okay. And good evening, honorable members. I think now we are on item number 3. Sizok, can you flag our agenda, please?
What is going to happen, Honorable Molatani, as chairperson, is that we are going to give members now an opportunity to interrogate, ask questions, make inputs on the issues on governance on both the department, my apologies, Robben Island, as well as the National Arts Council. So perhaps if you can proceed directly in requesting members to raise their hands to start the discussion. So the presentation has been made. Some has been accepted as read. So we can go direct into discussion.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can honorable members raise their hands, because already we've received the documents in time to go through those documents. As outgoing chairperson has just mentioned that we are going to treat Robben Island as well as NAC together. honorable members. So, Honorable Leah Potgieter, you'll be the first. Honorable Eugene Mtetwa, you will be the second. Honorable Gift Mutawung, you will be the third. That's the only 3 hands on the platform now. Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. I see the DG is also switching devices. And I'm hoping, because I see we've lost the minister, he did say he was leaving. But I possibly have a question there. Mine are very short, Chair. I would just like to know, with regards to the National Arts Council, and this is my point on the duplicate or multiple board appointments, very much the same people appear from NFBF across to the NAC. Chair, is the chairperson for the NAC on this meeting?
NAC, is the chairperson of the board in this meeting?
Actually, one should have submitted his apology earlier when the apologies were taken. Unfortunately, both the chair and the deputy chair, COSEC will confirm, have submitted their apologies for this meeting. Thanks.
Honorable Leah Potgieter, unfortunately, the chair of the board at NAC, he is not part of the meeting. Let me also check, is the chair of RIM in this meeting?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. So I am not sure, honorable members, how are we going to work with the issue of NAC where we don't have the chair of the board? Any board members apart from chair? Do we have other board members apart from chairperson? Mr. Mkhwera?
Yes, yes, Chairperson. There are other members who are in attendance from the council.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the council, I think you will also assist in answering the questions in the absence of the chair of the council. Honorable Potgieter.
Yeah, Chairperson, yeah, it makes it very difficult if the chairperson of the NAC is not available. Yeah, so I'm not sure who's going to answer questions on his behalf. But it does make it very, so perhaps maybe what I must do is just possibly make a statement and stress my earlier point, instead of asking a question, because I don't think it's going to be answered. I think we've seen from the NFBF to now, we've now had calls for the dissolution of the board of the NFBF. And, you know, the minister attempted to dissolve the board of the NAC. And the cross sort of pollination of the same members across both of these entities is extremely concerning. So I do think that it is a very clear indication that the sort of multiple board appointment system or process does not work in practice. Because if it did, we would have seen an improvement across these boards, as opposed to the extreme decline that we're seeing now at the moment. I would possibly ask, and perhaps maybe the DG is able to answer this. I do not specifically disagree that the board is, lacking in certain respects, but I think the question is why the board was basically dissolved at the time that it was, because that was essentially what the court found to be wanting in terms of the process. So they were requested by the minister to convene an urgent meeting in order to address the bonus issue, which was something I think myself and many of our colleagues escalated through to the executive as well as the department. And I was really not impressed with the sort of lackluster attitude and uncaring attitude that at the time the NAC showed towards this issue. Whether people are wrong or right, you're dealing with people's livelihoods, and that takes a certain amount of empathy. But that letter was sent through to the council in April. The council then, from what I see, scheduled a meeting on the 29th of May. And then they were dissolved by the minister on the 25th of May. And that was part of the court's finding, was that they hadn't been given time to have the meeting that was requested. is the DG able to kind of give an indication of why it was done 4 days before the sort of meeting was set? Was there an issue with, you know, the delay with the meeting being set from when the letter was sent out, or what was the cause there?
Dr.
Thank you
Khumalo?
very much. Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much. I've just switched devices. I'm just going to see. Okay, it shows. Honorable Member, the court, in terms of the judgment that is in place, is still going to allow Part B to be discussed, which is the one part that is going to go into details in terms of the reasons for the dissolution of the council. However, as honorable members might recall, there were situations that actually led to the decision by the minister, where he had actually requested a sense of agency in terms of dealing with what was happening at the NAC pertaining to the strike and all the other things that affected the delivery of services. So because this is still going to be ventilated in court, I would not be able to go further because it's only Part A of what was in court that actually led to the reinstatement of the current board. But Part B, it continues looking at the reasons that led to the minister's decision to dissolve. I don't know whether you want, I have brought the head of legal, our head of legal here, if he could further expand, but basically that was actually what happened or transpired at that particular time.
Thank you, DG. I accept that. I don't know if there's any additions from the head of legal, and possibly maybe an indication of when you expect this to be heard in court, or if you haven't received a date yet, if that can be indicated.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The DG is correct in her submission that the only part that was heard in court was Part A, which only dealt with an interdict. The Part B is the one that deals with the merits, and the honourable member is asking questions that speak directly to the merits of the matter, and in that score, we are unable to opine further. We've since consulted counsel with regard to the settling of the Part B. That would usually be incumbent on the applicant, but in this instance, we tried through our legal counsel to liaise with NAC's representatives to expedite the matter on case line management so that it can be set out expeditiously. So to answer your question, honourable member, a date has yet to be set currently. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, DG and head of legal. I can respect that fact, and thank you for the clarification. Chairperson, again, I'm going to switch over. I'm going to leave the rest of the NAC questions because they pertain to the chairperson, and possibly through you, I'll submit them in writing because I don't see the purpose of trying to get anybody else to answer them.
Honorable Potgieter, I think those questions for NAC, let's package them, and we'll send the email through to the department. Then they will forward those questions to NAC, and importantly, so let's have a time frame for the response, because if you don't put the time frame for response, we seem to lose a lot of information. You can continue.
True story. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Then just with regards to the Robben Island Museum, and you know, I've raised these board appointments as well. I have a very big issue with the conflicts of interest here, but I'll park that because we kind of ventilated it or not earlier. But again, we see multiple board appointments across this entity, with several board members sitting on Freedom Park, the NAC, Thuli Msunduzi, also the Afrikaans Taal Museum. And, you know, I think that's a recurring theme, Chair. And I hate to stress this point, but we cannot say that just because the law does not prohibit multiple board appointments that this is not problematic. It's interesting that where the majority of these the multiple appointments are happening are all the entities that are sitting before us today. And I do think that that is something that needs to be stressed and that we need to take up. We've had various meetings. Just in March, we had a specific meeting on multiple appointments to boards. And the PSC was very clear on it. They basically flagged it as a governance risk. That's where that opinion came from. But I'm curious as to, whether or not they feel that they are overwhelmed, or that the multiple appointments are kind of, hindering them from being able to serve this particular entity properly. Is that not something that they see as a problem, or themselves as a conflict of interest? Because personally, I would see it as one. And maybe this is a personal opinion from their side, but I really would like to know. Perhaps the chairperson can give an opinion.
Honorable Potgieter, I'm not sure. At some point, we lost you. Can you just repeat the last question, please?
My apologies. Thanks, Chair. I'd pretty much like to know, possibly from the Chair and members of the board, whether or not they feel that this multiple appointments and the splitting of their time and attention between all of these boards is not contributing to the fact that this entity is not, performing as it should. It's a recurrent theme. We've seen it across every single entity that's appearing before us today. So do they feel that they are capacitated and they are able and they are doing the best job possible by being on multiple boards?
RIM, NAC, as well as the department, can you respond to Honorable Potgieter? Department, are you still there? DG?
I'm still here, Chairperson. I was hoping that the board, because from the question the member is asking, she's asking whether they feel conflicted and all that she has cited. But from my side, I can, and apology, Chair, as I said, I'm just walking to my car now. But I'll remain connected, as I said, on the meeting chat. From the department, I think the honorable member has, during the previous discussion, she had also made a recommendation that we engage with the Public Service Commission. I hope you can still hear me, Chair. You engage with the Public Service Commission because the issue raised is around the issue of risk. And in any risk identified situation, you then look at how you mitigate, what actions you put in place in terms of mitigating against those actions. And I think the minister earlier on had clearly outlined his position around this one, but he had actually agreed to the recommendation that that was saying we also engage with PSC in terms of looking at how we mitigate, which I think for me, that is why, but I can't respond on behalf of board members in terms of their individual experiences.
Thank you, DG. I think you were much clearer than the minister in that indication, so thank you for that.
But the board members must also respond, Honorable Potgieter, because it can't be right that the DG respond on behalf of the board members. At the end of the day, it's them who are in multiple boards. They must also respond. They are here, so we cannot be able to call them one by one. They must respond. Board members.
Honorable Chair and members, in Robben Island Museum, we have some of us who serve on other boards, that's true. The advantage we have is that the experiences of those boards or councils are brought to bear when Robben Island confronts what it confronts. That's the advantage side. The disadvantage could be conflicting schedules, but Robben Island already in July last year, scheduled its entire 3-year set of meetings so that there could be no conflict with any member who may have another entity that she or he participates in. Those are the two areas. And thirdly, and probably most importantly, because it addresses the issue of conflict, and the Honorable Potgieter raised the issue very specifically. Robben Island has a well-developed conflict of interest and confidentiality document that each council member signs. It's been added to by the ethics code that came from the department. But if you perhaps don't have that copy, we'll send you a copy of what Robben Island has so that you can see the seriousness with which we view conflict. And in each of our meetings, wherever a possible conflict may occur, we schedule right at the beginning an opportunity for persons to declare conflict. Or when the matters arise and some entity or some supplier gets mentioned, there's the opportunity for each of the members to indicate that they know X or Y entity. That much we have done, and I think our executives are present here. We'll send you copies of those. Thank you, Chairperson.
Appreciate that, Professor. Thank you. Just a quick follow on just on what you've given. Thank you. It's quite clear. I would very much appreciate those documents. Just say, for example, somebody who sat on a board that adjudicated on funds that benefited the Robben Island Museum. I'm not saying that's happened. I'm saying, but in the case of somebody who sits on a board that would, in any way adjudicate on funds to the Robben Island Museum, would that constitute a case of declaring at the beginning of a meeting and recusing themselves?
It should. It should, because our position is quite clear, and obviously that member will realize that there is a relationship that needs to be noted in the meeting, and we have a process for recusing the member, and the chair of that committee will engage the member. So the process is quite clear. I think what we should do is we'll email that to you by tomorrow so that all of you have a copy of that.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. It was quite clear. Chair, I'm sure my colleagues are going to bring up the waiving of the participation in the CEO interview, so I'll leave it there. My focus was primarily on this sort of multiple appointments, but I'll give my colleagues a chance so we all get a chance to get out of this meeting at a decent hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Potgieter. Before I go to Honorable Eugene Mthethwa, I just want to check with the acting CEO of NAC regarding the issue of the bonuses. How was the issue of the bonuses resolved? Mr. Mkhwera?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Mkhwera?
Chair, can you hear me? I'm trying to speak, Chair. I
Yes,
seem to
but we seem to lose you also.
an unstable network. Yes,
Yes.
I've even changed positions, Chairperson, to
Yes, now we can hear you clearly,
I
Mr.
don't compromise the flow of the discussion. No, Chairperson, of course, subsequent to the appointment to the NAC, and appreciating, of course, the context that have led to the situation of the dissolution of the board. And one such issue in terms of the letter that I had signed off, sent by the minister communicating the decision to dissolve Obviously, what is cited there was an issue of what appeared to be perhaps, for a lack of a better word, lack of agency in resolving the matter of the bonuses. And it was evident that that was a priority, and one also appreciated that perhaps that agency was emphasized following the meeting that the minister had with the union and managed to get the members or the employees of NAC back to work, and would have made certain undertakings. So what we then did, Chairperson, together with the management team, was to check the boxes first, the affordability aspect, but also to consult with the internal audit report to just check if everything that we would do would be consistent with what is permissible or even lawful. And of course, Chair, we got to that point, calculations were made and everybody was then paid accordingly. Those who were eligible to get their bonuses did indeed receive their bonuses, Chair. So yeah, however, it's important to also note so that we do not appear to be somehow covering anything. Not necessarily everybody who was involved in the strike was eligible to get a bonus, because some of the people who were part of the strike were not there, you know, during those specific years of those bonuses. But regardless of that, they then participated. And we still had to effect a no work, no policy, no work, no pay policy, which effectively means that for the duration that the employees were on strike, that money would then have to be recovered by the institution, because unfortunately that's exactly what the law requires, but also the law prescribes on how we should be going about to recouping those monies, as opposed to just making a once of 100% deductions and all of that. So that specific process, as we speak of making an arrangement between ourselves and the employees, is underway to try and make it less punitive towards the employees. But the bonuses, of course, were settled, Chairperson, and I think we did that. The CFO is here. She can even confirm the date, either late June or early July. I don't have the exact date from the top of my head. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhwera. Honorable Eugene Mteto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just remind you that when you become the chair, you relinquish the rights of raising your hand to ask questions, unfortunately. But on a lighter note, Chair, I want to first check if the deputy chairperson of NAC is here, Her Royal Highness Talent Dlamini, Miss Dlamini. Is she here?
Mr. Mkhwera, I think we struggle to hear you.
She had submitted her apology. Unfortunately, she's not here.
I saw her.
I was.
Honorable Mteto, let me
I
just.
saw her gadget.
Honorable Mteto, let me check with Mr. Mkhwera. How many council members from NAC are here? Mr. Mkhwera, how many NAC council members are here?
Am I out?
No, you are not out, Mr. Honorable Mthethwa. We seem to lose Mr. Mukwega.
Oh.
But you may continue with your questions up until Mr. Mukwega comes in.
So I saw a gadget here written C. Dlamini. I thought it was her gadget. So the deputy chairperson is not available, the chairperson is not available. That's fine. Let me firstly check. Considering that this board has been divided into two now, when you approached the court, it was 11 as those who are challenging the minister, and then 12 were on the respondent list. I want to check who is Mr. Ngwenya here, Advocate Ngwenya.
Good afternoon, Chair. Yes, I'm here.
His Royal Highness Zet Mkiva is here.
Yes, I'm here, Honorable Member.
Jay Mashawo.
Yes, Honorable Member, I'm here.
Pindlovu.
Yes, Honorable Member, I'm here.
V. Liu.
Can you please open your gadget, Miss Ndlovu, because open your video because we want to see the person.
Is Mr. Liu here? Okay.
He is no longer in the meeting, Chair.
I beg yours?
I don't see him on the platform, Mr. Mthethwa. He was in the meeting earlier.
El Mutwa. El Mutwa is not here. Sid Lamin is not here. Michael Westnip, is he here? No.
I'm here, Honorable Person.
Okay, why you are here?
Yes, I'm
Tindulini.
here.
Tindulini. Chikomazi. Kumopeli. I guess these ones are not here. And then on side B, Ipotha is not here. C Brink. Is C Brink here? Absent?
He has resigned, Honorable Member.
Okay. S Clark.
I'm here, Honorable Mthethwa.
Dr. Laura Hade.
I am here, Honorable Member.
Okay. Z Gordon, I've seen him. Gunsail, you are here?
Evening, Honorable. Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Tima Simola. O Mukhosi. S Mtamzeli. T Perimal.
I'm your Honorable Member.
Mr. Tembe. B Tembe. Not. Adams, Kruka.
I'm here, Honorable Member.
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
The reason I'm not trying to call a roll call. I want to find out whether can I ask questions and knowing that both sides are here. Because for me to see board members, one side of the board challenging the minister's decision, and one side of the board standing with the minister responding on behalf of the minister, That for me just painted a very big problem that exists in NSC. And I will display why I'm saying a big problem. Now, if the chairperson and the deputy chairperson are not here, who is going to take? Okay, from this side, let me just ask Mr. Ngwenya. Mr. Ngwenya.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You are back now at NAC.
Yes.
Please paint for us a picture of how do you work in taking decisions, especially with people who are saying, no, the minister is right. I don't know what was their response. The minister is right. I suppose when they are, because they've turned to the respondent, it means that they are saying, no, the minister was right to dissolve us when you are challenging this decision. How do you take decisions as a board, as a council?
Decisions are taken properly and smoothly since we came back, Honorable Member. Maybe just to correct or rather to explain why the other members were cited as respondents.
Yeah.
And I'm using the term cited because we, the members that are cited as applicants, cited the other board members as respondents because they have an interest. The logistics of the whole thing were difficult because I'm sitting here in Mpumalanga, other members are sitting in other provinces. It was quite a difficult exercise to get everyone together to deal with this matter. So I think some members would have loved to be part of the process in terms of being applicants. But what we see is that as soon as we delivered the papers, none of those members opposed the application, nor did they support the minister. So by just
So they were
sitting,
responding. They were cited as respondents in what manner?
because they'd not put up their hand, or I would say maybe some we could not reach, others because some of us were leading the challenge against the minister. It could happen that some of them did not get the message that we are going to court, we are challenging this decision. And you remember, Honorable Member, that we challenged the decision as individual board members, not as a board because we had been dissolved. So we then decided we will serve the ones that have not come forward or might have not received the information that there's this process. There was also the challenge that we needed to get legal representation. As you'd know, Honorable Member, legal fees are quite expensive. And there might be a lot of reasons why, or various reasons why people did not come to the party in terms of becoming applicants. But from what we saw, in that they did not oppose the application, we take that as support of the application. And the fact that when the order came out saying we are reinstated as the board, as the full board, and that is what we asked for. We didn't just ask for the applicants to be reinstated. We asked for the entire board to be reinstated. And when that order came, all members came except, I think it's Mr. Brink that resigned, but everyone else accepted that order and complied with it, meaning they support the decision of the court. So there's no conflict in the board.
Well, very technically, since you are an advocate, technically you can explain it, but in the eyes of the public, that is not what we see. In the eyes of the committee, it might not also be what we see. But be that as it may, I want to find out, since you came back, when was it when you came back as a board?
The judgment came on the.
No, I'm saying you returning back to work. When was it?
Our first meeting, I think, should be, I think immediately
After reinstated, I think within 3 days we had met as a board and we took decisions without any problems.
Okay. You don't know the date. When was it? You don't
I'm
know.
not certain of the
Other
date.
members can assist you with the date.
Yes.
And 3 days you met. What
Yeah, it should
decisions?
be.
What decisions did you take since you came back? You returned back, in view of the core function of NAC.
We ratified the decisions that had already been taken by the CEO, and that those are the applications, the recommendations that had been made.
Decisions that were taken by the CEO in absentia, in
Yes,
your
when the
absence.
board was in our absence, yes.
And what were the basis of your ratification of such decisions that were taken by the CEO
Well,
single-handedly?
we obviously invited the CEO and the team to present to us how the process unfolded. And we then obviously found that everything was done by the book. And artists, or rather the applicants, were expecting to receive the monies, obviously, in terms of the recommendations from the different panels that were dealing with the applications.
Paint for me the picture of a decision. How, under normal circumstances, how would a decision be taken by NSC? Under normal circumstances.
There are panels which are to be headed by members, or like there'll be chairpersons selected from the council. That is how the decisions that are taken.
What do you mean?
Maybe, yes, honorable member.
I'm trying to find out the process. Like you would say to me, firstly, maybe it is the CEO who would bring recommendations or issues to the board based on his operational or his operations during the day-to-day operations, what requires to be done, and then those must then go to the board to say, okay, fine, we are quite comfortable with this process. We can engage on this one. And then there's also the finance that must look into the financial ability of this institution. And then you then have the panels would be, now that's the process I want to find out. How do you take decisions at NAC? Is it from the CEO to the board to the panel, or from the CEO to the panel to the board? Which one?
Honorable member, as the board or council receive recommendations, what I can record is that there are panels, and they'll be chaired by council members. And then after that, we would then, as the board, get recommendations. But I would ask maybe Dr. Mkiva to assist in this regard with his experience. But
yes,
as a board, we've got to then deal with the recommendations before the decision is announced to the public.
Yes.
Dr. Mkiva?
I think Dr. Ngwenya, before Mr. Mgiv, I think all the board members who are here, they must also respond, because they cannot just come here and be spectators. They must also respond on the questions that are going to be raised by honorable members. It can't be a one-man show.
Yes.
They must also respond.
Yes, please. His Royal Highness. Mkiva,
No,
anyone.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Honorable Nyambos. Let me start off by saying that we want to appreciate this opportunity so that we can clarify all the issues that seem to be unclear and that in the eyes of others, they may paint a picture of some contradictions and disjunctures happening at the National Arts Council. I want to start off by saying to the honorable members, give them an assurance that as the National Arts Council board, we stand quite very united, and we see eye to eye, and there's stability in the board. There is no factionalism. There are no two factions. We are one singly united council, and that works optimally, actually. That's where I want to start off. Let me also say, Honorable Mthethwa, that given the swift dissolution which occurred, it then put us in a disarray that we could not convene as a council, because it meant that we could not use the institutional resources to convene ourselves, because already the letter of the shareholder meant that we were out of the system. That made it difficult to reach to one another. And that's why you saw the court papers painting a picture that suggested that others were opposed to the court action. They were not necessarily opposed, as Advocate Ngwenya says. It was just an issue of the logistical nightmare that we found ourselves in. And also, there was an issue of urgency that was related to that matter. And therefore, we
With
had
all
to
due
act in...
respect, His Royal Highness, with all respect, I do understand that you want to explain whatever. I'm asking a specific question because I want to drive my questions to a particular position or direction. I'm asking that I see the dissolution, the coming, the confusion, but I want to find out. Now, you would have left the organization in a process of certain things. For instance, your open calls where there's decisions to be taken, there's money to be distributed, and the CEO is alone. Okay. Now, I'm saying under normal circumstances, you would have the board taking a resolution that this is how much we are going to distribute this particular period, and therefore these are the panels that would deal with certain issues. Okay, the decisions of the panels will then come in when what other roles of the panels would come in. Now you have the CEO left alone. You come back, you ratify. So in other words, all the processes that were supposed to have been followed were followed by the CEO alone. Is that what you are suggesting by saying when you came back, you ratified?
Let me put it this way, Honorable Member. When we were dissolved, the minister, as a shareholder, then appointed the CEO, who played a dual role. He was an administrator, basically. So he was an accounting officer as well as an accounting authority at the same time during the period of dissolution. That's the first thing. And then secondly,
okay.
Then secondly, whilst we were gone, it did not stop the operational performance of the organization. So the fundamental matters that related to adjudication and the processing of those applications is any case an operational matter. The board plays a role of oversight on those processes. We don't do the actual allocation as the board. That determination is done operationally because it relates to the operational plans as well as the financial performance of the organization, which is linked to the annual.
Let's agree. Let's agree. And I don't want you to be there alone in this. The board serves to approve, not to endorse or to embrace.
Yes.
Governance suggests that there must be an approval before action is taken.
Absolutely.
So that process was absent during your absence
your absenteeism. That process was absent. The CEO became, as you say, that the CEO became the board and the council and the CEO at the same time.
I would say, honorable member, we came at a right time before there were any resources that were dispersed. We were gone for 2 hours.
It's not about the resources. The processes. Remember that.
Even the.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, even those processes, when we came back, that's why I say we came at a right time. Certain operational processes had taken course. And when we came back, we subjected even those very processes to oversight responsibility executed by ourselves. And therefore, the application of ensuring that we applied our minds on what had already occurred as a process of rectification. We took those through the committees of council, including EXCO. By the time the matter was then recommended to the council, it had gone through the key cardinal committees of the council, including ARC, including those panels as well as EXCO, and then it finally got presented to council for ratification and decision making.
Okay. In other words, you are saying you will be fully responsible and liable for every decision that was taken in your absence and after you came back. You are quite fine. You are quite okay with all the decisions that were taken.
Chairperson, we did not leave any stone unturned, and I can give assurance to this august house and this committee that the decision that has been taken by the council has been looked at thoroughly, and we take full responsibility as the collective of the council.
Okay, Ms. Clark.
And we give you comfort in that respect.
S. Clark. You said we are here, S. Clark.
I am here, Honorable. I'm just having to move to another spot.
Okay. Can you take us into confidence that what His Royal Highness is stating is truly and nothing else but the truth? That you're comfortable as a council member, you are comfortable with the decisions that were taken, the processes that were followed.
Honorable, I can give you a 95% assurance, and I'll tell you why. Because as we came back, I wanted to see every single document, every single process, every single step, what went where, how did it go, what were the reasoning behind the decisions. And we had only had one meeting so far where I'd asked for those documents. So some were presented to me. There's a couple of documents that are still outstanding that I'm just waiting on. But the ones that I have seen, I can give you that assurance. I'm just waiting for the other documents from the entity to then be able to scrutinize it myself and then give you feedback. So.
Okay. Is that Gordon? Is that Gordon here? I thought that Gordon is here.
His device is in the meeting, Mr. Mtetwa, and it did show a thumbs up during roll call.
Okay, Perumal. Yeah. Can I have Perumal?
Honorable member, am I audible?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, honorable member.
But can you switch on your video? We want to see the person whom we are talking to.
Honorable member, I'm actually watching the TV screen as well. So may I just speak without the video on? Otherwise, it's going to clash.
Okay, it's fine. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
But a video
Mr.
and a screen, but a video, a sound and a screen. No. It's impossible. It's separated. How come he says that?
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Honorable Mtaung, the last time I checked, I was still the chairperson of this meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
How many meetings have you held since you came back?
I'm just a normal council member, so I don't sit on any of the committees. But in terms of when we came back as council, we had an urgent meeting, and that was the only meeting I attended so far. So I think it's 2 meetings that I've attended as a normal council member.
As a normal council member, the 2 meetings.
Yes.
Do you remember the dates of those meetings?
I don't remember offhand, but I concur with what my other colleagues said. And that was about 2 meetings that we attended, and it was urgent meetings. The one was for the PSP 7, and the other one was to discuss the CEO matter.
Okay. And then in those meetings, would you be able to produce minutes of those meetings that you had?
Yeah, the minutes should be available through our COSEC, as well as COSEC sending us copies of the minutes.
Can we have those minutes as early as tomorrow morning, not any other day? Tomorrow morning, can we have those minutes?
Yes, I'm sure that can be arranged through COSEC.
Okay. Who's chairing? Who are the chairs of different panels here present? Are you chairing any panel?
Yeah, I have mentioned to the Deputy Chair that I don't serve on any of the committees. So I'm a normal council member serving on no committees.
Okay. Who sits on, are there any panel members here? Chairpersons of panel members who are here?
Yeah, I think you spoke to Mr. Clark. I think he's the chairperson of the HR committee.
Oh, let me do this so that it becomes easy. Can Mr. Mr. Lebogang, can you give me the panels and the chairpersons of the panels who are here? You should know them. It would be easier.
No. Let me invite my colleague from the arts development. The flow will be easy. Yes, the panels I do know, but some of the council members who are serving in those panels as chairs, I'm not sure of. But
Who are chairing?
and I
I
can
want the
invite.
chairs.
Yes, let me invite Me Puleng Lesala to just state the name of the panel and give who is actually the chairperson of that panel. Me Lesala, yes.
Thank you very much, CEO, and good evening to the honorable members. I think Honorable
Melisala,
Sorry.
Golden rule, open your video.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me just move from this. Their hands, I'm sure you can see me. I hope you can. Sure. Can you all see me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. If you can see, Honorable Mtetwa, the names of the chairpersons, Mr. Councillor Harun Gansali, Dr. Deharte, Pamela
Please
Ndlovu.
give me the panel and the chairperson of that panel.
Or the chairpersons of the panel.
Yes, the
Mr.
panel. What panel is it? Chaired by who?
Okay, the craft panel. Let me start by the alphabetical order. For craft, Mr. Harun Gansali is the one who is the chair, and the panel members is Wendy Mtembu, Constantia Maduna.
No, I don't want the panel members. I want the chairpersons
chair. Oh, thank
different
you.
panel.
Oh,
Just
thank you very
mention the
much.
panel and the chairperson.
Thank you very much. The chairperson for dance is Tracy Perumal, and for visual arts, it's Dr. De Harde, and for literature is Ndade Mutwa, and for theatre is Miss Councillor Ndlovu, and for music is Councillor Klink Brink, who's recently resigned, and for multidiscipline is Joel Mashua, who is the panel member. I'm not sure if I've given you all the disciplines.
Are they all here except Mr. Brink?
Yeah, most of them, they're here.
Okay. In terms of provincial representatives, do you still have all the provincial representatives in the council?
Is that the question to me? I can
Yes,
confidently say
yes.
yes. Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Now, the open call that you had, Mr. Mkhwer, the open call that you had, that was later ratified or whatever process that was ratified. What were the challenges that you were faced with? Or maybe yeah. What were the challenges that you were faced with?
Chair, I'm not sure if I should deal with this at the processing level in terms of the administration. Once we have received the application, or
Okay,
generally
okay.
the response of
Let me simplify it for you. You have an open call that has particular dates. First and foremost, closing date for applications, and then a particular date for announcement, a particular date for whatever that it is. You had that process. I think the board, when it left, that process was done in terms of the time frames that you will follow.
No,
That
Chair,
process.
upon my, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
upon
thank you
your
very much,
arrival.
Honorable Member. Upon my arrival, I got to understand that unfortunately, during the week of the dissolution, that was the week actually scheduled for processing of the applications through various panels. So obviously, Chair, because panels are chaired by council members, in the absence of the council, then there are no chairs, and it becomes a problem to constitute then the panels. And that operation was somehow affected. So it's one of the things that we had to move with speed.
How did you move with that one? Let's take that step by step.
Okay.
You have a date of processing. There's no panel. There are no chairpersons. You are alone. How did you process that?
Oh, okay. First and foremost, Chair, we engaged the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, specifically the legal unit, to seek advice to say, yes, the decision, and it seems that now operations are affected, and that will then compromise the sector as a whole. What do we then do? We were given a legal advice, and we acted, and specifically the action that we took, Chair, as a remedy there, was to appoint, and this was based, of course, on the legal advice that we received, which gave us various options, of course, but we opted that one of appointing the chairpersons of the panels from the pool of the membership of those specific panels, as opposed from the staff and all of that. They chaired, and then after that, immediately the meeting started to convene. Processing of the applications did happen.
How did you
and upon
appoint them? How did you appoint them? Do you have any policy or any legal
No,
framework
Chair.
that advises you how you appoint panel members? Does the Act?
Yeah, in terms of the law, the National Arts Council Act that established us, that process is prescribed in the Act.
Mhm.
And certainly what we have followed, it is not what is provided in the Act. And of course, the logic was perhaps the Act did not anticipate that this institution will be confronted with that kind of a situation. And that is why it was important that we do not act on our own, but rather we go and seek an advice to say there is no council, effectively there's no structure, fully fledged structure, and then it affects this level of operation. Do now operations have to collapse because of this decision was taken? We were referred to
So
these laws. I may not be able to stop off my head, unfortunately.
So in other words, you acted outside the law because the advice that is not a legal binding position.
No, I did not act outside the law, Chair. Let's remember that the law is not only just the statutes per se, but case law in itself is an acceptable form of law. And like I've indicated in my submission, that the advice as it was given, there were at least 2, if not 3, case laws that were cited as references to why that kind of an advice, because the argument was that good things that with law also considers the reasonableness of the decision, particularly where the Act itself
No. Am I the only one who's
to deal with it at hand, to proceed on the basis of that
Mr.
advice?
Mr. Mkhwera, I think we were losing you at some point.
Can I, maybe I should switch off the camera,
Yes.
it will help with the
Yes.
stabilization.
But
Yes,
I had your answer, but my challenge is that I want to ask you, do you understand what it is the meaning of prescribed? What's the meaning of prescribed? When the law prescribes.
Surely it would have carried different meanings. I know, for example, when you don't collect the debt after a certain period, it can be
You know what I'm
prescribed. So
talking about. You just you know what I'm talking about.
No.
You know, don't try and
Okay.
trick
As
me.
it's
I know the
stated, as it is
prescription, the prescription
Oh, no,
policy.
I needed to ensure that I don't
I'm talking
answer
about,
wrong things.
you were coming, okay, you said that NAC has an act, and in terms of establishing the panels, the law prescribes. Can you take
Yes,
us?
sir.
Can you take us to that law that allows you to deviate? What does it say when you deviate from that process? What act, what part of the act that you use to deviate from that process?
No, Chair, I wouldn't want really through you, Chair, I would not want to mislead the committee or take a chance about something that I'm not certain of. All I know is that there is a specific process that is prescribed for composition of the panels. I do not remember seeing a clause that makes a provision of a deviation or a clause that makes a provision for a process that we have followed. But
All right, so
I'm
that
elevating
process,
the point.
I'm saying to you, that process was outside the law. It was based on the legal advice. And the legal advice could be right, could be incorrect. Okay, that is why people go to court and you end up with a decision that had been taken, annulled, isn't it?
Chair,
Now,
it was outside the Act, but
yes.
guided by the case law. But guided by the case law,
Which case law?
which
Give me the
perhaps we
case
can,
law. Which
like
case law?
I was saying, Chair, I'm not able to see it from the top of my head. But the advantage is that we've got my colleague from DSEC, of course, who was part of the process and wrote that advice for us. And I think he can
Can that
assist me in
person,
this
please,
regard.
can that person, because I'm losing time.
I don't know
I
if
want to
Benedict.
know. I want to know that what was the base of that advice that you can establish these panels outside the law. And then if there are case studies around that, please can you please give us the case study that relates to that process.
If Chair, the colleague is not able to come on board or is off the platform, as a minimum, Chair, can at least we agree that that will be provided outside this meeting? But I am on record and ensuring the committee that there were those specific case laws that were cited as a reference to provide the advice. And surely the advice gave us the option and we took one of the options.
You know, the law has always has
Are you concluding, Honorable Mtetwa?
I'm concluding,
Thank
Chair,
you very
because
much.
I'm not getting the answers. I'm not satisfied with the answers. What I wanted to show or to show this House is that these panels were incorrectly and illegally constituted, because if the law doesn't prescribe otherwise, then it is illegal. The law must give its own remedial. In that act, there must be a remedial to that situation, but it was not anticipated, which is correct. Now that nullifies these panels that were formed, because they were not constructed in the manner that the law prescribes. And that's what we must agree. And therefore, the decisions that were taken by these particular panels can also be nullified. And the reason being, I'm not trying to pin you down, Mr. Mokhwera. I'm trying to show that the decision of the minister could have been very wrong and end up with the situation. It might not be you, but the minister, or it might be you guys, or it might be even the council ratifying. It ratified something that was not correctly done. You agree, Mr. Mokhwera? If something is done outside the law, it cannot be done outside the law and a case study is presented outside the court. It must be the court that decides on that. You can present your case study in the court of law because you want to change what is set as the law. You can't change it outside. You can't change it outside. You must change it within the parameters of the law and where the law can be nullified if it is incorrect. But that was not the process. You just decided to go and sit in the meetings, and then you came up with this because you were under pressure. I understand you were under pressure, but you did this outside the law, and that's it. I rest my case, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. I think, Mr. Mokhwera, can you submit what you need to submit as early as tomorrow through the PC secretary? I just want to check before I gave Honorable Mutau. I just want to check with the council. Remember before the council was dissolved, we had an issue of a strike at NAC. Council members, anyone can respond on that. What was the reason for council not to respond to the issue of strike in time? Council members? NAC council members?
Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good evening, Chair. Thank you. Chair, no, it's not a question that we did not respond swiftly on the issue of the strike. Actually, we met to deal with this matter more than once. And it is very important for us to take Parliament into confidence and say that this matter specifically related to issues that predate our leadership as this current council. It's matters that flow from even 2019. But if I may move from that period to the period wherein the minister wrote us a letter to deal with the matter. When the minister wrote us the letter, which was dated the 22nd of April, we immediately moved swiftly to attend to that. But you must remember that in order for us to schedule meetings, we have to have an appreciation of other things that were in the intervening period. So we had set the date, but there were also matters that were with the lawyers. There were also matters that were with the bargaining council. So we had to take all of that into account. And indeed, by the time we received the letter of the dissolution, we had already set a date. Unfortunately, the EXCO had already, in fact, took a decision to recommend to council for us to approve the decision of the minister. The only issue that we were going to ask the minister when we sit, which is a matter that we discussed at EXCO, was that given the fact that the issues of the resources that we would have to compensate the workers for that particular period, we were going to ask the minister to assist us with those specific resources that amount to what we had to part with, because it was not part and parcel of what was budgeted in this current financial year. So we were just caught up. Otherwise, we were ready to duly take the decision of the minister as directed by him as a shareholder to implement what he was advising us to do. That's how I will answer that question, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mutaung, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think I want to do a follow-up question from what you just said, and what Zolani just said, Bab Zolan just said. How long was the strike, Bab Zolan? Hello?
NAC council members, I'm starting to get worried, because it seems like we are going to get response from only one member, whereas you are couple of members are in this meeting. It can't be right, members. You were aware that today you are going to attend the portfolio meeting. We were aware that there are questions that are going to be raised by members of this portfolio committee, but you are reluctant to respond to members of this committee. And I'm getting worried. How are you running a NAC when you can't even came forward to respond to the members of this portfolio committee? Where's your chairperson and your deputy chairperson? They are not here. I want to say this to council members. We will call you to Cape Town. And it won't be nice, because now it will be a physical meeting where we will expect all of you to be present. I don't understand your reason to be quiet, not to respond to honorable members. Only one member will respond. Others are just spectators. Can you take us serious, council members? You may continue, Honorable Mutaung.
Okay. Yes, that's why I said my question was more follow-up question based on what you just said, Honorable Molotsane, and what Bab Zolani just alluded to say. How long was the strike?
The strike took approximately 30 days, Honorable Member.
Okay. This goes back to my next question, and it's to all the NAC members, the board, and everyone. So, do you guys believe that in that 30 days, 90% of the people that were sending applications, artists, producers, and everyone who went there to assist the workers to say, the board, the NAC, they need to pay the bonuses in time because of we've sent application. And with that, do you think you have done justice in the 30 days in not attending into their matter? Besides that, you were saying you wanted to, after the minister dissolved you guys. So what measures did you guys take in place before even the minister? Did you guys sit down with the employees, the unions, and resolve this? Because of in 30 days, 90% of producers and artists and individuals who applied, they went on hunger because of their projects were just sitting there hanging at the NAC. So what really happened? Just give us a very nice, beautiful scenario so that at least we could be able to picture it. Then maybe we might have a leeway to give you a scapegoat there.
Before they respond, I'm seeing the hand of Benedict M. From DSEC. Benedict.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for the late response. I wanted to come to the aid of Ramogoera in as far as the question that was posed as to him acting outside the parameters of the law. And I do believe that his submission was to the effect that a legal opinion was since sought, and that particular opinion, he has made submission to the effect that it can be transmitted to the portfolio committee. And the Honorable Mthethwa requested a citation of those particular case law. So in the interim, one was trying to quickly retrieve same. We would understand that the NVF Act prescribed the processes and procedures in terms of how to deal with the issue of panels. But of our opinion, one of the rationales we provided in the opinion was to the effect that this is based on two case law. That would be the MAC for Finance of KwaZulu-Natal versus Pile, as well as SA Broadcasting Corporation versus Mpofu. The full citations will be catered therein in the opinion that we are going to submit, wherein in this particular court, for example, the first case, it was cited that the various public protector reports on boardless entities emphasize that and members, please, honorable members, please underscore this line, that emphasize that governance vacuums cannot justify paralysis of public entities, and the accounting officer or authority must take reasonable steps to ensure continuity. And this, I believe, is some of the reason that Mr. Mogoera was trying to bring the point across. The court in the SA Broadcasting Corporation further affirmed that where a board is absent or dysfunctional, executive management under statutory default provisions must step in to prevent institutional collapse. And I'm not saying that what they did was in order or not, but what I'm trying to say is that the summation that they've acted outside of the law cannot be entirely correct, because in the absence of measures being prescribed in an NVF Act, there are other provisions. If we can't find records in the what you call in the other prescripts, we then search for records in court precedents to take guidance. I just wanted to aid on that particular score. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedict. Hopefully, like as we've concluded, that we'll get all the report in the morning through our PC secretary. Thank you very much. I think now we were on the question that was raised by Honorable Mutaung to the board members. Board members, can you please respond? Council members, in fact. Council members, can you please respond?
Yeah, Chairperson,
Yes.
let me deal with this question.
Now, can we
manner.
have somebody else? Can we have somebody else? Because it seems like you are the only person that is speaking on behalf of the council. There's a
I think
reason
I
why I'm
saw.
saying that.
I'm seeing the
Can we
hand
have
of
somebody else?
Michael Wasnip. If I pronounce your surname correct, can we give Michael a space to respond?
You're pronouncing my name perfectly, honourable member. I'm stepping in where I think angels would fear to do likewise, because it is extraordinarily difficult territory. And having lived through it, my own view is that had it not been for precipitous action on the part of the minister, we would have gone through the situation, found a resolution, and come to a solution. And that is the short end of the stick. It was in process. It was going to be dealt with. There was no reason why it wouldn't have been dealt with. There was certainly some hesitation, I think, by some members in terms of calling meetings, which was the problem. But the fact of the matter is a meeting had been called, and had that meeting been allowed to happen, we would have simply come to a conclusion. We would have come to a conclusion. We would have been able to make some kind of progress. And it's not the case that we simply ignored the staff. The reality is there were numerous meetings with staff.
Okay, I understand that part. So my next question is, do you believe that there's chaos in an NAC council?
I don't. I think that it is manageable. I think that there are some relationships which are perhaps problematic, but the reality is it is manageable. In my experience, and I want to assure the Honourable Potgieter, a member of 15 other boards. I'm a member of one board, and this is it. And I think that what we have shown, certainly in the last 3 weeks, is an ability to pull together remarkably well.
Okay, this is my stress.
Before Honourable Mtaung, I just want to come back to the question that you just asked. If everything is in order at NAC, why the strike took 30 days? Everything is in order at NAC. Why the strike took 30 days?
Well, I think and again, I'm speaking entirely from my experience of what happened. There was a serious problem with the actual legitimacy of what was being asked for. I mean, bonuses are not, they're not just. I mean, bonuses are not. You're not required to give bonuses to people.
Michael, how many times did NAC come to the portfolio committee?
I have been twice, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes, which is correct. And twice we've been raising the same issues, and the same issues were not being resolved. So it means what Honourable Mtaung was saying, it's true. There's a problem in NAC. People cannot go to strike for 30 days, and then we said that everything it's okay. It's not. 30 days.
I'm not, Honourable Member, I'm not saying everything is okay. I'm saying that what I have experienced in the council has been a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, and trying to fix things which have perhaps been wrong in the past. But we weren't actually allowed to get to a point where we could make a resolution.
Okay, but for me, in that 30 days, as much as there was a letter from the minister saying you guys must resolve, there was the union, that was involved. You guys had 30 days in order to resolve things. After you received the letter from the minister, the only thing that you're supposed to think of is a payment plan. So you failed to discuss in terms of the payment plan. How are we going to give these guys, if you're not giving them a lump sum of money, maybe you're supposed to discuss a payment plan and look again into your budget to say, how do we recover it from certain things? That's why I'm saying you guys failed in the 30 days. So you must bear in mind that the media has a positive and negative influence whenever it comes to that strike. And 90% of the artists, it could be your producers, dancers, fine artists, and everyone who applied within that a period of 30 days, whereby some of them, they were supposed to have projects that are running, and those projects couldn't run because of the workers were on strike, and no one was going to adjudicate. No one was supposed to give them money because of the workers was on strike. So meaning the council itself failed. You only wake up when you received the letter of disbandment to say now you are disbanded. That's when you tend to wake up and say, oh, now this is more alarming to us. Let's wake up, guys. Let's come together. Let's coop and do things. You went to court, you came back, then you wanted to disrupt the business of the day, while the CEO alone is acting as a CEO and acting as an accounting officer and authorize things. Then you say, no, something is going on, something is wrong here. Those are kind of things that we don't want. Maybe the question that I need to pose now to you guys as the whole in the panel is, what is your real job as a council exactly? What is a real job for you guys as a council in an AAC?
Let me allow other members of NAC to respond, because I can see now they've raised their hands. Advocating Ngwenya, Vusi, Honorable Stembiso, you will come immediately after Honorable Mutau. Let me give other council members to respond. Advocating Ngwenya, Vusi.
Thank you, Chair. What I would like the committee to also note is that the issue of the bonuses is a complex issue for the following reasons. These are issues that come from 2019 up to 2022, but also of importance is that the minister himself in his letter says the following. He says, notwithstanding the legal position that no entitlement exists, he says there's no entitlement to issue out these bonuses. He accepts that. That is the complexity of the matter. It was not a matter you could resolve overnight. Basically, this statement says what we're being asked to do is outside of the law. And we had to find a way to make sure that whatever we do is within the law. And you will also note that we have not dealt with this issue since we came back. We have not ratified it because we still have to deal with it. You've been explained to as to how it was done. The view that was presented by Mr. Mukwere. But it was not an easy issue. But like I'm saying, please note that the minister himself understood that there was no legal basis for the payment of these bonuses.
Okay, let me, before the other person comes in, hold it there, Babungwen. So,
yes,
in the way you read the content of the letter,
yes.
meaning there was money then whereby the employees were supposed to get in terms of their bonuses. So where did that money go? Because of, remember, a bonus is not something that needs to be a carryover. So for the fact that you couldn't backdate the payments, that means the money was no longer there. So where did that money go for, whereby these guys were supposed to be paid 2020 to 2022, if I may ask?
I think the COO would have to answer that, Honorable Member.
Okay, is he around?
Yes, he's been
I am still here. I
taking
am still
questions.
here. I
Okay.
am still here, Honorable Mtaung. I've heard the questions. May I please invite my colleague, the CFO, because I also have some limitation due to my new arrival, and perhaps they could then be able to assist with that question. With your permission, Chairperson, thank you. CFO.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening to honorable members. I have a problem with my network, so I'm just going to switch off my video a bit so that I don't have connectivity issues. Thank you. In terms of the budget for the previous bonuses, what we do is that we have an accounting treatment where we do a provision. So we provide for that in our balance sheet. Once council had then resoluted that that was declined or those bonuses were rejected, what then happened is then we had to reverse that. And then when it came to, so we needed to use the current budget to allocate those performance bonuses for. When that came to my attention, we had to then utilize that compensation of employees budget, where there was not sufficient budget for that. And in terms of, being aligned and within budget, if we do agree to that, irrespective of even at that point, if we had cash, it would have been referred to as irregular. So we needed to be careful. First of all, we did not have enough budget for that financial year, and the provision had been reversed. So we were really looking at trying to find or locate resources for that performance for 3 years. Thank you, Chair and members.
So are you saying for 3 years, the bonuses were not paid because of you did not have the budget?
No, honorable member. The bonuses were not paid because it's dependent upon approval from the council, and only when the council declined that, then we had to reverse that provision.
Those are the performance bonuses, right?
Yes.
So only the council can determine that the employees can get the bonuses.
Correct, in terms of our policy. That's correct.
In terms of your policy. And do the workers or your employees, have they signed a contract that have tabled that?
I'm trying to understand your question, honorable member. Signed a contract.
People that are employed.
Yes.
Who are striking. Did they sign a contract that have that policy itself that says you can only get your bonuses provided the council approves?
I believe that was communicated to staff members, and they are aware of the processes that follow.
Is it in the contract, or is it communicated by word of mouth, or is it has been sent to an email to say, this year you guys are not going to get your bonuses based on 1, 2, and 3?
Honorable member, I know definitively that it was communicated to them. I don't believe it's in the contract. I stand corrected. I haven't looked at even my contract for a while, but definitively I can say confidently it was communicated to them.
Okay, let's leave the bonuses for now. Now we're coming to the real issues.
Before Honorable Mtaung.
Okay.
I want to check because the CFO has just said that the council declined the issue of the bonuses. Can the council just put us on light? Why did they decline the bonuses of NAC employees?
Sorry, Chair.
Chairperson, if I may, on this issue, it is not this current council that did this decline that is being referred to. It is the council before the last that actually did that decline. And I think its reasons were based on performance-related matters. It was the period that the country was hit by COVID and people had to work remotely. And we are told that that council at that particular point in time arrived at a determination not to approve the bonuses at that point. So it is something that really occurred long before our tenure. But we were seized with it. We're trying to help. We're trying to find a way, as Advocate Ngwenya was saying. So I'm saying that we're very sympathetic to the workers in terms of their demand. We thought that their demand was a reasonable demand. Hence, we were attending to it. Albeit the fact that it became a little bit longer. That's why it took almost a month for us to process this. It's not that we're intransigent. We're not being we're not being considerate. So it was a matter that really we were sympathetic to. Thank you very much.
Are you saying there was no handover in terms of when the previous council left? There was no handover of documents, minutes, and deliberations, bonuses to say this is what they usually get in terms of their performance bonuses. There was no handover at all. You're saying that the workers decided to strike and came up with this thing of saying, no, we usually get bonuses. You guys are not giving us bonuses, blah, 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 blah. That's what you're trying to say.
No, Honorable Member, we're dealing with a specific historic context. It's not even the board before us. It is the board before the one that came before us. So it's a very, it's an issue that has a long history. Hence, now we were trying to process it as this board. Yes.
Okay.
So we were very sympathetic to this, and we had to take time though, so that we don't break the laws of the country in resolving the issue. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's move to applications. Declined letters, adjudicators, panelists. I want to find out your adjudicators. Do they have experience and expertise in the field, in the art, dance, music, and multidisciplinary programs? NAC?
Thank you, Chair, through you. I'm sure my colleagues would fill the gaps. Honorable Mtaung, I got to be somehow exposed to a little bit back the other time when I was in the NAC to the process of recruitment and therefore appointment of the panel members. And I know that the requirements, of course, and that's why they are being interviewed and all of that. Key to such is, of course, what Honorable Mtaung is raising in terms of the experience and understanding of the sector in general and a specific discipline that they would be applying for. In terms of the outcome, that definitely are we appointing consistently with what we would say we require if we advertise or we make any calls. One cannot necessarily speak with authority on that, but of course that is an expectation because that's what we're looking at. And surely even the profile, because fortunately these members are here of the panels.
Excuse to cut you.
Yes, sir.
You just came into the party not long ago. You are a new tinned fish. So I don't want you to answer on behalf of the people because of as an acting CEO and as an acting accounting officer as well. So this is, if the panel members are here, allow them to, because of this is more based to them. When you are an overseer, you just came in now. I know you've been to the industry for long, and I love you because of in the space that you are at now. I know NAC will be straight, but let's allow them to answer the questions themselves, because of now we don't want to put you under the bus because of the next question that is coming is going to put you under the bus.
As to conclude, Honorable Mtaung.
NAC? There's no answer. Benedict?
Honorable Daung and Chair, I'm not sure if I can attempt to respond. This is Puleng, who's
And your
actually
position at NAC?
be the project manager within the Arts Development Unit. I just want to speak about the appointment of panel members. This is a publicly nominated session where the sector can nominate individuals that are specialists, scholars, and academics, and practitioners within the disciplines. So for visual arts, you get experts within the panel, and also that's going to sit and adjudicate the application. So just to answer you in short, the process of appointing the panel members, it's straight to the point, and we take members that are expertise, and even council, they approve members to sit in panel, those with a very vast experience within the sector. So I can assure you that all the members that are sitting in all the 7 disciplines are expertise.
Okay, my last 2 questions. So why are you guys using AI-generated method to reject projects? And when people are appealing, you take 6 months to approve them.
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand you, but I can attempt to answer so that you can understand the process.
Okay, when I say AI-generated letters, is because of when queries come in, we find that your letters are the same. It doesn't say clearly that you applied for a multidisciplinary certain thing. This is what we were looking for. You did not provide this and this and that. And you also sometimes reject things like IDs and say those IDs are not visible. But when the applicants send us their application to say, look at this, they said my ID is not visible. Is it visible from your side? Then we see that those are they are visible. Why is the department, why are you guys doing that in the NAC?
Okay, we have 3 layers of reviewing. So basically, the first phase is within the office where we review the applications on compliance, administrative compliance phase, where we look at all the documents that we had communicated that we require to be submitted with the application online and even on manual application. So in instances where an application had a reference letter is not signed and dated, it has to be declined because in the requirement and in the guidelines, we had stated exactly and in detail what is it that we are looking into a letter and ID copy, what is the number of months that are required, and the CV and the bank statement. So those requirements are then communicated to the beneficiary once the applications has been declined. Basically, the letter will state the reasons why your application has been declined. So I think what you're trying to say here is that the letter, they look the same because they will say your application was either declined on technical reason or that it was declined on administrative compliance or budgetary constraint. I think that's the generic letter that you are referring to. However, we state on the letter that in an event where you need more details, you can communicate with the direct official who's going to explain to you that the details of why you were declined. The reason behind it, sir, and I really want to speak from a hard space, a very hard space, because the NAC received close to 4,000 to 5,000 applications that needs to be reviewed, and the response of the letters, if you were to really go in line of saying that let's decline, let's communicate application per person, it will take you forever to give that information.
But that's how it's
Hence
supposed
the
to do.
generic.
That's how it's supposed to be.
That's why we are doing
So
it in a
that,
manner.
that's how it's supposed to be. So that next
Yeah.
time when they apply, they know what they have done wrong before. So
Yeah.
if you just send one letter that is similar to you sending to Mr. Mtaung or to Mr. Mtetwa, and we're getting the same letters and we don't understand what is really going on, we'll send 1,000 disputes again, because we need to find out exactly what have I done wrong in order for me to, whenever I reapply again, I know that at least I've fixed my problems.
No, we do provide the information, Mr. Mtlong. I think what we are trying to do here, and I think what you are also asking is that that is not maybe helpful, but in an event where an applicant is requesting further information, we do give him that information. Hence, for them, when they send their appeals, they will state the reasons why they were declined, and also with the office from our side, we'll also give reasons in detail why the application was declined. So this is the information that we're able to communicate, and I can assure you that we do make sure that our sector is really informed, and we give them the reasons in details, whether it's declined administratively or technical reasons, which is artistic merits, or even budgetary constraint. We do give that information.
Okay, last one, Chairperson, is I just want to find out, when is the council term ending? When is your guys' term ending?
Can I leave that to the CEO to respond to it? Or COSAC, thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mukwega. Before you respond to that, let me just pass through my question, then you will just my last question, Mr. Mukwega, to you. I just want to check on the issue of strike. How does the deduction of no work, no pay policy affecting employees and their welfare morale was done at the department? How did you resolve that issue regarding the no work, no pay, as the strike took for almost 30 days? How did you deal with that issue of no work, no pay? The last question from Honorable Mtaung was saying that this council, when is their term ending? You can respond, Mr. Mukwega.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Before I respond to your question, Chairperson, I needed to ascertain if I understood the question well. It's with regard to issue of deductions of no work, no pay policy. How is that affecting the staff morale? I don't know if I heard correctly, Chair. Does that affect the staff morale or anything like that? I don't know. You can assist me, Chair.
Yes. Remember, no work, no pay affect staff morale. Others will be coming to work even after the strike, but because they didn't get any pay, the work is not going to be the way it used to be. And remember, on NAC, we are working with artists. Definitely, the strike also affected your clients. who's artist in this instance.
Okay. No, Chair. Thank you very much. May I first make a point in relation to one of the questions, expanding to what Melisala said, question raised by Honorable Mtaung. I can assure Honorable Mtaung and the committee chair that we are not insensitive to the concerns that have been raised by Honorable Mtaung. Because ourselves, including myself, we've been exposed to those concerns raised by the artists themselves to say, but you are giving us just a simple standard letter and we don't even get an opportunity to rectify exactly where the problem is. And that's why perhaps Honorable Ndau must say, why are we giving an AI-generated types of response to the people? And you heard, Chair, that the response, of course, in itself was speaking to the capacity constraints we have as an institution and what is administratively convenient to us. But we had a conversation amongst ourselves, challenging each other to say, is that how the institution is supposed to operate? To look at what is quite administratively convenient for you, and then your customer must then fit into that arrangement? Or should we be approaching things from the need of the customer and align our machinery to be able to respond effectively to the needs of the customer? And of course, that if we were to do it, would come with a requirement of additional resources. Puleng was basically saying that we get more than 4,000 applications and majority of those are declined at different stages. It's only fair that people should know the exact reasons as to why they were declined. And we said, we're going to have to sit down and try and identify the resources moving forward and see how best can we accelerate the process of being able to distribute the information that is individualized, a person knowing on time, rather than waiting for the person to come and make a follow-up or make an appeal. Only at that point they would know why they were declined, because other people do not have time for that. They are going to come next day again and then be declined for that reason. We've been having these conversations amongst ourselves, and I hope at some point we'll be able to give a feedback that says we have improved in that regard and this is what we're doing. But I can assure the honorable members that we are intending to strive towards that specific direction. Honorable Chair, you know, this question of the impact of the strike.
As you conclude, Mr. Mukwege.
Yes. In all honesty, I had an opportunity to sit with the employees, and they have demonstrated to us the whole issue of the no work, no pay, and the impact that it has and how it also affects their morale. And one of the things that they were saying was that we went to strike because we were not giving bonuses for 3 years. And without necessarily knowing exactly what were the reasons, and we had to go to strike. Now, when we strike, even the bonuses that we got, they've been cancelled by the deductions that you guys are going to effect. So effectively, we in some instances we went to strike for nothing. Others were not even there, like I said, Chair. And then, of course, unfortunately, we are going to deduct. So it is an unfortunate situation, but to answer the question straight, somehow they are still demoralized. We are still trying to make those arrangements that would minimize the severity of the impact of those deductions. But at the end of the day, those deductions are somehow still going to be made. But long and short is that they are not completely happy, and they still raise a whole range of other issues which I would not want to venture into in this specific platform. But that's where we are, Chairperson, completely demoralized. But I guess we ourselves also, we have no other option but to take that route. Thanks. Oh, regarding the thing, I don't know, I'm not sure, I'm not even sure when the council was appointed, but perhaps members would advise, or even maybe TSEC, because they are appointed by TSEC, they can give a date on when the term will end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhwera. Honorable Sthembiso Nkosi.
Thanks, Chair.
After you, it will be Honorable Litiye. Honorable Litiye? After you, it will be Honorable Litiye. The
All right.
platform is yours, ma'am.
All right, thanks, Chair, and thanks to members and the answers that we've received so far today. I just want to ask, please, if the interim CFO, Reshma Bula, is in the meeting. If they can please indicate by yes.
Yes, I am. Honorable
Okay.
Member.
Thank you. Is Vincent Mashale, the company secretary, also available? Vincent Mashale, are you available? I think I saw him earlier in the meeting. Can someone please just check? I need to know that he's available.
I am available.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'm also looking for Julie Dipofa, the Arts Development Manager. Is she also available?
Honorable Member, Ms. Dipofa was assigned to attend a specific event we were invited to represent myself as a CEO. She's not available.
Sorry, can you please show your face, good sir?
Okay. Can the Honorable Member see me?
Yes, I can see you. You said she's not available. She's gone where?
Yes, there is the event at Ditsong that we were invited to, which we had to participate in their program. And I had requested her to represent me. The program was scheduled to start in the afternoon around 5. I don't know if it has concluded.
All right, no, that's fine. I think it's okay because the CFO is here. And I believe Ms. Puleng Lisela is also here and she works under the office of Ms. Julie. Is that correct?
Correct,
Yes.
Honorable.
All right, thank you. I would like to please get a response from the CFO around the money that was dispersed for a bursary as alleged for the son-in-law for Ms. Julie Dipofa. CFO?
Honorable Member, that is correct. There was a payment made to that beneficiary.
Can you please advise what the conditions around that payment were and if that payment was actually in line with the PMF Act and the required beneficiary of the council?
Honorable members, let me start by saying that any payment is expedited through a process, a council approval process, due diligence done by the arts development unit. And then once it comes to finance, all the checks and balances are checked in terms of compliance. We check the budget and what has been approved, and in that manner, it has been approved. So all that payment was certainly above board and in terms of the PFMA. Thank you, Member.
Okay. Is it true that the funding manager is Julie Dipofa?
Ms. Dipofa has been, and I can't quite recall, I think in 2021, when the payment was expedited, she was acting as a CEO as
Okay.
well as the arts development manager.
All right. And is it true that the beneficiary later went on to marry Ms. Dipofa's daughter?
Honorable Member, I don't think I'm in a position to answer that question.
Okay. It is already an allegation that's out in the newspapers, so it's not like it's not public knowledge, and that's why I am bringing it forward. And that's why I would have loved for Ms. Dipufa to have been in the call, since you're not in the position to divulge, because she would then have to, under oath, let us know, because it seems as though public funds money are being used for family members to fund for whatever projects that they want, and there were discrepancies with this payment, where we are aware as Parliament that there was a payment to UJ instead of WITS, which was the approved amount. So her being part of the organization requires that we are able to get into such matters, particularly when we are looking at how the council is governed, how money is being spent, and what's going on in there. And we need to understand how far back the problem goes.
Noted, honourable member. I do believe that this is a personal matter, and I'm not in a position to answer that one. Thank
All right.
you.
I don't think I'm quite satisfied with just that. Can maybe the current CEO, because there's a story that recently surfaced around this, if they can maybe assist us from an organizational perspective. Are you guys aware of the matter and the story, and how has this been dealt with?
Honorable member, no, indeed, the matter was somehow brought into my attention.
Can you please put your video on, sir?
Oh, okay. It's just that I've got a very unreliable connection, honorable member, but it's okay. Let's hope it will behave. No, I was saying that the matter was brought to my attention by Ms. Dipufa herself, in actual fact, and what had triggered that was the fact that there was a set of questions that they required us to respond to. But unfortunately, because of my own limitations, I had then indicated to colleagues that as and when they deal with this specific matter, it's also important that we encourage the person who had sent the questions to refer to all the documentation that we have been releasing over the years. I did not necessarily, to be honest, honorable member, bother myself and allowed myself to be preoccupied about that matter. I just gave that advice that share whatever information that could be shared with the person, including reference to whatever audited documents that are available, which are applicable to that specific year. So that's how it has been dealt with. Yeah, perhaps I should stop there.
All right. The chair of NEC, Eugene Botha, is he on the call?
No, I have submitted this apology earlier.
The chairperson and the deputy chairperson, I think they are not part of this meeting, Honorable Nkosi.
Okay, thank you for that information. It is rather concerning because those two chairpersons have also got to answer on issues of conflict of interest, particularly because they supposedly also hold political office and political roles within political parties. One such that maybe obviously the minister is not on the call to respond on would be Mr. Eugene Botha, who is said to be the strategic advisor to Minister Gayton McKenzie. That becomes a bit of a problem because we were discussing this earlier, Chair, around the fact that someone cannot be considered a referee and a player. If you're already in political office, it is against the NEC Act for you to be serving on a council that reports into Parliament.
I think Honorable Nkosi sent those questions that's supposed to go to the chairperson of the council and the deputy chairperson, send them through the PC secretary so that you can get your response. Importantly, with the department, put the timeline.
Sure.
Because if you don't put the timeline, you can even get your response next year.
Sure.
Honorable Nkosi, sent those questions that's supposed to go to the chairperson of the council and the deputy chairperson, send them through the PC secretary so that you can get your response. Importantly, with the department, put the timeline. Because if you don't put the timeline, you can even get your response next year. So put
Sure.
the timeline, send those letters, so send those questions through the PC secretary.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I think I'll do that. I think definitely because that raises another serious conflict of interest matter that we need to deal with as a committee. And then my last one is I would like to know from Mr. Lebogang Mogwera. Is it true that staff salaries were deducted in April 2026 up to 100%, which left them in distress? If so, why?
No, Chairperson, that's exactly what was reported upon my arrival in June. And I think it was of course consistent with that policy of the no work, no pay, and the assumption, and perhaps maybe it may have been because of the limitation of knowledge as far as certain legislations are concerned, was that that's how it's supposed to be effected. It's only after there was certain engagement, including the guidance of the legal experts, that no, yes, you are entitled as an employer to make those deductions, but not in the manner that you did them. There has to be some form of an arrangement that is entered to between the employer and the affected employees, and agree on the terms on how it's going to be done. So in all sincerity, Honorable Member, I got to understand that the institution was not necessarily aware about that specific requirement on how the things are supposed to be effected, as opposed to once-off deduction.
Sorry, honorable member. Sorry, honorable member. To cut. Sorry, I'm even calling you honorable member, Mr. Lebogang. Just quickly tell me, how long has NEC been existing for?
I think it was established in 1997.
1997. So that is close to 3 decades, right? Are you telling me that in the 3 decades of its existence, we as a committee should be accepting that a leadership of an organization that old does not know what is legally correct in terms of salaries, in terms of deductions, and in terms of leaving workers out of work? Are we supposed to say that we are happy with a board that thinks it's correct and that it's the right way of doing things in today's day and age?
Chair, certainly I've
Since
heard
you
this
said
phrase.
sincerely, you said you
Yeah,
used the word sincerely.
I've heard that phrase that says ignorance in the court of law, it's not an excuse, and I suppose that also applies to the context of the parliament. Surely it can be said as being unacceptable, but I think it was said from a point of admission to say we honestly were not aware that these are the types of arrangements that were supposed to be made, and that is why immediately after realization, then there was a commitment and an action thereof to then correct that. Money being paid back to the colleagues and then would then be deducted incrementally until such time that which is supposed to be deducted is deducted.
Sure. But would you then agree to say that we can be led to believe as a committee that there is an issue of bullying of staff at work in this instance? Because I think far beyond the fact that you would be able to have corrective measures, the first action in itself can institute or can be regarded as bullying.
Yeah, Honorable Member Nkosi, I speak to people who are saying they have been bullied, and I speak to those people who are also considered to be the bullies, and it's a very difficult position to be in. And sometimes, of course, certain things would come across as genuine mistakes, and but that will not be accepted by those who are victims of those specific mistakes. And now and then I would always be reminded to say, when you are a new CEO here and you believe in people, you give people chances and all of that, till now we know these people. Those are the types of comments that one, of course, would hear. But what I appreciate the most is that one would then introduce measures and try to cultivate a culture of just solving the problem, regardless of the intentions of the people in their hearts or heads. But what you want to manifest is what is just and what is fair within the institution, because at times it's difficult, Honorable Member, to have full control over people. So I'm not able to confirm that, yes, it is a bullying, but not to deny in all fairness.
In terms of your own assessment, what is the culture like at NAC? Given the strikes, given everything that has happened, and I'm asking this directly through to you as the leader of the organization, and I would like to find out, because how the culture of the organization is ultimately will affect the performance and what it's set out to do, mandated to do.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be blunt, and the colleagues would know, those who are listening, those who are on the platform. I said, sometimes I feel like we need to call the pastor here and do some exorcism. Generally, people as individuals, you are good, you do your work, but one is not sure exactly what is it that these colleagues are harboring against each other. And even upon my arrival, I made certain things. I think I sounded more like a pastor than a CEO during that meeting, because I could realize that we do not have a problem of competencies and the technical know-how, but there was a problem of the attitudes of the hearts, and that in itself, of course, it affects that environment. There is that bit of animosity, there is that bit of strife amongst the colleagues and so on, but it's something, Honorable Member, that I can indicate to you that I am trying to work on. I speak to the victim, I speak to the perpetrator, and I made an appeal to say, try to find one another, try to be at peace. There will be an agreement, of course, but as to whether it's manifesting at those levels, one is still to see it.
Sure. My last question, I would like for there to find out, now that you guys have done all those remedies and you have found a way in terms of moving forward, what is your next steps in terms of consequence management? We also don't want to be caught in a situation where just because there is corrective measures, people just get off lightly. I mean, I would still like to find out more about another matter, separate matter that I spoke about earlier that I'm not completely satisfied about. But I would be very hurt to be discussing this matter here and actually exit without getting the satisfaction that something is actually going to be done.
Honorable Nkosi, I think I'm going to have to make a general statement, because unless the question says deductions were taken 100% and you are asking in relation to that to say, is there going to be a consequence management specifically on this one? Is that the question of just general in terms of misconduct within the institution?
Specifically on the matter around the fact that people's salaries were deducted, it is against the basic employment conditions of South Africa. So that is a breach, not only of, and it can be even regarded as gross misconduct. It can be regarded as gross negligence. It can be regarded as gross, basically, which then it means that there must be actions that are relating to that. So I'm asking specifically from your side so that I'm also able to understand in terms of the operations of NAC, are you guys in line with what should be done, or do you just decide whose face it is and what's going on and so forth? So I'd like to know, is there going to be, and what are those steps, if not yet taken or instituted?
No, that specific process, Honorable Nkosi, to be honest, it has not been initiated.
Why?
And I guess, at times when, fine, it has been raised, and
so you don't
by
regard it as a big issue? You don't think this is a
No,
big
it
issue?
is. No, it is. It is certainly a big issue, Honorable Nkosi. But when you are confronted with the issue, for example, that immediately the issue that took the money out of the pockets of the people have no salaries. Your first obsession is to say, how do we then first get the money back to the people and thereafter correct deduct accordingly?
And that process, it has not been completely finalized, but we are finding one another, and it has been a lot of engagement moving forward. And I'm sure at some point, once we have find each other on this specific matter, then we can come back to the issue and say, let's then talk about this issue and see how do we then process it. I would not want to preempt the actual outcome of the process, but there will have to be a process that also will guide in terms of the proportional consequence management, proportional
Mara
in the sense
uyazizwa-ke
that
ukuthi sewusebenzisa ijargon eningi imi bhuti ne?
As you
As-
conclude, Honorable Stay.
All right, thanks, Honorable Mletsani, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Back to you, CEO. I feel like you're also not taking accountability in this moment. You are trying to dodge a bullet by going round and round. Are you going to be able to present to this portfolio committee a report back on what was done on the matter? And when? When would the timelines for that be, considering that you guys have now reached a solution to how to deal with the matter?
No, certainly, Chair. That's what I was going, and thank you for making it easy, Honorable Member. Certainly, the report will come, and maybe safe to say one would have to request that this portfolio to give me about 2 months,
2
because
months.
it has to be a matter of investigation. We have not set up that process. It's not like it's already in motion. We start with that, the investigation is done, and ultimately the report comes with recommendations, and then we come and present it before the portfolio committee. I know it sounds like a long time, but I would not want to say the things that I think portfolio committee would want to hear. When you're supposed to go and do them, you are not able to do that, and you come with excuses. So 2 months, I think, should be fair enough for
2
myself.
months to submission of the report. So for you
Yeah,
to
no,
go through the process and submit the report.
Yeah, within 2 months, I should have submitted the report.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. No, I think that's fair. That's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stay. I think, again, Honorable Stay, we need to see NAC again very soon, because we still have the petition that was referred to the office of the Speaker. So definitely we still have to see NAC. Honorable Tsie. Honorable Tsie. I think in the meantime, while I'm busy waiting for Honorable Tsie to respond, because he raised the hand earlier. So I just want to check with Robben Island. Are we still the chair of the council? Are you still here?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to check with Robben Island. The last time when we were at RIM to do our oversight, there were projects that were happening at Robben Island. And those projects, I think when RIM came to the portfolio committee to present, they were saying that those projects, they are doing those projects because the G20 is coming. It was the helipad as well as the guest house. I want to check how far are those projects, because the G20 has passed.
Yes, indeed, the G20 has passed quite a while ago, Chair. We did promise that when the spring is upon us, we should invite you to come and see for yourself, so you understand what has happened and what hasn't happened. And we want to extend that invitation to you to do that next month. It's an important day, the 30th of October. It's the International Day for the Recognition of Political Prisoners and against repression of persons in different countries. So we want to, may as well invite you to that, and you see what's been done, what hasn't been done. So and thereafter we can take it from there. Does that make sense, Honorable Chair?
Yes, Prof, it makes sense. I think as the portfolio committee, we are looking forward to come and check those projects. How far are they? PC Secretary, can you please get hold of Honorable Lutia, because I'm not sure if he still wants to come and engage. Prof, I just want to check. I'm aware you have appointed the new CEO. Can you introduce your CEO, Prof?
Yes, let's see. She was, yeah, I'm sure she's online. She can, Miss Leanne Williams is the CEO, who took office I think it's the 7th of June this year. Sorry, 8th of June this year. She was online. Maybe she can just...
Yeah, I think she's still online.
Yeah. And I should also advise that the CFO, Mr. Yvette Potgieter, will take office on the 15th of next month. So our C-suite of CEO, CFO, COO will be in place the middle of next month, and we have fast-tracked the appointment processes for the other senior positions. We are also reviewing our policy, because the policy does provide for certain participation by the department, and the council resolved at its last meeting, and I'm pretty certain the department won't have any problem that they can keep an observer presence, but that's the role that will be played, rather than play any direct role in the appointment process. Having said that, yes.
Prof, let me go straight to this issue. Issue of, let me just open my, the issue of Mr. Mzolisi Fukula, who was the head in the office of CEO.
Yes.
How far is it? Because it's almost 2 years now, he's still on suspension.
There was an offer made, and that offer was not settled. And unfortunately, we have to continue with the process unless common sense prevails and we can sever mutually. So that's currently underway, and we know that letters have been sent to various sources and so on. The one thing, Chairperson...
But Prof, 2 years on suspension, where we supposed to pay 1.4 M per year, we are paying 2.8. 2 years on suspension, Prof. What are you waiting for to conclude this matter of Mzolisi Fukula? Because we are spending money on a person who's already at home doing nothing. What is so difficult for Grim to conclude and close this matter?
The thing that's been standing in the way is making a payment with relation to the tax liability, which, as everyone knows, any entity can't do. The income tax is the staff member's responsibility. And there was also a further lump sum payment, without any let to it. So the amount was quite high.
But Professor, what is so difficult for council and for him to conclude this matter of Mzolisi Fukula, so that we can be able to know that he's no longer an employee, you are no longer paying for official who's sitting at home? What is so difficult for him to conclude this matter? Because we can't be sitting with the person who got paid. It's the second year now. It's the second year. We are paying someone who's sitting at home. What is so difficult, Prof?
It's the illegality of paying his taxes, as well as an ex gratia payment beyond that, which comes to quite a high amount.
The person has been charged.
Yes.
Did the case ever sit where the person can be able to come? Did he win the case? Did he lose the case? What is happening?
No, we put a stop to the case so that we can sever mutually. But with the points that I've raised, the 2 points, paying his tax liability, which nobody can do in our law, and paying an ex gratia payment of just at least 1 million on top of that, besides the settlement account. So those were the 2 sticking points, and we now know that we can go ahead with the disciplinary process or settle without those amounts, because we can't.
But already RIM has already paid 2.8, because that person, it's 2 years, he's been away from work for 2 years. You've already paid 2.8. 2.8. What is so difficult for you to sit down with that person? One, it's either the case continue, then you find that person guilty or not guilty. What is so difficult? The other thing I just want to check, Prof. I think there were points at some point where you requested the person to, in fact, the person wanted to resign at some point, and then you requested the person to reconsider. Why didn't you allow that person to resign by that time? Yes, why didn't you allow that person to resign that time? Because now we are sitting here with someone who gets paid, but he doesn't do anything for the department.
Well, when I asked him to reconsider, it had come to me via council members, and he reconsidered and remained at work. Thereafter, the charges were laid by the former CEO. So in terms of how RIM likes to approach these matters, it's try to find a settlement, try not to have confrontation. And Mr. Fukula dropped his resignation, but subsequently he was charged with various offences, and that's where we're at now, Chairperson. So what we'll do is we'll speak to the CEO to try to find out if we can settle this matter without having us to do something illegal like pay for his income tax, which nobody can do, and look at an ex gratia payment of 1 million above that, but settle so that we can walk away.
Now that we are talking about that, the proposal from RIM regarding to buy out Mr. Fukula, how much was it? Did you have an agreement or what?
Yes, we were settling. So, but these 2 matters became the sticky points.
But Prof, it's so strange. The person was appointed in May 2023, and then he was suspended in October 2024. Am I correct?
Yes.
Charged with 20 charges. How possible is that?
Well, that's the point of these disciplinaries. I mean, my approach is to settle matters rather than to charge persons, but that is part of the history now, Honorable Chair.
At some point, Prof, I think, Prof, you know that every time when portfolio members come and raise questions here already, we have done our research. We've researched almost everything so that when we come here, we have information. I just want to check with Prof. There were a point where Mr. Fukula wanted to, in fact, there was a point where Mr. Fukula had a grievance, and he sent the grievance to council through you as the chairperson. But apparently the grievance did not go as much as he thought it will happen. What happened to that grievance? Because the grievance went to council through you as the chairperson.
Yes, that resulted in the National School of Governance investigation, and the report is there. It's been sent to the portfolio committee.
Let me check with our secretary. PC secretary, do we have the report from the National School of, let me just check. I know I did have it somewhere.
We can always send another copy.
Yes.
We can do that.
Please, can you send us that? Honorable Litsiele, let me give you a space if you are ready.
Good evening. Am I audible?
But you sound to be very far.
Okay. You can ask one more question so that I try and connect my efforts and ask somebody to ask one or two questions.
It's fine, Honorable Litsiele. I'm still on the issue of RIM. Chairperson, Prof, I just want to check regarding the issue of, let me go to my notes, regarding the issue of the ferries. Let's talk about the ferry. Are you with me, Chairperson?
You say let's talk about the
issue of the ferry.
Oh, the ferries.
I just want to check, yes, who authorized and signed off on the onboarding of the Madiba ferry, and Madiba ferry when RIM reopened last year?
It would have been the persons in executive office at the time. You must recall that the number of ferries, and there's a current request for proposals right now out for ferries. At the time, there were a smaller number of ferries that were available, and then eventually the Madiba one, Falcon Marine, it's called, did offer its services.
Who authorized it?
The executive leadership.
Who was in that executive leadership?
You know, we've had interim and acting CEOs, chairperson. So I'll get the exact details and we'll submit it to you.
Let me assist you, chairperson. It was Ralph Link.
Okay.
Is it? Yes.
Well, it was in that period where we had interim and acting CEOs, yes.
No, you have your officials here or on the line. They can assist you with an information behind the scenes.
I may ask Dr. Tsipa to confirm that, then we're on the same page.
And then let me check, what was the basis of selecting Madiba, given that the media reports suggest that it was too costly?
No, it is too costly. And Unfortunately, Chairperson, the way that our procurement system operates, it's internal. And there are delegated authorities. So,
okay, you may continue, Prof.
There are delegated authorities, and sometimes persons bypass the delegated authorities by lowering the amounts instead of keeping to what is delegated. And we've got we've got resolutions which say, despite the delegations, every engagement, every contract for a service provider that hits 100,000 must serve before our FinCom for notification, not for approval, because the approvals are done at a staffing level. And that's part of the problems that government faces, that our country faces.
But Prof, you still have the ferry that is standing there at Robben Island that is not working.
Yes.
What was so difficult for RIM to ensure that that ferry get fixed instead of going and getting another ferry that is very costly for RIM?
Well, we have Dr. Tsipa here. He can give you a more informed response, Chairperson. Dr. Tsipa.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't know where I should start. Maybe I should start by confirming that at the time that Madiba was onboarded.
Can you switch your video on, Dr. Jonty?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think let me start with the first question. At the time that Madiba was onboarded, it was we had an interim CEO at that point in time, and it was indeed Dr. Ralph Links. With regard to the second one, with regard to the ferry, the vessel on the island, Sikulekile, there's still discussions at the council level about the logistic modality for Robben Island. So at this point in time, we are operating on a hybrid model, which is a combination of RIM vessels and hired vessels. And we have also undertaken an analysis.
Dr. Jonty, you haven't answered my question. Why didn't RIM repair the vessels that is still standing at Robben Island instead of hiring vessels? Unless you know this thing of hiring things, it makes us to be suspicious. Why don't you go and repair the vessels that is standing at Robben Island instead of hiring a outside vessel? Because definitely the RIM is going to save when they repair that. They are not going to pay anyone anything at the end of the month. Let's make an example. If it happens that for the whole month the weather is not okay in Cape Town and there is no way the ferry can be able to reach Robben Island, are you aware you are going to pay for nothing, Professor? You are going to pay for nothing because that person will expect RIM to pay him. What is so difficult for RIM to go and repair the vessel that is standing there at Robben Island? I'm waiting for the response, Prof.
No, that's one of the issues that we've been tackling at council. The cost looks quite prohibitive, but it's not stopped us from engaging with the Navy to assess what's happened with our boats, and the one has been brought back to full commission. It's the older boat the Sigulelekile, which is in a state of disrepair due to an entire electric or electronic refurbishment that needs to be done.
But
So-
you can be able to afford to pay someone who's sitting at home doing nothing.
No, there's nobody that we would want to just sit at home and do nothing. But we agree with
No.
each other.
We are the RIM. It's busy paying Mr. Fukula, who's not
Yes,
doing anything, because with that money you could have repaired that ferry that is sitting there at Robben Island, and the department, in fact, RIM was going to save instead of outsourcing the ferries. Honorable Litiye, you will tell me when you are ready.
I am ready now.
You can go ahead, Honorable Litiye.
Prof, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. You have put a person for 2 years on suspension. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is your policy saying about people on suspension?
Well, we need to resolve this matter satisfactorily. And
No,
the
let's
break
start
to that.
afresh. Let's start afresh, Prof. So you have a policy that speaks about suspensions.
Mhm.
It should say I'm trying to jog your memory. It should say something like, when you put somebody on precautionary suspension, there's a time period that applies before you charge them, isn't it?
Well, this happened almost simultaneously with his being given a suspension and the charge sheet following.
No, you are not hearing me, Prof.
Mhm.
Do you have a policy that governs suspensions, that governs charges? Do you have a policy at RIM?
Yes, we've got an
What
IR
does
and
it say
related policy.
on the time periods around the suspensions of anybody there?
Yes.
What does it say?
And this is inordinate. I'm agreeing with you. This is too long.
What does it say? You don't know. You don't know the policy that speaks about the period you must take before or upon precautionary suspending somebody in the best interest of protecting the entity and the
Yes.
time period. Period.
Yes.
What does it say? What is the time period?
Well, you have it in front of you. You can jog my memory on it, please.
No,
Because
I don't have it in front of me.
you see, I chair the council.
Yes.
These are operational matters that are segregated and done by executives.
So the CEO was suspended by the executive.
The CEO was not suspended.
Sorry, Mr. Kula was suspended by the executive.
By the CEO, yes.
And the CEO, when they came to brief council did not juxtapose the report of the CEO against the RIM thing, the RIM statute or constitution or the acts.
Well, there's a dispute between the parties on when he exactly received the charge sheet versus the precautionary suspension.
What is the dispute?
The dispute is Mr. Fukula says he did not receive the charge sheet as alleged by the former CEO, but nevertheless the hearing proceeded. And during that process, we actually asked the same Dr. Links who's named earlier, to settle some of these matters.
Yeah, you see, Prof, I've got serious respect for people who have PhD, because amongst some of the things that you guys agree on when you get a PhD to become a doctor first is the issue of ethics. And I know that you know, I'm not casting aspersions on you as an individual, because at least I've looked at some of your work. It's very impressive work. But I think at this point, there might be a fiduciary responsibility problem, that when the matter must be ventilated at council level, council members ought to have satisfied themselves that the correct process has been followed. The first thing that you ought to have done is to make sure that you have received a proper report from the former CEO to say, these are the charges, and these are the charges, and these are the precautionary suspension. Because if that was not done, Prof, then the board members would have acted only on the weight of the former CEO and not on facts provided before them. And I don't want to believe that is true. I'm sure you would have satisfied yourselves, because you do have the fiduciary responsibility as the board to take the right decisions, having followed the right process to consider this report. Am I correct?
You are.
So there should not be any dispute whether the charges, whether the Mr. Figula received the charges or not, because you should have that report, because you would have ventilated on that particular report in a council meeting that would have given the former CEO the right to charge this particular person. Do you have the same understanding?
Yeah, we have the same understanding, yes.
Did that happen?
Yes, it did.
So you do have the report?
We engage with the CEO on this matter, and honorable member realized the following. One, the council is responsible for the appointment of the CEO, and from there it cascades, right? The council is seized with all things associated with its accounting officer, number one. Number two, any other person who reports to the CEO at the level of an executive has council involvement. All other positions, there's a plethora of senior managers and managers at RIM. They don't fall under the council's purview, right? And that's one of the reasons why we have ended the relationship with the previous CEO, because these were raised, and her response was that council needs to stay within its lane, because this is not a matter for the council to be involved in. And we subsequently then engaged with the National School of Governance to do an investigation into this and other allegations.
And this particular position was not supposed to be in the purview of the board?
All other positions outside of those executive ones that involve council, they don't come under our purview. Discipline is, it's a delegated function, if you like, and the policies are quite clear. And I'm not saying the policies are right. because we've asked that the policies be seriously reviewed right now because there are flaws in them. Because this is exactly what happens in an entity like ours, where we are called to answer versus there are persons employed who make decisions and don't account for them. So that accountability trail, just as you holding us, the council, and me as the chair accountable, does not cascade down to the levels that they ought to. The same applies with procurement, all procurement. Council plays no role in those. Yet anything that happens, anything that happens then gets, if it's not this portfolio committee, it's another, or it's a Chapter 9 institution like the Public Protector. The same things that are ventilated here are ventilated in more detail in the Public Protector. So sometimes one thinks that your only role is to respond to that and not care about what happens to Robben Island itself. And that's a very bold statement to make. But with the plethora of complaints that keep coming, and they're mostly internal and will continue to come, particularly when RIM goes to the next levels, these matters are areas where discussion needs to take place. There needs to be workplace agreements. And that's the approach that this council is adopting in these matters. We'd like to settle, even a bad settlement is something we should engage in, but we can't commit any legality in doing it.
Okay. And I'm happy that we are able to differentiate between council responsibilities and non-council responsibilities. The appointment of the CEO is the responsibility of council.
Yes.
Right? So the council drafted the advert for the CEO.
Yes.
And is there any reason, Prof? And I'm just cutting corners because I don't want to go.
Okay, sure.
I'm just cutting corners. I don't want to go step by step with you giving me short answers here and there. Is there any other reason why the 2026 advert of RIM differed with the 2021 advert, especially as it pertains to what was there in 2021 about the requirement that said you need 7 or more experience at the executive management level in the culture, heritage, and tourism sector. Is there any other reason why this particular issue was included in 2021 and it's not included in the 2026 advert?
Our view was that we should allow a full and thorough discussion on it. And we have decisions made on that. And we rightly felt that we require somebody with the ability to lead. Knowledge of any sector, like the heritage sector, would obviously be an advantage. But having noted the sheer lack of mobility at RIM, and know that I'm the only ex-political prisoner serving on the council, the deadening effect of persons that are inappropriately appointed to lead this country's iconic national and global heritage site is a saga that should not happen to RIM. Despite that, we have enough entities wanting to take over RIM, privatizing it. Now, we need a person, and that's why we council engaged on it thoroughly, on looking at what are the minimum requirements. And we felt that an appropriate master's level is the minimum requirement. And we went through a thorough process where the first shortlisting did not have the next group of shortlisting listers, and eventually went to interview. And as I said earlier, that needs to be.
Let's leave that part, Prof. I'm asking what are the reasons why? Okay, maybe before, because I wanted to cut this part, but you're pushing me to it. Do you agree that the RIM is a heritage site?
Yes, it is.
It's a World Heritage Site.
Yes.
And in the previous term, which by the way you were part of, you had agreed that the CEO position is somebody, should be somebody with the relevant heritage knowledge.
No, no, I was not in that council, which had that
So you disagree
advert.
with that answer?
I'm disagreeing with imprisoning Robben Island.
No.
To a limitation, because you need leadership, you need the ability to rise above the clamor that Robben Island is beset with, because it's a highly contested space. All voices need to be heard, historic and the more recent apartheid era period, in order that the best of this country can be unleashed for the entire world to see. But the way in which it has been managed has been dour. And even members here have said when they visited.
So,
when they
Prof,
visited.
I don't want to stop you. But I want to read what the previous advert said, because you are not being honest with us in saying that Robben Island has been imprisoned, as if there were no requirements of strategic leadership, of proper NQF level qualifications, and all of that. Let me read you the advert so that when you respond to me, at least you know you have an appreciation of what I'm talking about. Because you now want to sound like you guys have upped the ante when it comes to the advert that you have produced in 2026. And that is not true, because you have actually lowered the requirements, except on academic basis where you put a master's. But on the knowledge of a World Heritage Site, you have lowered it. And I want to read it for you, because so that when you respond to me, you know that I'm looking at the requirements right in front of me, which is not what you are trying to allege. Now that you guys, as if you guys have done, something that is good on minimum requirements. It has many different things. I want to speak to the minimum requirement. At the time, in 2021, it said a postgraduate degree in social or management sciences, whilst a qualification in history, heritage, and or tourism studies would be an added advantage. That was the advert. 2, 7 or more years experience at executive level in the culture, heritage, and tourism sector. This is what the advert said. Very specific, very relevant to what RIM is. Knowledge of legislation applicable to declared cultural institutions and World Heritage Site. This is a minimum requirement that was required at the time. And amongst others, it will tell you about the knowledge of management principles, knowledge of organizational architecture principle, knowledge of good corporate governance, knowledge of infrastructure and facility management, and all of those things. This is what was in the 2021 advert. Your 2026 advert removes many of these things. And my question is, why did you not put the on the advert? Why, or did you not put the knowledge in heritage site, the knowledge in management of facilities and all of that, because we all know here, Robben Island, we've been there with our families, that it's a facility that needs to be managed. And the 2021 advert makes more sense than what you have put here today. So please, Prof, when you answer us, have an appreciation that what we are asking you, we have it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Well, Honorable Member, our history thus far has proven that some of those requirements did limit the pool of persons that could be considered.
And which history is that?
The recent history. I mean, we severed with the previous CEO. And in terms of
So you are using a pool of one person to determine
you are
people.
raising an advert, Honorable Member, which resulted in particular choices being made and particular incapacities being created. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So,
Professor,
yes, Honorable Chair.
did you test the crowd outside that we don't have such pool before you take that conclusion?
Well, all the evidence that presented itself to council is that we need a CEO material. You don't need a manager to manage something. You need somebody who can lead this institution to new heights.
But Honorable Letier is asking why do your profile has now been lowered? What is the reason for lowering it?
It's not lowering it, Honorable Chair. It is actually being realistic with the marketplace we're dealing with.
Did you test that marketplace?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
To say
Yes,
that
we have.
In 2021, it was like this and we didn't find any person. Or it was lowered because we wanted to employ a certain individual.
No, I don't think there was an individual in mind. At least, I mean, of the candidates that I saw, I knew quite a few others. I didn't know the current incumbent.
Okay, Prof, I don't want us to wait. So you are saying you're not part of this advert of 2021?
No.
When did you become a board member there?
1st of July 2022.
Not 2020?
No.
Okay.
No, the late Natim, Minister Natim Tetwa came to me and said, listen, we need to take this place to a new level. We need to stop the corruption with the ferries, mark you, and other areas. And we have done determination tests, honorable members. We have concluded on some of those things. But because we have 33 pieces of legislation governing Robben Island, it's not as simple as saying, let's do this and the next thing will happen. Right?
Yeah.
Indeed, you're well aware.
I think the chair will give you time to elaborate on matters you want to elaborate that I've not asked. But for the sake of my time, please don't do it during my time because I've got very limited time.
Sure, okay.
Please ask the chair at the later stage to give you time. And if she wish to do so, she will do. So on the senior appointments that council have authority on, how many vacancies do you have?
We have a new position, which is a corporate shared services that will incorporate human capital and a few other areas. Other than that, very significantly, and being here from 2 o'clock and listening to advice that has come to other entities, Robben Island, for its size, and its cash flow has not had in the recent past a dedicated company secretary versus entities that are a complete drain on the
Prof,
fiscus. Yeah.
Prof, that's what
So we have a corporate.
I just said that's information you can provide to us during chess time. I've got very limited time. My questions is very clear.
I apologize. I apologize.
At the senior
Honorable Member.
management
Yeah.
level,
Yes.
at the level that council has authority on appointing, how many positions do you have that are vacant or that are filled on an interim or acting positions?
It's Chief Heritage Officer that the advert has gone out on. It's the shared services advert has gone out on. It's the company secretary.
How many of this acting arrangement is in place for?
We've not had a corporate secretary before. We've always had an outsourced service. The Chief Heritage Officer.
When did you put that one in the program? In the structure?
In January. January.
Okay. And then the other two?
The other two arose from historic discussions, and the shared services is one of those. It's a new position.
When have you had this acting arrangement in place in each position? That's the question.
There's been sub positions under shared services. Understand that it incorporates human capital, so HR will be a critical part of that. It will not fall under a loose arrangement.
How long?
Chief Operation Officer.
How long?
Sorry?
The question is how long?
We've not had that position as shared
asking
services.
about the ones that have been there.
Corporate, the Chief Operations Officer was appointed just over 2 years ago, Dr. Tsipa. That is a senior position.
As an acting?
No, his substantive post is COO.
You did not hear my question. It's okay. Let me move on. Do you have a substantive CEO now?
Yes.
Okay. Who evaluates the CEO's performance?
Council.
The whole council?
Not the whole council. It's
who evaluates
according
the CEO's performance?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Who evaluates the CEO performance?
Ultimately council, but it becomes a combination of chairs of our committees.
So it's the
So it's the?
It's the EXCO.
Well, if you like, yes, EXCO of council. We don't have that, but it's the chairs of committees.
Okay. Are there any council members of your council who have operational, commercial, or any other relationship with the organizations receiving funding from NAC?
I am not aware of that, honorable member.
And then how do you check? Does your council members declare when you have a declaration period form, like us members of parliament, we used to declare once a year, now we declare every quarter. So whether you've got any other business interest as well, elsewhere, do you have such?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay.
And we have a confidentiality and a conflict of interest agreement, which we promised to send you. And we have a department code of conduct, which we have edited to make it consonant with what syncs with RIM.
Okay, so the last set of questions for me are on the AG findings. As you may be aware that the AG found that you guys had not established effective standard operating procedures and internal controls to assist you guys in exercising your oversight responsibility, resulting in material non-compliance. It is also found that senior management had failed to develop and monitor action plans addressing previous audit deficiencies. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Why did you guys fail to establish effective internal control despite you guys having experienced serious governance problems previously?
It's because of the quality of the persons that were attracted to the organization. The practice has
board,
been
not the council.
sorry, at all levels, Honorable Member. We
Including you
use
guys.
recruitment agencies.
No.
In the recent past, this is the first, not just, we'll only use recruitment agencies if our open advertisements fail to attract the capacity.
No. So maybe you did not hear my question. Let me repeat it. Why did the board or the council failed to establish effective internal controls despite you guys having experienced serious governance problems previously? I'm not talking about management, I'm talking about you. Because the AG would have found that you guys as the council, you have internal controls that are deficient and would have said, go and fix these ones. Why did you guys fail to establish them?
Because of the process we had historically.
Which is what?
Which is the way of recruitment, not basing it on the capacity needs of the entity and fitness for purpose, and enabling the complete South African population to apply for any of these positions.
Do you know which specific AG findings were repeated from previous years?
Some of them are routine. They repeat themselves. And the main ones for us now are the financial control deficiencies, which is a saga that we're about to get rid of with the dismissed ex-CFO, and bringing in persons who immediately he was placed on suspension, resigned.
Did you ever have anyone or any of these managers the performance of them being linked to the audit findings?
Not in the past, but it is there now.
Why was it the case?
If you were to look at the huge Excel spreadsheet that covered infinitesimal APPs and KPIs, and then people can claim they've achieved those. That's one of the biggest flaws that we confront in this country. You have a tick box exercise, and the quantification is easy, but the quality isn't there. And the quality to take the institution to higher levels, the creativity and ability to adapt and learn from situational issues is not there. But I can safely say that there is a crop of leadership that has developed in RIM. There's a lower level persons who keep the lights on when it should be in darkness.
Okay.
And I think RIM is going to pull through.
Okay, Chair. I don't want us to take long. Do you know how many outstanding audit findings remain today?
There are quite a few. There's a few score.
So you know them?
Yes. I don't know them,
what is the
detail.
percentage?
Sorry?
You know what is the percentage of the AG's recommendation have been implemented?
Very, very small number. A
The
small
ones
number.
that have been implemented.
the ones that have been implemented. There needs to be more than the AG's findings that need to be done right now, because we know we live in a world that's fraught with economic and other uncertainties.
Right,
But
okay.
a place like Robben Island can change very dramatically and fairly quickly.
Can we then ask you to provide Parliament in writing with a finding by finding implementation metrics? And in the metrics, I want you to show us the finding, the responsible official, the corrective action, the deadline, the current status, and consequence management, if any. Right?
Good. We'll do that.
Please.
I'm pretty certain the Secretariat will capture that and send it to
Yeah.
us. We'll definitely do that because
Our meetings are recorded. They can come to the
Sure,
meeting.
no, I know that. And also we'll be on the same page on that, Honourable Member. We need to, Robben Island has the capacity to not rely on the fiscus whatsoever.
No, that's not the point. Yeah. You must still account to the Republic and the public of South Africa, whether you are getting 10 rands from the fiscus or 100,000 rands or 100 million rands, but you must still account because that is a national heritage.
It
It's a
is,
world
and
heritage.
an international and a global one.
International
Sure.
heritage site that belongs to the people of South Africa. And whether you are self-sustainable or not, that's not part of the question. Now, I want to ask you a question. Possibly my second last question is, if the same governance weaknesses identified by the AG, let's say in the 23-24 financial year, continue to reoccur in the 24-25 and the 25-26, why should we as Parliament be satisfied that your board has learned from your previous governance failures?
That's a proof of the pudding question, Honourable Member, and hold us to that. With what you've just raised earlier, that matrix will show the movement.
And if it shows that there are issues that were not resolved from 23-24, then what do you think we should do? What do you think we should recommend about your council?
There should be consequence management.
And you will accept if the consequence management in this...
It falls on me, it falls on me, Honourable Member.
Would you then accept if the consequence management you're talking about in this case is us recommending to the minister to put people who are going to resolve problems that are identified there by removing you guys, you'll accept?
If there's good cause, yes.
Okay. I think, Chair, I wanted to speak about the forensic investigation, but I've decided I've made up my mind about the National Arts Council, the RIM, sorry, and I think maybe let's leave it at that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litie. As I'm about to conclude this meeting, Prof, I just want to check with you. I think I've wrote an email somewhere on. I wrote an email on the 28th of April requesting, I think the same thing that Honorable Litie just talked about, the issue of, remember in our last meeting, we requested that you provide the portfolio committee with the records that shows your nomination to be in the RIM Council, something that we did not get even till today. So can we get, can the department provide the records? I saw the DG is still here.
Yeah.
Provide the records of nomination of Professor S. Cooper for RIM Council. Can the department again, remember the other issue that we've discussed, it was the ticketing issue. The ticketing issue, and We haven't got the report back as the portfolio. Can we get the report back regarding the issue of the ticketing issue? And I remember we even said that departments must conduct a forensic investigation with clear timelines and terms of reference on the ticketing issue and report back to committee. No, they need to report back to committee in September. And September, it's next month. I'm not sure how far is the department on that. The other issue, I want to touch on what Honorable Tia has just mentioned. Can the RIM provide us with the shortlisted candidates for the position of the CEO? Can they provide us with the present job profile as well as the previous job profile, the name of the interview panel, as well as the scores, including the CVs of the shortlisted candidates, Professor?
Okay, we'll do that, and we'll do that, Honorable Chair. We have that on record. We'll provide that. Just a caution. It's availability because there are persons who were not successful, and there's POPIA and other factors to consider. So there needs to be a way to provide that to the committee and it be treated in that manner. And the same thing with any forensic and other investigation. The moment the public becomes aware of what goes on, it's easier to bypass some of those investigations that are underway.
But remember, with this one of forensic investigation, it was discussed in the previous portfolio committee, and the timeline for the department to submit that, it's September 2026. And
we're almost at the tail end of making sense of something that has bedeviled us, Honorable Chair. So
but
it's
timeline,
not in our interest not to give you that.
The timeline, it was September 2026, and we are still expecting that report, Professor.
Yes, it also will serve at our quarterly meeting the following month, because we've given very clear instructions.
That score sheet of shortlisted candidates, their qualification, the present job profile, and the previous job profile, and the name of the panel that conducted the interview.
Sure.
Yes, we need to get that. And other questions, other questions, I'm going to follow them up with an email. I will send an email to the department. The department will send the email to you for other questions that we have. Let me check with honorable members if there is anyone who wants to say something. Honorable members. Yes, Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. Just one last question that I would like to ask. I heard that there's good news that you have appointed the CEO. Can I see the CEO? I get to see her. Can I see the CEO?
There's the CEO. Just below your, well, on my screen, it shows below the red.
Leanne Williams.
Good evening, Honorable.
How are you, Leanne?
I'm good, and you, Honorable?
Congratulations. When did you get appointed?
In June, Honorable.
In June. I don't know whether my memory serves me. Are you the same Leanne Williams who was a councillor in Johannesburg?
That's correct, Honorable.
Are you a member of PA?
I'm not a member of any party at this stage, Honorable.
You are not a member of PA?
of any party.
Okay, you are not a member of any party. Is that the honest truth
Yes,
to
sir.
me? Are you confirming?
I confirm you can check with
But
all the
you were the
parties.
councillor for PA.
I was the councillor of PA, but I'm no longer a member of any
Were
party.
you the council? When did you resign from your party?
Honorable, before
did you resign?
I think we need to, Honorable Mtetwa, one moment, please. We need
Yes,
to make anyone who's come to the portfolio committee that lying to portfolio committee, it's you can be even being arrested. So when you come here and lie, you are under oath. And the portfolio members, we have the right to go and open a case against you for lying under oath. We need to remind members every day when they come to a portfolio committee. You may continue, sir.
Ms. Williams, when did you resign from your political party, Patriotic Alliance? When did you resign?
I believe it's 2019, Honorable.
2019.
That's correct.
When were you a councillor? Was it before that?
It was before that.
Oh, okay. No, and what is your qualification?
I have quite a few. I've got a BCom in industrial organizational psychology. I've got an honors in industrial and organizational psychology, and I've got a master's in banking and financial risk management.
Okay, no, congratulations. The rest we'll have to check, just to double check. Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I think that's the only one that I wanted to ask. And Chair, we need to visit NAC because many things that were said today are not true. There was an allocation that was made for the bonuses. So the CFO has lied once again, as they have lied even previously. So I think we need to zoom into this issue of NAC and even get, I think as General Mkhwanazi said, that some of these things can be retrieved, even the calls and what was the screenshots of the communication. If you remember last time, we're told that the driver had gone to pick up the tools of trade, which was not true. So there's constantly these lies that are told. I have a confirmation that I will send to the portfolio committee to show that there was an allocation for the bonuses. So that what she said today is not true. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. And I see that we don't have any hands from the honorable members. Secretary, can you flag our agenda? We are now on item number 8, which is the closing remarks. Let me thank you very much, honorable members. I know it's a very a long week. On Tuesday, we had meeting up until past 11, and we are here again having a meeting. It's past 10 now, but we have no option but to come and represent our people from the ground. Let me thank you very much, NFVF. I hope I've called it correct, Honorable Mtetwa. Let me thank RIM. Let me thank National Arts Council for availing yourself. But with National Arts Council, I am not happy at all. I think it's not only me, but almost all the members, because we cannot be here and not being with the chairperson of the National Arts Council as well as the deputy chairperson. I don't know whether they undermine us or what, but definitely you are still going to be called to Parliament, NAC, like as I've said before, to come and answer the petition which was sent to the office of the Speaker. We need to come and deal with that petition, and this time around, we won't be able to do the virtual meeting because the chairperson as well as the deputy, they failed to honor this meeting. So we'll call you straight to Cape Town, all of you. We don't want any apology. All the council members must be there. Thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is officially adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.